lots and lots of rotation. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and as you can see I'm standing outside the OL Stadium, Uruguay versus Namibia over here, and very cool vibe. It's a beautiful stadium. We were here on Sunday for Australia versus Wales, but we're talking about the Springboks because they have announced their side to take on Tonga this weekend, and it's a very interesting side. Lots and lots of rotation, some positional changes, and lots to talk about. We will be live at 7 o'clock South African Standard Time for a show to talk about the squad. Reza, Kal, and I think Dan will be with you guys, chatting to you about the team and some of the selections. But because it's a very interesting team. And before we talk about exactly what the selections are, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, let's go through the team, shall we? It is number 1, Oxenche, who gets his first start of the World Cup. He's next to Dion Fourie, who will start at hooker for the first time for the Boks, and actually start for hooker for the first time, I think about 3 or 4 years since he's actually started in the number 2 jersey. Vincent Koch is fully fit and goes back into that starting lineup where he was supposed to be against Romania. In terms of the locks, we have got Eben Etzebeth, who continues with a new lock partner of Marvin Ori, who gets an opportunity to have a run out this weekend. A very different looking loose trio. Sia Khaleesi retains a spot and will captain the side as expected, but Dwayne Vermeulen, in fact, will come into the number 7 jersey. I don't actually think he's ever played on the flank for the Boks, but we'll start the number 7. No Peter Steph the Toy this weekend. He has been given the weekend off, and Jasper Wiese will start at 8th man. So that in itself is quite interesting to see Dwayne on the flank. You know, we're still in a World Cup and we're still experimenting, which is strange considering that this is our final pool game. So some people might be a bit concerned maybe that we might not, in inverted commas, know our best side. But I think a lot of us trying to sort of work out how can we get our best 23 players into a 23, and you know, what are the options in terms of players, you know, potentially playing out of position to be able to accommodate, you know, the skill set that we need on the day. In terms of your 9-10 pairing, Handré Pollard is back. He does start, and Kobus Ranok will be his scrum off inside of him. If you look at the wings, Makazole Mapimpi in the number 11, Grant Williams once again will get an outing in the 14 jersey. In the centres, Andre Esterhuizen will reignite his partnership with Kanan Moody, who is back to go out outside centre once again this weekend. Willie Leroux comes into the starting lineup as expected as well. The bench is very interesting. There's a 5-3 split. No bomb squad this weekend. It is Marco van Staden in the number 16 jersey. Whether he will actually come on at hooker, we actually have to wait and see, or rather where Dion Fourie will come off for him, for example, because you could put Marco van Staden on, leave Dion Fourie, shift Dion Fourie to the flank, let Dion Fourie play a full 80 and move Marco van Staden onto the flank. So that's options there. Your 2 props are Stephen Kitsov and Trevor Nyakane. No France Mahova for this weekend. Then Franco Mostert and Kwagga Smith are the 2 other forwards on the bench in the 5-3. So Kwagga Smith obviously covering that entire back row. Franco Mostert can play on the flank, can play in the second row as well. Then Jaden Hendrickse will come off the bench next to Jesse Creel and Mani Liebach as well. When was the last time we actually had 2 out-and-out fly halves in a Springbok 23? I can only think it was about last year, must have been. In fact, if we even had it last year at a certain point. So a very interesting side. I want to know what you think of it down in the comments below, and let me know, what do you think? You know, how important is this game for an Andre Pollard? How important is the Dwayne Vermeulen at 7 experiment? You know, Kanan Moody at 13, could he be sort of really pushing for a spot come the quarterfinals? You know, Andre Esterhuizen, is this, you know, I mean, for some of these guys, it could be their last game of the World Cup as we move into the quarterfinals. You know, hopefully no injuries are coming. At the moment, we've got no injuries in the camp. Touch wood, so long may that continue. But it's an important game. 5 points is what is needed. A bonus point win will guarantee the Boks a spot in that quarterfinal. Can this 23 do it? I personally think they can, but I'm very interested to see how the experiments will go, and how the players in different positions will function. But once again, as I said, let me know what your comments are down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and join us on the live stream if you haven't already. By the time you watch. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer for the rugby. They are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports. And we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And we are seeing a very strange occurrence because Steve's back on the fan forum for the first time actually since we departed. So,
did the fans want this, Steve? Did the fans want this after me replacing you? I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We had to, I had to just come jump in, make sure the show's still ticking, see what everybody's had to say. Keep an eye on you guys, make sure that
if you're still relevant on these Thursdays here, Stevie.
Yeah, there we go.
It's too cool for us now.
I'm not the weekend special. Yeah, so it's tough. At the end of the day, I had a day break between going to games, so I thought I might as well come and grace people with my presence. I was at the stadium last night, at the stadium tomorrow night, at the stadium on Sunday. It's tough work out here.
Oh, Chris was the only one missing out on Sunday.
Yeah, so we talk about this. So first of all, Chris, would you like to tell the viewers why on Sunday when we do a Forever Sports meetup, you will not be present?
Because I'm going to Paris to the bigger games.
Hey,
not those lower class pool games that are already decided. I'm going to the
basically
big boys.
Martin Leibach got benched, and that was Chris Art. He was like, "No, I'm not."
You mean that I'm not going to pay to watch Pollard playing at 10 and messing around? Then no, that's the
you see, there we go.
You sort of pushed me in there, yeah.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot to talk about. Right, so everybody who is jumping in, welcome to the show. We will be live until 8 o'clock, whereupon you guys will then be redirected towards the Japan versus Samoa watch-along, which we will be with yours truly, coming to you live out of Lyon. It's been a very, very cool city, actually. I've really enjoyed our week here, which has been quite cool. And we went to Marseille this weekend. And as you can see, I'm joined by Chris and Dan. This is actually an all-European show, actually, because, I'm France-based these days. So, as Grant was saying there, who's the French tutor on the channel? Yeah, I'm basically having to sort of really... I'm actually basically part Uruguayan after I got caught up in their mob last night. So that was fun.
Sure.
But chaps, first of all, how have we been?
Yeah, superb.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, enjoying the rugby, of course. Yeah, been good. More winners on the show. So
we are going to a World Cup game on Sunday, and at Rhodes, back at varsity, there's a reputation for some interesting haircuts and interesting looks. Do we have anything planned for Sunday?
Listen, the beard isn't here for the beard itself. So you'll be seeing the snore will be sitting lazy on the top lip come Sunday.
There you go. That is what I was hoping we were going to hear from.
Might extend a little something, but yet to be decided.
Handlebars there. Okay, cool. So
it was on short notice, It was on short notice.
No, it is. It's fair. It's fair. But you've got the tools to work with at the end of the day, So
what?
We'll have to do
Stevie is same as you. Are you also going some handlebars there? You two together?
No, see, my problem is I got a fire break if I do a handlebar, so it's like just looks very disconnected. So no, I will not be worried about doing anything like that. I can't pull it off like Dan can at the end of the day. So when you've got the gift, you've got to use it.
Yeah.
But right, so chaps, over the next hour, we've got a lot to talk about. We've got a Springbok lineup, which is going to be very interesting to chat about. Obviously, the whole Pollard versus Leibach debate does take center stage tonight. We have had a bit of information out of the Bok camp with regards to what the situation will be when it comes to our number 10s following this past weekend. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen on that. We'll also be talking a little bit about the weekend games, France versus, New Zealand versus Italy tomorrow night. It's going to be quite a cool game. And, we're kind of in the second last weekend of the group stages. So things are really starting to heat up with regards to teams going out, teams potentially trying to book their spot in the next round. We already said goodbye to Namibia last night. Could be saying goodbye to a lot of teams this weekend. And also main thing is teams can start to book their spots in quarterfinals this weekend, including the Boks. Now, we'll start with the Boks. And we haven't had we actually haven't had a show since last weekend. So yeah, chaps, let's talk about how are we feeling a week on from last weekend. Have we settled down? Are we panicking? Chris, how are you feeling after Paris?
About the Springboks, yeah, particularly. Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, I know we lost. The scoreboard doesn't lie. But a few things right on our side. We should have possibly won. I hate saying that, like we should have won because it's a cop out and it happens. But I said this when I was watching my mates. I didn't feel. I said I was also talking to some island mates. They were kind of talking. We were talking about it, and I said like, "How comfortable are you?" Because I'm comfortable that if we had a rematch in the final, if both of us get there, I'm not overly concerned that we're in for a loss. I think it's going to be another tight game, as we just saw if we were to do it again. And rugby matches go. The rub of the green kind of can change, right? And I can't. I'm not saying that Ireland are going to come in there and beat us. I think we could easily beat Ireland in the World Cup final. So but that's caveat. Le Bock at 10. I'm not deviating from that. Le Bock should be at 10 and needs to stay at 10. And I'm still going to back him to kick. Sorry, I'm saying that. That's my thoughts. And then we're going to talk about Pollard. Pollard can come in and do what he does. But then our whole game is going to change, and there mustn't be tears when Pollard misses a kick and we lose. That's all I'm saying.
Right, Joe. Well, we just Pollard versus the Bock debate later because I think there's a lot to get through.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, but I still worry about France, guys. I know I'm hearing people saying it's an easy game. I've been calling us going out to the quarterfinals and France winning this whole thing. Not so sure about France winning the whole thing anymore because I think Ireland do have that big say. No one's talking about New Zealand. Grudge match coming up, potentially. Obviously, getting through your Forza Italy, but I'm not. I still feel that France is the big test. We can talk about how we're going to do after that. I think if we get through France, then we have a very good chance.
Yeah, well, I think it all hinges on that quarterfinal. But Dan, how are you feeling immediately after the game, and now a few days later?
Yeah, it always stings. It did feel similar to. I remember watching SA All Blacks 4 years ago in the group stage and being quite blown away just by the level of rugby that it was. Right, when you see two teams like performing at that on the biggest stage and going head to head, and I guess both times we've lost, both times been in a group stage. I'm interested to know. I mean, I'm sure we all wish we were be able to understand what the mentality going into it was, whether it was must win or whether it was like, let's use this as a test tube for whether we maybe meet them again in the final. Because I saw us do a lot of things differently. Obviously, like we were missing Malcolm Marks, which is the biggest one. But the way we rolled our subs, I thought was completely bizarre compared to how we've used our bomb squad previously. And I think we can play a lot better. And bar Ireland's line out in the beginning, I don't think they can play that much better. So I'm not worried. I think they played incredibly well. I think they deserve to win. But that and, leaving 11 points on the pitch versus award number 1, I mean, how often are you going to win that game? And it's not frequent.
Yeah, I think the big thing, and that you mentioned, is that the level was so good, and so many teams. We've been Leon based this week, and so we've basically been with the All Blacks the entire week. And every single day at the press conferences, kids come up. They've said, Ireland versus South Africa, that game, best game of the World Cup so far. So it was funny because obviously New Zealand versus France was probably the second biggest game of group stages in terms of your top 4 teams going at each other, and yet New Zealand were asked. The Ireland versus South Africa, is that the standard? Was that the gold standard? Is that now, where teams need to be able to play out to win the World Cup? And the All Black staff and players have all said, yeah, they said, they also watched the game and went, right, that is it. That's do you want to win World Cups? Do you want to be compared in this tournament? That's how you're going to have to be. So I think from that perspective, to have been 50% part of the game or the tournament so far, and for both, and no, I don't think anyone watches that game and has written off the box. I think in many ways, some people have even gone, well, actually, we were wondering if there were a bit of a flash in the pan. They're beating the All Blacks, but was there a once-off thing? But watching that Ireland game, they're going, no, actually, there's not a lot between these top sides, and that any team can win on the day, which is the exciting thing. There's a couple of conspiracy theories about us apparently having lost on purpose, which I think is a bit far. But yeah,
I think it would have rocked the Ireland boat a lot more had they lost.
Yes, because I think they've also got that mental thing, that whole they can't win a playoff game, they don't do well in World Cups and stuff like that. The big thing we've done is we've lost a game in the group stages and gone to win the World Cup before.
maybe it's a bad habit, but we're so comfortable with losing, before like games, and we're happy to know that it's towards it, like the greater good, right? Like towards brainstorming, towards channeling whatever our lessons will be learned towards the biggest game and the game, which is obviously going to be coming up.
Yeah, but also, guys, you talked about that second half and how we looked, but I think missing Marks proved how much we miss that guy when he comes on. I think it has disrupted us, and that's also why it does make me worried against France, because he is that good. He is our Dupont equivalent almost, and it was shown.
And I think also, to be fair, I think also, a lot of people were starting to write off France because of Dupont. Now the fact that he's back, everybody's going, oh, actually, hang on, like France will actually still be okay. And it's always interesting in a 23-man game, really, that one player can make that much of a difference. But there are certain players who are just that good,
Yeah.
And I do think
even though Dupont is integral, they've still got very good players. The home factor, we can't just knock off the home factor. And I know we haven't gone, but like Springboks, yes, we seem to be building nicely, getting some nice momentum, but our two biggest tests of the year, firstly, the draw. I've said this all the time, right, Stevie? The draw, the teams we have to get through to get to that final to win this thing. We've gone through Ireland, now we're in France. World Cup semi is a gimme? Yeah, right. Ask New Zealand a few times, and then the final. And South Africa, let's face it, boys, go back the last 4 years. We don't put 3 big tests in a row. We never, ever do. And we're going to need to do this now. Let's face Tonga is a big thing. We have to win it. I'm sure we will. But then we got to go again back to back. And we're not playing the likes of Fiji's and Japan's along the way. We're playing 3 massive top-tier nations probably.
Well, I mean, we're it's at the end of the day, the things are going to happen, and we're going to end up playing Italy in the quarters. So
it's not going to happen, Stevie. Stevie, I'm going to log off, son. I'm logging off. I'm not hearing
it. Italy are about to go back to back. New Zealand and France top that group. We're going to play France and. No, just to see. But genuinely, that is the one thing I think a lot of people have been saying, is that if the Boks go back to back and they win this World Cup, there can be zero doubt about whether or not they're the best team.
But my point is, Stevie, our 2 biggest tests of the year was New Zealand away, the Ireland in the World Cup pool. Like, come on, we need to put these big games. We need to put these teams away.
Chris, our biggest test of the year is on the 28th of October. In the World Cup final.
All right. Okay, we can talk then. We can talk then. That's fine.
Yeah. No, you make a valid point. I think as I said, I'm not really worried about last weekend. The New Zealand game does, to a certain degree, sort of sit in the back, going, should we do have it in ourselves to sometimes not rock up? I think the biggest thing.
Sorry, Steve, Karen. No. So just to make a point again about this, and it's also the end of when we played France away, same margins. It just seems these big teams and the big cauldron under big pressure, it still feels we're like 3% getting over the line. And if we have to do it now, we've got to do it. France, is England on our side of the draw? I think it's not Wales. I think it's England, Fiji. Maybe we'll play Fiji again. Well, there we go. The draw's favored us. The draw's favored us.
I don't know if we want to play Fiji.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, imagine Fiji in a World Cup semi-final. It's put it this way: if you want to be the most hated side in the world and go and be that one to knock Fiji out of a World Cup final.
I mean, we did it against Japan in 2019, hey?
Yeah, no, we weren't popular after that.
Not popular.
But unluck, folks. Unluck. At the end of the day, there can only be one champion. It's us, and we're all in on that.
No, so. we do have a great chance, Stevie. I'm just saying I know we get excited. Everyone's excited, and this is probably the best team we've probably taken to a World Cup, but the hardest draw. And I'm just saying the Boks don't often go against top teams. I would love to see it. I think it's harder without Marks, but let's do it. Let's see what the boys have got.
Okay, so first things first, we've got to get past Tonga, and a bonus point win will get us into the quarterfinals because, and this is what everybody keeps forgetting. There's points difference is not a thing. It's head to head. So we beat Tonga on Sunday. It means that we will go up with the bonus point. It means we go up to 15 points. We have beaten Scotland, which means that Scotland who can only get a maximum of 15 points, cannot go ahead of us at the moment. I'll actually share. I'll try to see if I can share my screen, and see and sort of talk people through it. I will share. In fact, bear with me, people. In fact, I'm being stupid. I've actually got a second screen. My Airbnb over here has actually got a second screen, which I've been making use of. So that's actually going to come to clutch over here. So I'll bring up the pools in just a second, and we can have a look at exactly what the ramifications are this weekend. Because I think some people have sort of forgotten or don't quite realize what the stakes actually are.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see what lineups the Irish put out for that Scotland game. I think that's really
they have to go full strength, no?
And they've gone. That means they've gone full strength for every single pool game, pretty much.
Yeah. So this is so I'm hoping people can sort of see this. So this is our pool.
To win.
So at the moment, Ireland sitting on 14 points.
Oh,
South Africa on 10 points. Scotland on 5 points. Tonga and Romania are currently pointless. So South Africa this weekend go and win with a bonus point. We will move up to 15. I think it's 15 points there. Just going to actually bring up the whole. I'm actually going to talk people through the World Cup rules, and we'll go through them all, and so that everyone's on the same page, because a lot of people have been, talked about how points difference a thing and stuff like that, and it's not. So here's the match point system. I hope everybody is watching, is listening. Win is 4 points. A draw is 2 points. A loss is 0 points. 4 or more tries is 1 point. A loss by 7 points or less is 1 point. So we are sitting on 10 points. We didn't get a 4 tries against Scotland, so that wasn't a 4-try bonus point, but we did get a bonus point for coming within 7 of Ireland, which is how we are on 10. So we win this weekend with a bonus point. We go up to 15 points. If Ireland beat Scotland, they top the group, because they can go to 18 points regardless of what happens with their bonus point. So Scotland could go up to a max of 15 points, assuming that they beat Romania by 4 tries this weekend, or score 4 tries in the effort. So they go up to 10 points, and then they have to then beat Ireland to prevent Ireland from getting a bonus point to then go through. So if we win the bonus point, we're through this Sunday. That's the main thing that I think people just need to focus on. It's got nothing to do with points difference. It's all on head-to-head, because if you go to the rules over here, this is the rankings at the completion of the pool phase. If the completion of the pool phase, 2 or more teams are level on match points, then the following criteria shall be used in the following order until one of the teams can be determined as the higher ranked. The winner of the match in which the 2 tied teams have played each other shall be the higher ranked. The team which has the best difference between points scored for and points scored against in all its pool matches shall be ranked higher. So points difference will only be a thing if, for example, the team, if there's a draw. So if we had drawn to Scotland and we end up with the same amount of points and they can't go that way, then they will look at points difference from the pool stage. But I think it's head to head.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So that's a moot point already. So we win with 5 points this weekend. We go through, because the only way that Scotland can go through is if they actually then knock out Ireland. So that's quite nice for us this weekend, because we going into this weekend, and if we then go and get our bonus point win, for example, we're through, and we don't actually have to worry about the next weekend. We are not we're not playing next weekend. We've got the weekend off, and ironically, then Ireland, as I said, they have to go full strength for next weekend, because Scotland can knock them out. So SM says, Steve, why are people saying Ireland can throw the game in order for the box to get knocked out if all teams end on 15? So that circumstance, so that the points difference would come into is with if all 3 teams, that is the only one way. If all 3 teams finishes on 15 points, so Ireland get a losing bonus point, Scotland get a winning bonus point, and then we all finish on 15. Then points difference can become a factor. But now we're looking at some pretty big scenarios. So for that to happen, it would mean that Scotland will have to score 4 tries or more against Ireland. But Ireland would either have to score 4 tries as well, or else score 4 tries, or else come within 7 points, despite Scotland scoring 4 tries. So there's some wild math that has to happen, because then if Ireland get a losing bonus point,
8 tries in the game. Ireland have to lose by
more than 7.
By more than 7.
Yeah, because then,
Okay,
because,
yeah,
then
so
because
they don't
otherwise,
get the
because otherwise they'll finish on 16 points. Scotland finish on 15 points, and then we'll knock them out by a head-to-head.
So first half, first team, 4 tries, and then just throw it.
Yeah, apparently that would be the case.
Guys, I think Ireland and South Africa go through, right? I think that's happening,
Yeah,
right?
I think we'll give it some time.
yeah. So it is mathematically possible for us to not qualify despite winning this weekend. Incredibly unlikely, though. As I said, there's a lot of different. It's a lot that would have to happen because, as you said, Ireland can't just throw the game because they'll have to get a point out of it, one way or another. Yeah. So as Dan says, it would have to be score 4 tries and then just.
That's what I meant by them playing that. I didn't mean have to win, but surely making sure they get over.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. So I mean, Ireland basically need. They score 4 tries and one of them and they lose within 7, for example, they go up 16 points. So yeah, but so here's say I saw on the Rugby Analyst channel if Scotland beat us on points different, box get knocked out. No points difference. I've just read the rules there. So this is the problem. A lot of people haven't actually read the rules. It's not points difference first. The first thing is head to head. So that's what I said. The first thing when it comes to the rankings is the winner of the match in which the 2 tie teams have played each other shall be the higher ranked. So points difference is only a factor if that can't determine it. So yes, as we just try to explain now, it could become into it, but there's a hell of a lot that has to happen for points difference to actually come into this. So bottom line is go and beat Tonga with about a couple of tries. At the moment, we're sitting with an 86 points difference. Yes, Scotland will probably run in quite a few tries against Romania, but they're currently sitting, 70 odd points behind us. So they'd have to make that up between Romania and Ireland if we were to have this very weird mathematical anomaly. So I think we should be pretty okay because, I mean, I'm looking at a 20-30 point win this weekend would be what I'm expecting from the box, really, which would put us at well over points difference of well over 100. So
did you say from the box?
From the box, yeah.
Not Lee box.
Le box. So that is how it will work in terms of the pools and stuff like that. So yes, mathematically not confirmed that we get into the quarterfinals on Sunday, but all but really. But then that Ireland versus Scotland game basically becomes a quarterfinal before a quarterfinal, a last 16 clash, I suppose, in terms of the football things. But let's talk about this weekend then, and let's talk about the team. We have gone with a very strange team. We do not have a single player in the team who played hooker for the club in this past year. We have got a number 8 and number 7. We have got somebody who's playing just his his third ever game at professional level at 13. We have got a scrum off on the wing again. What else do we have? Which is a nice little throw around. You've got a 5-3 split, which is pretty weird from a block perspective, and Vincent Koch starting. Yeah, so there's a lot of strange things happening on Sunday, which don't usually happen. So if nothing else, Chris, you're missing a very strange block game, because there's some very strange rugby decisions at the same time, some very normal rugby decisions, which are I'm not trying to decide which one's more surprising.
Well, that's what we've been saying since I've been joining you, right? We've said this every week. The book team, we've almost been surprised every book team every week, barring that strong team against New Zealand and probably Ireland, right? The team, you're never quite sure what Sharks and Rassie were going to put out, so it's definitely not surprising. I'm not saying we should be worried about Tonga, but because when it comes down to this, I'm trusting the coaches that they know what they're doing, and I think our team has full of self-belief and ability. It is a bit, it does feel like strange, but I don't see it costing us. But it's going to be interesting. But of course, it's going to be interesting to see how Pollard goes. Of course, where we are at halftime. Are we grinding it out to halftime, or are we looking fluid, or not? I like that Moody's back. I still think he should be playing over Krill at this stage. I know people will disagree, but I just think he offers more.
So would you start Caden Moody at 13 in a quarterfinal against France?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think Moody's. I think he's a better player than Krill. And I think he offers more with the D'Orlando. D'Orlando and Creel are too one-dimensional for me. They just get lined up and see you later. And it's Lebok that finds our outside backs. And so we don't have Lebok. Well, there we are. We'll see what happens. I'd rather have Moody there, but he's not going to pick Moody now, I think, right? Unless there's an injury to Creel. So yeah, that's just my thoughts. I don't see Vermeulen at 7. I think didn't Vermeulen play 7?
So when I originally did my team release video, I said I can't remember him having done that. Apparently, it's his third time he's played for the Boks in a number 7 jersey. The last time was 2018.
Yeah,
so he has done it before, but
yes, I remember him playing there for Cheetahs and Province. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, domestically he has before, but for the Boks he's only done it twice.
Yeah, so not too worried about that one. Hookers, well, we'll see. And Grant Williams, I love Grant Williams. I think he's a lekker little player. So interested to he'll probably have a little bit of fun on the wing.
I mean, everyone was, questioning Kenan Moody at 13 because, people were saying, I played Bull and Lundbo, but now he's coming up against, Rico Ioane. Apparently he was also a wing at school. So, I mean, that's our decision-making criteria now at the Boks. If they played it at school, it's good enough for us,
So basically, we probably will be playing Tabaflo Flamen at 10 because he played there back in the day. That stat that every single commentator brings out every single time that the big lock makes an offload is, he actually played at 10 at school. So we would actually do it. We would sit there and say, right. But it's an interesting concept. I think. Look. I mean, I was at the game against Romania, and Grant Williams looked very comfortable. Again, it's Romania, so
it was Romania,
yeah. The big thing is that. And some people are saying this Tonga game, it's Tonga. And look, to be fair, I don't think it's the same Tonga of old. I think Tonga back in the day, Samoa back in the day, they're still very big teams. I mean, the Tongan captain, I think, is 150 kgs. So they're not small. But I think that they're better rugby players these days, and they don't necessarily just pick the size. They're actually picking players who've got a bit of a better skill set, and they're better rugby players. So whilst they're not, I mean, it'll be stupid to say it's not going to be a physical contest. I don't think it's, the same as it used to be about 20 years ago, where the game wasn't as professional and you just had these massive Tongan guys who would just come out, and it was basically injury central. And a lot of people are saying that, a lot about this weekend is about protecting players, So some people are saying that Grant Williams has basically, been put there to make sure that Cheslin Colby and Kirky Arons don't get injured. And I think that's a bit extreme because I think, look, to a certain degree, obviously they are going to raise players, and regardless of whether you're playing Tonga or not, the risk of injury is there. But I don't think that it's the same sort of Tonga situation that we might have had 12 years ago, where it was just, the injuries were such a big concern because they weren't necessarily the best rugby playing team, but they had these big boys that were putting in some big hits. I think these days, a lot of the Pacific Island teams are much better rugby teams. They've got far better players, and they've got more professional players who are a bit fitter, a bit faster around the park. And I think that's why Fiji, for example, are starting to compete as well. Tonga starting to play better rugby. They're no longer just this brute force team. They've actually got players with skill sets a bit smaller, but a bit better on a rugby sense. So, Dan, do you think we're protecting anybody, and do we need to protect players?
No, I don't think physically. I guess if there's a question mark on Kenan Moody, maybe it would be on defense at the wing. We haven't really seen that because we didn't see it against Romania. But I think otherwise the only way we would be protecting players is actually match fitness. I think the one maybe surprise for me was Sia starting. I thought they might give him a rest, given that he's pretty much since Wales, since he came back from injury, has been playing nonstop. With that said, I think he'll probably go off just after half time, and he did only play, I think, 55 minutes in the last game.
Yeah, that is the thing. They have been bringing him off, which they often do. He very rarely plays a full 80, but even on the World Cup, you can see they've been managing his minutes.
For sure. And I think having what we definitely, I think we missed a captain in. Usually we have Dwayne Vermeulen for 80 when he's off, right? I do think we missed that figure without him. Like, without being disrespectful to Bongi, he hasn't played in the captain's role nearly as much as either of them. And I think that, so I don't think we're hiding any players. I think if anything, it'll just be the legs that we're trying to save. But for the most part, we're trying to give, this team is picked based off of who's most likely to have to come into knockout games come in the future. It's why we've picked Pollard starting. It's why, Dion Ferree starting and Malcolm Starr is going to come off the bench for him. It's why we're giving, even Etzebeth some legs after his injury. Sia, Dwayne, we're not sure if Dwayne's going to play. So Makazola Mapimpi might be coming in, Andre Estes, and these are all people that are just like our next slot-ins, right, in perhaps vulnerable positions. So I think that's a large portion of how this team was picked. It doesn't make complete sense when you read it out loud, but given the context, I think it does.
It is very weird that we're talking about the game before quarterfinals and we're still experimenting. We're still finding out information on players. Can Malcolm start and do a job at hooker? I mean, you traditionally never, even your tier 2 teams probably haven't, been like, are sitting there going, well, can the flank play at hooker? And if not, should we try him in the World Cup? Like it's a bizarre, thing that the current world champions, one of the best teams in the world, are in a World Cup and experimenting and still trying to move players. I mean, some people are saying it's great innovation. Some people are saying it's silly. And at the end of the day, I suppose the proof is in the pudding. We go on to win the World Cup and this becomes a masterclass, but you lose the World Cup and how quickly do people sit there saying, well, what do you expect? You're playing a scrum off on the wing, a flank at hooker, and you're picking a number 10 that's got a bad goal kicking record in international cert. So there's a lot of room for error, but high risk, high reward, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think I said last week, I still thought that it still might cost us a game. He's got a guy at a position that does something daft and costs, but I'm still worried about it. Look, I know, bang on the block. I mean, I don't want to drop the block, but it could still be the kicking. And I don't want to do a ref bash, but that ball was coming out. We score a ref decision. And I'm not blaming the ref for the loss, but I still think these margins. I think the team is good enough that these guys can probably do the jobs required. But I just hope it's not going to come back and bite us.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we've seen anyone make that mistake yet, and it could still be out there, and it just takes that one small mistake. But I don't think we've yet to. I mean, for example, Dion Ferree had one skew throw, which I thought was incredibly harsh. So it would have been quick to sit there and say, "Oh, you see, he's not a hook. He hasn't been playing hooker, so he got a skew throw." But I don't think we've yet to see the players who are playing out of position really struggle to a degree. We're saying that's why. Obviously, the goal kicking thing continues to be a problem. But that's not necessarily an easy fix. Unfortunately, we're not with the way our team is like. I mean, I was at the All Black Stadium run today, and they had Richie Mwanga had a kicking tee, Bowden Barrett had a kicking tee, Damien McKenzie had a kicking tee, Geordie Barrett didn't miss a kick. I mean, he just walked from one side of the field to the other side of the field, back and forward, and he didn't miss a beat. Yeah. He's back in a big way. Aaron Smith grabs a kicking tee and was having, I think it was Antonina Brown was having a couple of kicks of goal, but they've got 4 goal kickers in the likes of the 2 Barretts, your McKenzie, your Richie Mwanga, who've all got pretty good records. I mean, when Bowden Barrett would be on
85% kickers.
Yeah. So they're blessed in that regard. We just don't have that.
But do you guys know why Damien Phillips was kicking at goals last year, right? I'm sure. Why is he behind?
End of year tour, yeah.
Yeah, why is he behind even Faf and Leboeck? I know Leboeck's standing up and wanting to take. Yeah, I know. Another thing for me is if I was Leboeck, I wouldn't be walking off of any practice field, even if it took me 5 hours until I was at 80% kicking. I don't know why he just practices until his bloody foot falls off. Why is he missing?
Maybe
I don't understand it.
I mean, he could be practicing that way, right? We don't know. It could be just on the stage all of a sudden that's not happening.
Spying? Are you doing team spies? You're the local spy.
That's my problem. I'm chasing. We've been chasing the cool matches. We're not really on the ground watching the box. We've been watching other people.
I think we also have partially. You know what I found very bizarre? All of a sudden, previously we think of long distance kickers, Francois Steyn, Morné Steyn. Both could just bomb it at an 80%, right? From 50 meters easily. And now all of a sudden we're picking not our first string kicker. Yes, Faf can kick it far, but he's not our first string kicker. So he's already at a 65%, 70% conversion rate. And we're giving him 50 plus meter kicks. You setting him up for disaster, And it felt like our management was trying to prove a point that we can still beat teams by out kicking you, when it was a lot of the decisions were much more obvious to go and maul it. I think we only mauled, 3 times the entire match. So I felt like we were trying to send a message and go for like weird kicks. I mean, even think back to that Scotland kick that Money took. There was no ways he was getting there. He missed it by, he was 10 meters shy. And that's not Money's fault. That was the decision made upon him. I think the decisions around our kicking, it's like we're refusing to admit that it's a potential weakness of us. And people was just, it's not, Money's not the scapegoat. We just happen to not have Rich Mwanga, Geordie Barrett, Bowden Barrett, Damien McKenzie, who are all 85+% kickers. We just don't have that. And that's not Money's fault. It doesn't have to be the foul. It's just, you assume that's his fault, right? So I just think we need to get out of this, like, it's like almost we're not scared to break, like, we wanting to stay with the Bok mentality, which is, beat them physically, get 3 points, score, and then score 1 or 2 loose tries again, instead of like, okay, maybe we need to actually score 3 tries now, even against Ireland,
Yeah, but was it just me? I found Buff's kick took for ages to get there. I was like, come on, it was like a slow death.
It wasn't far, that first
and then
time,
it just
literally hit the crossbar.
Slid down the ball. I was like, we needed you to step up. And
although
I wasn't backing him at 50 meters. I didn't feel that he was.
The second one that he had the distance, but just slid down to the right. But they weren't actually far away to give him his due. And it's amazing how if he does get those 2, everyone sits up and says, oh shit.
But now the whole conversation is about 11 points missed, right?
Yeah.
When, as you're saying, they were like, objectively, they're not bad kicks. But now the whole conversation is about the bad kicking because we remember that he missed it and he could have did it.
That's why, I mean, I know this has come because we say, oh, the kicking, everyone's like, the kicking. But the 3 games, when it comes to 3 games, yes, it might come down to kick. I'm not going to write that off for sure.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. Like, Marnie got 5 or 6 out of 6, brilliant, all kick from everywhere at Twickenham. And he used to say he just doesn't bring that form in. Like, I back him. He obviously backed himself. That's what Shark said. You're stepping up with that tee. You wanted to kick them. And that's what I would like to see if my guy backed himself like that, because he can kick them. It's just so odd how he can kick them and he can't kick them.
And this is the thing, he's not a bad goal kicker. This is what John Dobson was saying as well. He said the biggest thing is, but Dobson basically, he actually gave a really good interview too. I think it was Off the Ball, and he was saying that he would really like to see them try and build an innings. So you get that penalty in the first 5 minutes, and it's in front of goals. Take the 3 points, even if you're in your 22. You get that penalty 5 or 6 meters to the right, but in a pretty good position. Take the 3 points. Let him start nailing a few, because then all of a sudden you start nailing a few. Then the one that is on the touchline after a try, or the one that is 45 meters out. He's sitting there saying, "Well, I'm sitting at 4 from 4 here. I'll take it on." Because I think that he is a player of confidence. There are certain players who are like that.
You know what it was? If you think of all the tests he's played, this was by far his biggest game, right? And he must have had nerves. You can see that's why.
There's no doubt about it. We forget how young he is in his test career. I mean,
but if you go look back now, I was watching with the team. He was rushing it. It must have got to him, and I'm hoping that this is the one out of his system. If they continue to start him, I'm sure he's going to be in the mix of the 23 for the rest of the cup. I can't see that not happening. But I think I'm hoping.
I want to move to our betting segment there because we're already about 15 minutes left. I'm going to move to the betting segment, and when I come back, I want to have the Pollard versus the Buck debate. We'll do that for the last 10 minutes. So if everybody's in the comments, that's going to come up. Put them in the comments now. But before then, Chris, chat to us.
Well, we're going on nicely with our leans the other week. We out of 10 out of 11 punt predictions in the last 4 weeks. So going very nicely. We had Ireland in the first half cap, which came in. They were leading half time. And Samoa, another squeaky bum one. But Argentina won by 13. So our half a point tax took us home again. So we've cruised up to a nice 20 win and 10 loss record, plus 23.2 units on the season, crawling back up to the 80% return on investment. So pretty happy with that. The song may continue. I had a look today, again, with the markets and odds available from Boyles. You would have noticed I've used the second half high scoring a few times because I've used it in my personal bet and it's worked. So I'm going to stick to it. and I'm going to, instead of using singles, I'm going to take a little bit of a higher value or higher odds player and combine two of them to get a 2-1 or 3.0 decimal odds with this double. And I like the Fiji and the Argentina game to be second half. I think Fiji and Georgia can be actually quite tight, and Fiji, again, second halves are generally statistically are higher scoring most of the time because they open up. They're a team that do open up, even though you would say this team hasn't, but Fiji's games have been going second half higher scoring anyway this World Cup. And Argentina versus Chile, I see the same. I think you'll see a high pumped up Chile first half performance, and they'll fade away in the second half, and the tries will come. So I quite like that. If you're going to pick out two second high scoring games, these two are the ones that stuck out for me. So let's combine them. We've got a nice profit. Let's use some of our profit. We'll go up a juicy 7 units there. If we 5 units if we go up. So let's build. And if we get this one comes in, it'll be a very nice big juicy win for the rest of the season. So yeah, if you're following, good luck.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go put my money there, which I actually haven't been able to do because I've been so busy. So I'm going to get back into it this weekend. So as always, a big shout out to BOYLESPORTS, who are the show sponsor for tonight, and will be helping us power our entire Rugby World Cup campaign, including our watch-along, which starts the watch-along is actually live. The game, though, Japan versus Samoa, which should be quite a cool one, starts in just over an hour's time, and obviously we'll be live over the weekend. You've got Italy versus New Zealand tomorrow night, lots of games on Saturday and Sunday. So big shout out to BOYLESPORTS, as well as Bitdefender, who are powering our stream. But yeah, this show is brought to you by BOYLESPORTS, and if you haven't already, make sure you go and get yourself a BOYLESPORTS account. That is all it looks like over on the website. That's all the branding stuff that you're looking for. So yeah, go get yourself a 1,000 Rand welcome bonus up to 100% of your first deposit match, for example, and plenty of other bonuses and bet boosts over the weekend, which we'll be talking about a little bit later. Right, so Chris, thank you very much. Hopefully that'll all come and land this weekend, and we can talk about
it'll be a nice one.
Weekend. But let's turn our attention to the big debate, and we're gonna have to try and actually compound this into 10 minutes because I'm very interested to see what some of the comments have to say. Andre Pollard is back this weekend, and the coaching staff have been very quick to say we can't expect a lot from him. He's played 50 minutes of rugby since May, coming back from injury. Yes, he's been there, he's done that, but we can't expect too much. Dan, what can we expect from him, and what does he have to do this weekend for you to then back him in the quarterfinals? Should we make it?
I think the thing I'm most excited about is actually just seeing Andre Pollard in a Springbok jersey. Right? Let's just take a moment to actually enjoy seeing one of our best players in the last 10 years actually don the jersey again. It's going to be exciting to see that. Obviously he brings something completely different to money, very direct. It'll be interesting to see, having just come back from injury, is he going to still stick with that? Is he going to try and adapt to like a different Bok system that's been come out? I don't know. I see him and Money, at least for the quarterfinals, both being in the 23. I don't know which way around it's going to be. I don't know what has to happen to be honest, unless Money has like an incredible mishap, I still see Money starting the quarterfinal. Obviously, assuming we get through. I still see Money starting the quarterfinal, but I don't see Pollard missing out on a 23 for the rest of the World Cup. So whether that's starting or not,
is that the end of the 6-2 split then?
Well, Pollard can play 12, and it's frustrating now because Damien's he had a great game against Ireland. I think, no more 7 split. I just didn't have confidence in it last week. I think 6-2 is impactful enough when used correctly. Maybe it is the end of the 6-2, but I think we can still make a 6-2 happen with Andre on the bench. But I think unless there's another Money mishap, I think Andre is he's going to be around, and I think Money's also going to be around, bar something crazy going on. But I'm excited to see him.
Right, Chris, and you think it doesn't matter what Pollard does on Sunday. If you want to win the World Cup, Liebach has to start.
Yes, because I know that it's obvious there's a different Bok team out there with the Bok playing at 10. Just go watch him. His head's up. He's always looking for the options. He's finding those guys. He brings Williams into the game like he does for Stormers. He brings Orange. He's a completely different player, and the Boks are creating more of the stats. I think are there, the offloads, creating more opportunities. Just if Pollard was fit, it would be so interesting, right? Like if he was actually coming in, he's played rugby. It's a whole different story. But the fact that the guy's played 3 games this year, I don't know. He was playing Premiership rugby. Well, the last couple of months, right? I feel a lot more comfortable if Pollard was rearing to go. I don't not back that he can come in and probably be good enough to come in and do it. I'm just worried that the Boks have been playing all this time with the Bok now and this way. Like, my thing is, I don't know what the Boks are with Pollard. Yes, you play in Tonga. Is that going to be the judge? Because barring the Bok gets his kicks, we beat Ireland. You know, we've created so many we didn't take opportunities we would take. I think we were more war. So why would you not keep Liebach? Like, we're good enough with Liebach to go all the way. So I think it's nice to have, I think it's nice having Pollock around because Liebach's got to stay upright, he's got to stay fit, and if he'll be there. So I think let's see how Pollard gets. I don't want to judge. He's done such great service. He has. I just enjoy and I prefer the way the Boks have been playing, but I can be saying that's just my opinion because I want us to win as well, right? And that rugby style that we traditionally really good at has got us over the line. But I just think that's against smaller packs, like I said, Japan and the packs that we can dominate, and we dominated England. I think with giving us more options in the backline, it's better for Springbok rugby. I think it gives us a better chance in this World Cup. But again, personal opinion. I hope Pollard goes well. I hope he brings a headache. He's clearly has always been part of the picture. Bringing him back as we are. It's not like he's maybe not as important. Okay, he's out the squad. He hasn't made the World Cup shame. He is that important. So let's see how he goes. And I think both him and Pollard will be in the 23. If we get to the quarterfinal, and I'll be interested to see what route Jocks and Rassie take.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting concept because, somebody who would actually probably almost become expendable with it if we were to go Pollard on the bench would be Billy Leroux, who 2 months ago I couldn't see a 23 without him.
Yeah.
But I think that's what Martin Liebach has done, is that he's brought in someone who's at first receiver who can bring in the rest of the back line. Some people are saying that they reckon Billy Leroux plays. Last weekend maybe he gets Kurt Lawrence and Jason Colby more involved, and all of a sudden that maybe they could be scoring tries and stuff. So again, what we want to see a headache, don't we? We want to see a team selection that we sit there going, would like to see him, but at the same time can't argue with that. You want to be in a situation where you can debate players who are playing very well, and you're leaving somebody out. You're trying to choose the better of the two good players, as opposed to choosing the less of the two evils, or the best of the bad bunch. It is a nice problem to have.
Well, maybe
it's an interesting problem to have because we've not really been here recently.
Yeah, because we were talking a few months ago, right? The book wasn't in the picture as the book played. It wasn't supposed to be this way in a year ago, right? So we are with the book playing this type of brand of rugby that's introduced something that's different to books and has been winning. I think, like I said, depends on what dominance we can get in the forwards and that physical game, that typical book game. I think what I'm kind of also saying is that if we don't, we will get less opportunities probably to score tries, which means obviously Pollard has to be banging this, like he did, like how we've won previous. Bang those kicks, build that scoreboard pressure. I'm just hoping Pollard's fit enough that we can come in, that we get those opportunities, because that game plan, let's face it, boys, is ref orientated as well. We need penalties to go our way as well. We ran into Wayne Barnes last day against France, and look what happened. That's what I'm worried about. It just feels like a completely different route we need to take. I wish it was one, so we could just focus on that and hope we executed it. But it's just going to be it's going to look different.
We could see
Yeah,
No,
sorry,
we could see two types of Springboks, really attacking the goal line and trying to get it, use our wider channels and bringing in our wings and our like quite expansive back three into it for 50 minutes. And then you might see a Lebok or Pollard swap around the 50-55. And then it's all about the bomb squad and mauling and getting points, right? That's when we're winning the most penalties in the last, 40% of the game. That's when we expect to win the most of our penalties. That's when we want to utilize our forward pack the most. And what's most important at that point is us converting those mauls and when we get penalties, converting kicks.
I see people say I'm not blaming the boring game plan. It's like are we gonna cry like 99 when we bring Skinskatter when he hasn't played and we lose? Like if Pollard's not up to it, that's what I'm worried about. He just might not be. I'm going to back him, but he might have a really bad game because you brought him in because the Bok can't kick, and then he has a shocker, and then we all.
To be fair, but that's what the Springbok coaches have been saying. They're basically saying they said, "Listen, this guy's coming back from injury. Like we know what he can do.
Well, that's my point.
But we've got no idea what he will do."
Correct. Yeah.
So I mean, Pollard comes in on Sunday, doesn't miss a beat, and he's just there and he's back. Then we go to
that's the thing. That's what I actually wanted to ask. What if he has a blinder, right? What if he gets through 60?
Yeah.
We
had these question marks about Sia Khaleesi. Everybody would, because he'd done it before. People were sitting there saying, "Well, we back it to be okay." But I mean, he came into that using in the Wales game, during those games, and then we sat there going, "This guy hasn't played rugby in sort of 6 to 7 months." And everybody was sitting there saying, "Is he going to be fit? Is he going to look good?" And he started that Wales game like a house on fire, and you were like, "Okay, cool, so he's back." Yeah. So it can happen, but at the same time, some players have take a while to get back going when they come back from injury.
I think the only way that Pollard secures a starting place in a quarterfinal is if he hits a no-look cross kick to the wing. Or that
on his weaker foot.
On his weaker foot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's more dangerous, like inside pass and stuff as well.
Yeah, he's going to be throwing the wildest passes. We're never going to see a Pollard like this again. Man.
And then we're going to sit there thinking, is this the evolution of Pollard? And then he's going to start missing tackles and be like, okay, so we sacrificed the defensively solid Pollard for the flair.
Yeah, speaking of BOYLESPORTS, put down a bet for 2 intercept tries for Tonga this weekend.
Does a miracle like 50 meter like throw down there. He's going to be like doing like through the legs shit and stuff. He's going to be bringing out all the bags of tricks.
I don't know. I'm also just a quick one. Just on that, I was about to mention the access, and there's of 10, 12, 13, and this is where I'm going to say this is where if we're not having Moody, which we should, this is where I think Arm also I think Billy and Arm are quite imperative. Well, we've played really well when they've been there, when Pollard's been the anchor at 10, right? And I think still the way they, Billy conducts that back line and Arm is to Deolande.
That'll be an interesting.
I don't like the Creel Deolande. I don't think they're doing it's solid, but I worry if it's Pollard, Deolande, and Creel. I just don't know how much we're going to, unless we completely dominating in the head. I'm worried how much opportunities we're going to get, because guys, just remember we've had that. Boks were not a very good attacking team. You've got to face it, guys. We don't create a lot of opportunities. And
what about Pollard, Deolande, Kanan?
There we go. I would if you're going to have a Lendi, not Orange.
Well, the thing that everyone's asking is actually, what about a Lebok, Pollard, Creel access, for example, or but basically Pollard inside center.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying I'm saying like I'm not even saying because he's out, and I'm saying like that type of player.
Yeah, but but what about Lebok and Pollard on the same field at the same time?
No, Pollard must have been not a 12. No, I'm not entertaining that.
That was a quick one, because no, we will not be doing that.
Yeah, I think if you underestimate Damien Deolande watching that happen, you've got a tear in your eye.
Imagine Andre Estes. He can probably sit there and go, "Shit, okay, Damien Deolande did win a World Cup. He is probably one of the best inside centers in the world. Okay, this sucks." And then Pollard's just like, "Okay, cool, dude. I'm just here for the vibes. Like, I'm just gonna go quickly play ahead of you."
But my thing is, it was great in the first half, right? But I might have been, maybe it's my eyes, but I thought he got a little bit clumsy. But not so good in the second half. He was a bit tired. I don't know if that was a time to replace him, but he was bashing up, but Sexton got up, Ireland got up. It's all, I know when you go forward ball, but this is what I'm saying. There's a little bit extra somewhere in that back. I'm not saying it's Delende's fault, but that's why for me, Lebok and Moody, at least one of Lebok and Moody need to be in that back line for me.
So basically what I'm hearing from this show is that this is going to be the back line for the quarterfinal. It's Grant Williams at 9, Faf at 10. Sorry, Jaden Hendrickson at 9, Faf at 10. Mapimpi and Grant Williams is the 2 wings. Inside center Pollard, outside center Canan Moody with Willemse at fullback.
Yeah, perfect.
Weird. Willemse is too predictable.
I still think
just Jesse Krill at fullback.
I still think Damien Willemse is our base 12 anyway. If he was 12, whoever's at 10, Willemse should be 12. You can still have. Yeah, I think he offers far more.
I'm a big Damien Willemse fan at 12, and I'm chuffed because Galan's back for the Stormers, so we're going to see Willemse this season.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I mean, they're going to come last in the URC because the Lions are winning it this year, but it'll be fun to watch. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Before we go, I just want some score predictions for you guys. What do we reckon?
No, Steve, you haven't talked Italy, New Zealand, man. I was looking forward to that one.
Okay, so yeah, let's do a quick talk about. Okay, so Italy versus New Zealand tomorrow night. Italy are winning. So, Chris, what is it going to do to the New Zealand camp?
No, mate. Italy, the same. They can't even win a lottery with the winning ticket. They had the winning ticket, bro. I don't know what's
Michelle Lamora said tomorrow's game is like dessert, and they're looking for the cherry on top of the cake, dude. He's in. He's locked in.
No, well, I do not see Italy winning one, but they might give them a game, but I don't see that's not happening. They might, maybe France. No. Italy don't win these tests. They lose them by 30.
Who do you think they're more likely to beat, the All Blacks or France?
None. France probably. No. France. I think France and I were just too focused. It's not like a random dead rubber Six Nations game. It's like the only time that Italy kind of have a chance to win a test. This is more meaningful. But then again, France they play their second. It depends what team France play out, because I think France combinations are quite. We've seen that when they put out different combinations, they're not nearly as fluid. That's why DuPont is very, very key. So it'll be very interesting to see actually what teams they end up putting out there on that last game. I think they might. You know what? I think Italy will give them a really good game in that last game. But I think All Blacks are going to be too much for them.
Okay, so Dan, if the All Blacks are too much, what is a good result for Italy tomorrow? You know, what would be a scoreline where you can sit there and say, well, actually, Italy gave them a real good go?
I think they'll happy to be within 15. I think it's like call it a double losing bonus point psychologically.
Yeah. If you two quick tries and you could have won, or two.
Particularly because the All Blacks have named such a strong squad.
Yeah, Frizal and Jordan Barrett back are key. If it was still Anton Leonard and Fafin around there and 3 Lucy's, look, I just think it's just
Mac on the bench as well.
Yeah. But so they played last night. I watched that game. It did run them quite close for 60 minutes. But then, for me, it's just one of those when the cream rises to the top, when they want to put the foot on their burners, they go. I mean, yes, we could call it a fuzzy team and it's New Zealand, but I think an All Black this team win at full going at almost 100% is going to not. He's not stopping them. No way.
Right, a word on Sam Whitelock, who's set to become the most capped All Black ever. I
don't like that. King McCall. I like Whitelock, but Richie's the man. He deserves. He can't deserve it. But well done to Whitelock. Yeah, well done to him. It just feels like McCall just deserved to have that record, right?
Yeah,
a bit of a silent assassin, isn't it? I mean, you think of players who've played for such a long time and the all-time greats. Sam Whitelock, and I mean, in many ways, I think some people always look. Brady Retallick was a former World Player of the Year, so I think it was not that I don't think Sam Whitelock ever played in his shadow, but how often do you put Sam Whitelock into one of the greatest players ever debate? And yet, 100 next weekend if he plays 150 caps.
Yeah, and also the Crusaders. He's massive for the Crusaders. At Super Rugby, when he's not playing, they're a different team. He's like we said, some players are like 10 points a team, like Tupou to Australia and the Reds, Dupont to France. Whitelock is 10 points to the Crusaders in Super Rugby. So we have to give him that credit. They're a different ball game when he's playing. And for New Zealand, I mean that he's really crept up. Crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, does it speak to the class of Retallick and Whitelock, or the lack of younger talent that, you know, all these years later was? I mean, look, Whitelock's had to be relegated onto the bench because Scott Barrett has been able to bench somebody for the first time in a while. But I mean, Retallick and Whitelock have been the mainstay since 11 basically.
No, it's definitely not a lack of talent. You've never thought, you know, that's where they're lacking in a New Zealand side, right? Is 4 and 5. We've never had that conversation since 2011, essentially, when they've been on the scene. I think they've been keeping a lot of talent out, and being a lock in the last 10 years in New Zealand must have been tough.
Yeah, no, it's not kind of been fun. It's like being a flanker for South Africa anytime.
But then the twilight, I'm actually rack my brain. Who's the up and comers to replace them? I haven't actually really seen an outstander.
Stephen Luatua moved countries.
They talk about viewer. Is it Bailly? But he's not really.
Yeah, he's the next one. He's like 23 years old. So I suppose in theory,
I like him.
They've only brought 4 locks to the World Cup. Actually, it's those 3 and Tupou Vaa'i. But
that visit the forwards is what's the problem for New Zealand. Looks like potentially going forward.
Well, I've said for the last couple of years that front row is their biggest problem, and I think that Ethan de Groot in the last year or two has been a huge factor in them trying to turn that around. They've also, for example, tomorrow they've gone back to Dane Coles and Cody Taylor. You know, Samasomi Takawao, who was playing some really good rugby, they've moved away from him for such a big.
I don't understand that, because Takawao has been one of the best. I think positive when they've done well. I think of Ireland, even last against us, he was their main. He's that grunt. He's that player that they're lacking. That exact type of character.
Yeah, I think they're lacking tight heads. I mean, I think Tua Lomax is.
We're saying that front row isn't. They're not. They look like they're not scared. Scared, but they feel soft. They don't.
I mean, when it was nice guys, they have and Crockett, the buggers, you sat there going, "Oh, here we go."
Like Carl Heyman, folks that were just hard bastards. Like you couldn't,
so exposed for the trenches.
Yeah. Those guys aren't. They feel a bit softer, don't they? They have that underbelly there. But Takioko, again, he's bloody strong. I like him. I would be with that pack. I would be having him start and be my main hooker.
Yeah, and then an interesting one as well. You talk about like they've got Tomati Williams, who is like one of the most shy guys I've ever seen at a press conference. He's an absolute giant of a man. But again, I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be incredibly talented. But you look at him, you look at a Fitch and Newell. And you just don't. You're not scared of them, really. You know, I don't think any team fear them. New Zealand have always been such a good set piece team, because we will talk about how good the backline is, but the backline's only good when you're going forward.
Yeah, I mean, with that said, who is our next generation of South African props that's going to scare other nations? Like that no one else.
Asanate and Clavacanya and all 145 kgs of him at the Lions. Watch my boy come through.
Well,
but that's we haven't seen anyone under the age of like 28 actually show face on the international stage. I'm really worried for that next World Cup. What is that?
Well, I think the problem is we're in such a golden generation of props right now. We're kind of like you think that Thomas Atoy is just not featured, for example. Carly Sani has never even played for the Boks, and I think that he could be one of the best in the world. You think of Wilco Low. He just doesn't feature, for example. So I think we're in such a golden generation of props right now. I think Oxenchair should. And Stephen Kitsov and Oxenchair aren't particularly old. Trevor is going to move on. France Moher will probably move on and stuff like that. But it's an interesting point. I suppose also it is a position where you tend to peak a bit later. You don't often get not going to get a 19-year-old loose head who's just tearing the world up.
But these guys haven't had, like you said, it's been the same guys. Koch, Moher, It's been there for 5 years, so no one's had an opportunity to come in and make a statement.
It's Oxenchair instead of Tendai, instead of the Beast. That's the change in the squad.
Yeah. So we unless you watch, but you're right. I'm still trying to then think in the URC, the guys you are getting chances. There's not a doesn't seem to be a standout. They're like a guy that comes onto the scene like a Lucas Fambayón and like smashes everyone at 21. And like,
I suppose also, if you're looking at the different teams, for example, look, there's a Gerard Steenekamp, which they've taken him over. They've brought him in the squad,
Yeah.
so I suppose he could be worth playing. But I mean, you think that Tulu is somebody that's quite highly rated. So, but I think he's got a lot of work to do with the scrummaging. But I suppose also it's also a position where a lot of them are playing in South Africa. You know, Kitsop, Malherbe. It's only Trevor and Bitcock in the current props who actually play overseas. So,
boys, it's with the also changing of coaches. We've got to be prepared. That's why to win this one, I'm sure we'll have more opportunities. But the Bok team is going to be a lot of changes coming in the next couple of years. Right? It's going to be unrecognizable because there's going to be a washout now. These guys this is their swan song. They're going to be leaving and new coach and new players. So 2-3 years, we're going to be looking at a very, very different Bok side, eh?
Yeah, Stevie. In the press conferences, have people been coming and asking Sia about his Springbok career post World Cup and obviously
really, no.
He's famously said that like he thinks the Springbok captain should play rugby in Springbok, and then he's moving to France. So does that mean do you think he's dropping his captaincy?
I don't know what's going to happen. Some people suggesting that he might retire completely from international rugby. Go in the bank. I think a lot of it will depend on the World Cup results. Because I think if you do win the World Cup again, what a way to go. You go back to back. You win the World Cup, the British Irish Lions. You win the World Cup again. I think he's like 33 years old now. You then go and say, right, that's my legacy, chaps. The next person can come in. He's not even that. So he's 32, so he could play another 2 years, another World Cup. Suddenly sitting at 36. To be fair, he's playing his best rugby I think he's ever played. But no one's really been asking him about it. To be fair, part of him is he only features generally in that post-match press conference. So it's usually about the game. You're not really about his future. I think if he was featuring more in the pre-match press conferences like he would do if it was the normal non-World Cup stuff, then maybe that question might have come up. But they haven't really addressed it so far.
Yeah.
But anyway, chaps, I've got a watch along to get to. So we've got rugby in 45 minutes. So, chaps, as we always, thank you very much for jumping on.
I'm struggling with two Super Brio boys. Who's winning, Japan or Samoa? My hunch is saying Samoa, but people are fancying Japan.
I think you have to go. I think you have to back Japan.
I think that structure is going to beat. Oh gosh. Japan just aren't overly impressive at all, but Samoa, we're going to get everything again, I guess. Bit of indiscipline, a great try, some physicality, some real cards, and they're going to lose by 5. Is that what we're saying?
It will come out.
I just think Samoa are better side.
So everybody, if you're watching the stream over here, this will take you over there. Please do come and keep me company. Japan versus Samoa kickoff in 45 minutes. I'll be live that side in about half an hour to bring you guys some pre-build up. And Dan, we will see you this weekend on the fan cams at the stadium. He is coming and grabbing a spot on the couch down there at Marseille.
That's why I'm not coming, because I'm kind to that Dan had the couch. That's the reason.
We're putting Dan on the Forever Sports casting couch.
I'll be in the seat.
What casting couch and then into the fake taxi to the game?
Yeah, there we go. That's a whole new series coming out.
That's why he's putting his masters. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and on that note, we probably need to. Before this goes any further,
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Okay, all good? Okay, welcome to the South Africa EVA match briefing here at Marseille Stadium. As I said, put your hand up for a microphone and ask the question, and we'll go straight into questions. First question, please. Question? You are.
Uzindile and the Koning, we'll start with you. How's the mood in the camp ahead of this game? I mean, we know what the importance are. This on, yeah. What is the mood like? Is it one of expectation, or are you guys quite calm?
Yeah, and I think the mood is a test week mood. You know, a very important game. Playing against Tonga, this could be our last conference if we don't win the game. So that's how serious it is. So we've had a good week of preparations, and the nice thing is that from the island game, we had an extra day, you know, we had an 8-day turnaround. So as coaching staff, we could go deep into Tonga. And but once again, I think the vibe in our camp, boys are in a good space. To be honest with you, even though the results were not on our side, you know, but in the manner we played against Ireland, you know, it was a very, very tough game, you know, probably one of the best group stages games. But once again, it's a test week for us. And once again, we took this week very, very serious because, like I said, this could be our last chance, you know. So, yeah, but we're up and ready for the game.
You obviously had a chance to look at Tonga quite a bit, and obviously they've now named their team. Give us some of the expectations of Tonga, and I mean, we know they're a physical guy and the type of game they play. Give us some of the expectations.
Yeah, big forwards. If you look at a guy like Tamaifuna there, you know, they've got one of the best scrums in the competition, and their back line, they've got some X factor there. Star players that played the All Blacks in the past. You know, if you look at a guy like Charles Piutau at the back, you know, if you give him time and space, he will destroy you. You know, a guy like Malakai Fekitoa, experience. I think they've got good X factor players in that team. You know, so. But once again, for us as a Springbok, even the team that we've selected, you know, I think it's a strong physical team that can probably also apply pressure at them, not just to handle it. That's not our goal. Our goal is also to put them under pressure, you know. So yeah, they've got X factor. So if you're not switch on for the game, you'll probably struggle. You know, we don't want to make it a long hustle. You know, we want to be clinical. We want to pitch up on the game with the right intensity and make sure that if we get opportunities, we have to capitalize. I think that's something that against Ireland we didn't do well, you know. If you look at our 22-meter entries in Ireland 22, where we didn't convert them into points, so that's something that we need to work on. So tomorrow, if we create those opportunities, we just need to make sure that we convert them into points.
In French?
Ouais, is possible?
That's what doing.
Yes. From Toulon. Est-ce que ce match est aussi une façon de préparer, même s'il y a une qualification en jeu, de préparer les quarts de finale aussi de votre côté, et est-ce que ça justifie aussi autant de changements un petit peu dans l'équipe comparativement à l'équipe qui a joué contre l'Irlande?
Yeah, first things first, we need to win the game. We can't talk about the playoffs, because if we don't win this game, then there's no playoffs for us. So the main thing is to win the game so that we got a chance to qualify. And also, we don't want to depend on other teams' results, you know. We want to be in control of our success. So that's why this game is serious for us and it's very important. So we'll probably, first things first, our goal is to win the game, and then we'll assess during the game. If things are going well for us, then we'll probably chase a bit of for a bonus point just to be safe. And so I can't talk much about the playoffs, and that is the main focus for tomorrow. And what was the second question again? I forgot the second question. Oh yeah, the changes in the team. I think it's if you follow our team the past couple of seasons, and that's how we've been doing things. We've tried to build some strong squad depth in our team, and And so we don't have any A and B in our squad, you know. We just know that we've got 33 players that can pitch up at any day when they're given an opportunity. So, more especially if you look at the center partnership we've got with Moody and Andres, that is the partnership that played against All Blacks at Twickenham. So we don't really have A and B. I think we've selected once again a team that is strong enough to beat Tonga. The guys, they've done the job for us before, you know. So even if you look at the guys that are in that squad, you've still got your leadership group. You've got Sia, who's starting the game. You've got Dwayne, who has done the job for us many times, who's part of our leaders, and Cobras, you know. So we've got a strong team to beat Tonga. But once again, we don't have any A and B in our squad.
Okay, question here on the left.
Morning, everyone. Dwayne, this one is for you. Have we seen the best of the Boks yet at this World Cup?
Well, I would like to say no, but I think, you know, if you look at the Ireland game, I think that was a match to watch, and like Coach Stocker said, I think that was probably or possibly one of the best pool matches. So I think, you know, we still got something left in the tank. It's one or two little small things that we need to work on, but yeah, I can definitely still say we still got some juice in the tank, and but yeah, it's gonna have to, we're gonna have to do it this weekend and tomorrow, because there's no second chances. So we're definitely gonna have to pitch up, and hopefully we can, you know, we can give a great performance tomorrow.
Question in the back.
Good morning to everybody. I wanted to just get a comment from both Dwayne and Kanan on Sia's 50 caps as captain, 50 tests as captain. I know that the whole team is full of leaders, but obviously it's quite a special moment for Sia.
Yeah, no, especially for me, when I came into the camp, you know, he was one of the first guys that came up to me and asked if I needed anything. That just shows how the great guy he is. So yeah, very, very proud, and obviously a proud moment for him and his family to get his 50th. And yeah, hopefully we can make it special this weekend. And just, yeah, just an amazing human being, and, you know, a guy that has a lot of voice in the team, and, you know, brings something to the group. So yeah.
Yeah, I think from my side, I know Sia a very long time. He was a youngster coming in at provincial level at the Western Cape for the Stormers. So he played Varsity Cup and then came in at Western Province. So young guy, charismatic guy, you know, had opportunities to play, and he grabbed those opportunities with both hands, and within that whole system, he became a fantastic leader in the squad, and obviously, you know, he took over the reins for the Boks, and you know, it's if you think about it, I can't believe it's his 50th you know, match as captain for the Springboks. So that's a fantastic achievement, and yeah, hopefully there's a lot more, and hopefully there's a lot of good things to come from this.
Okay, in French or English?
In English.
Okay.
Dwayne, this one is for you. How was it last week to spend the whole Ireland game next to your coaches in the coaching box?
Crazy. Yeah, it was, you know, I think it's the same thing what Coach Jacques said. You know, they give some of the players opportunities to sit in team meetings, to sit in coaches meetings. You know, everyone is welcome to sit in those meetings. And then obviously they give some of the players the opportunity to sit up in the coaching box, you know, to see the view, or we'll see the game or watch the game in a different angle. Also to see how the coaches look at the game, and obviously you bring a different perspective to the game as a player. You know, because you're thinking differently as a player than obviously the coaches do at that specific time. And I think for us, that's a nice dynamic. You know, we learn a little bit. They also see how we might think about the game going into you know, crunch time, maybe last 5 or 10 minutes, especially in that game. we had our opportunities, but and I kind of, you know, we kind of knew what we wanted to do and what we wanted to achieve, and so it's nice to be up there. It's also daunting to be up there, but I actually enjoyed it. It was good fun.
But you'd rather be on the pitch tomorrow?
Oh, I would definitely love to be on the pitch. So that's the most important thing. That's what it's all about.
Coach Dick Kanyusoya from News 24. Coach Dick, the chat has always been controlling the controllables. But when you look at the fact that Scotland are playing today and you guys will have tomorrow to play, does it also put you guys in a better place of mind, knowing that whatever Scotland does, you just need to have to better that result?
I won't lie to you, Kanye. So we don't really focus much on what Scotland is doing on the other side. Like I said to you earlier on, we don't want things to be controlled by other people. We want to control our destiny, you know. And for us, the main thing is we just think about the game we're going to play tomorrow, you know. And like I said to you, yes, there's a lot of things that you can calculate, if this and what if it doesn't happen, you know. But once again, if we can just make sure that we win the game first, I think the destiny will be in our hands. And like I said to you, it will be great if things go well for us to get a maximum points from the game. But I won't lie to you, I don't think we are really focusing much on what Scotland is doing on the other side.
Just talk us through having Andre Pollard back in the camp.
Yeah, you know what? It's good to have Polly once again. Like I've mentioned earlier on, also the leadership in our squad. I think that is one of our strengths, you know. Even if, for example, a guy like Bongi is not on the pitch, if you've got Dwayne or you've got a guy like Yeben, these guys have led the team so far in the past 2 seasons for us, and we always rotate amongst the players. And having Andre back, it's massive for our squad, you know. And I know it's said that we don't have Malcolm Marx in our squad with his injury, but I think having Pollard, I think it will be a good boost for us. Once again, even the guys that played so far for us, they've been doing very, very well. We were just unfortunate last week. I know a lot of people, they focus too much on kicking to poles, you know, and Andre has done the job for us in the past, you know, in Japan. If you remember the game against Wales, he was at his best, you know, and then also going to the final against England, you know. That's one thing that we've learned also last week, is the fact that if you're going to play against the top team in the world and you don't capitalize when you get opportunities, you might end up being on the wrong side of the scoreboard. I think that's something that we've learned. So to have Andre, you know, with his experience, and we know on a good day also he can be dangerous when it comes to his kicking. Same goes with Manny Lebok, you know. So unfortunately, these boys are all human beings, you know. Sometimes they're going to get off days, and that's where sometimes you need a player next to you, you know, to pick you up. And I think we're going to get a good balance between those guys now. If you look at the depth that we've got in the fly-off position with Manny Lebok, having Andre with his experience, Damien Willemse who's still there as an option, and Faf de Klerk, I think we are in a good space at the moment as a team. But yeah, it's good to have Andre back.
Gentleman, right?
Nick said from Reuters. Dwayne, for you, I'm not sure when the last time you played 7, but the shift from 8 to 7, in reality, how much of a difference is that in the game?
There's not much at all. Where you're part of the loose trio or the back row. Obviously, I still stay in my same position. I'm not at the back of the scrum. I'm just on the side. So, yeah, it's not a big shift. Just a change of number. But yeah, looking forward to maybe play a game with Jasper Wiese. I've never played with him. Only a little bit against him. So yeah, looking forward to see you know, how we pack down, and obviously with Sia starting. So it could be a good one.
Nick.
Morning, Nick Mullins, ITV. Dwayne, another question for you. Just getting back to the role as a coach. A couple of weeks ago, you touched on it, but what were the things that maybe surprised you most of all, sitting there and listening to what the guys were going through?
I think the biggest thing is just sitting there and you can't do anything. When you're on the pitch, you know you're still part of the game, and you can still make a change or change the outcome of the game. At the top, it's difficult. give the players the info, what you want and what you see and things like that. But then, well, then it's still up to the players on the field. So I think that's a difficult part of being a coach. You know, you can't do anything to the outcome of the game. So it is quite daunting up there, but it was also enjoyable. But again, like I said, I would still prefer to be on the pitch as much as I can.
But do you fancy it long term? Is that your next career move, do you think?
Well, you never know.
Okay, you've got time for two more questions. One here.
Yeah, there's going to be a follow-up asking if he's got aspirations to be a coach one day.
Okay.
If you asked me this a couple of years ago, I would have probably said no. I think now, you're sitting there and you always want to give. When you finish, you're gonna think like you want to give back to the younger guys. You know, you've got Kane in here, and well, I'm not a back, but there's obviously some things that you can still give to younger guys. So, you know, if the opportunity arises and there's a possibility, then I would love to stay in the game. I would love to, to help younger guys and younger players. And you don't know where life takes you, but yeah, I love this game, and it's difficult to step away. Once you've been in it for this long, it's been 19 years playing professional, so it's been a good ride, and it's not the end yet. So hopefully there's more to come.
Okay, final question at the back there.
Kenan, this is for you. I know you've played a lot at 13 and your high school career, but mostly for provincial unions and for the Springboks it's been at wing. How difficult or easy is it for you to just slot back into that 13 mode at test level, especially heading into a World Cup and in a World Cup for the Springboks? And for you long term, is that where you see your career going as a 13 for the Springboks? Is that where you want to kick on for both the Springboks and the union levels?
Yeah, obviously for me, 13 was the position I played at school, and obviously a position I loved. I fell in love with the position, and I think I was wishing that that's where I would end up, and that was the talk with the Bulls as well, with Coach Jake. He obviously mentioned to me that I would play 13, but yeah, wing was where the opportunity came, and I took that with both hands. And yeah, playing wing at the Springbok setup now, and then Wales game, Coach Jar came up to me and said he wants to run me at 13, and it was obviously a big shock because I didn't think we will put a trigger on that one. And then Monday before the All Blacks game, I see my name on 13 on the sheet, and obviously I was blown away by that. But obviously got a lot of confidence from him. He obviously is the head of the defense, and 13 is a position where the 13 runs the defense, and obviously got a lot of talk with him and confidence in that position. Now, especially now being more 30 now in the camp, I'm getting a lot more reps. I'm getting a lot more game time under my belt, and now obviously with Andre and Andre inside of me, it obviously gives me a lot of confidence to play in that position. And yeah, hopefully this is the position where I stay. And yeah.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, South Africa. That concludes the EVA match briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, guys. Excellent. Thank you, sir. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good luck.
Welcome to the eve of match briefing for Tonga at Marseille Stadium. Who would like to start us off with the first question?
Hello, everybody. Question for you, Dan. Sorry, Nick Mullins from ITV Sport. How do you set up a scrum to take on South Africa?
How long you got?
All afternoon.
That's a good question. Obviously, huge challenge for us scrum-wise, but it's one that we've been planning for. We've been in camp for coming up 12 weeks now. So they've also got some key weapons in there, and a lot's been made about the bench that comes on. So we've got a plan in place, and we're going to go out and put our style of scrumming on the field, and because we've got a few strengths of our own. So the boys are pretty excited about the challenge. In my opinion, probably going against probably the best scrum in the world.
And what is it? I mean, obviously they push very hard, but what is it technically, in language that we might understand, that they do that sets that bar so high?
Force equals mass times acceleration, so they're big and fast. Is the short answer to that. And they've got good combinations there. And they've been together a long time, very experienced. I've been fortunate enough to coach a couple in Japan, and when you add that with the South African mindset, that's quite well known. It's a pretty impressive beast. Isn't it?
Do we have another question? Yeah, this gentleman here.
George Wahulu, Tonga Sports Tribune. This question's for Viliami and Tanginoa. What's it like to be able to represent your country at the highest level?
For me, it's pretty special. Coming from my dad's full Tongan. He's born in Tonga and moved over to New Zealand when he was about 25. He's been in New Zealand ever since. So for me, it's pretty special just to represent him and just give back to him for my family in Tonga as well. I've got a few cousins and uncles and stuff still left in Tonga, so it's good to represent them on the world stage.
It's an honor for me to represent my family and my people. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions?
En français, peut-être, c'est possible. Pourquoi il y a eu si peu de changements dans l'équipe par rapport...
Do you want to put your...
Vous avez fait très peu de changements dans l'équipe par rapport à l'équipe qui a été battue par l'Écosse et l'Irlande. Pourquoi ne pas avoir peut-être fait jouer une équipe, d'autres joueurs et préserver cette équipe-là pour la victoire contre la Roumanie?
Yeah, I'll answer that. Yeah, well, we've been fortunate enough to stay relatively injury-free. Also, we had a few dings. But we've got a starting 15 that we've picked for a few tests in a row now that we believe are doing a very good job and doing their countries proud. We've got a good bunch of boys in behind that are working hard, and when they get their chance, they'll go out and represent their families well. But I guess the short answer to your question is we've got a very solid and experienced 15 that we believe is the best 15 for this game on Sunday.
Yes, it's right
here. Adnan Mohammed from Sport 24. In 2007, you guys came very close to knocking out the Springboks in that. How much confidence or how much will that help you, the thought that you guys can do that in a World Cup on this big stage?
Yeah, a good question. Obviously, we had Wayne Barnes ref us against Ireland. He actually mentioned that in his scrum talk that he ref that game. It's one of his favourite games. So as Tonga, we take a lot of pride out of going against the big boys. I was a part of this team when we beat France in 2011. Still, probably to this day, probably one of my fondest rugby memories. So yeah, you take confidence out of that. Sport's riddled of underdog stories. So you can take confidence and inspiration from that. For us, we're just going out just to do the absolute best that we can and to do our friends, families and supporters proud on Sunday.
Rassie Erasmus just mentioned the other day that he played a lot against Tota Kefu, so he knows the mindset and he knows what you guys will bring. The other thing, I just wanted to know from your side, what do you guys think of him as a coach nowadays and the fact that he uses the light system?
I don't have too much of a comment on that. I actually haven't met the man, which I'm quite looking forward to on Sunday, because I was a huge fan of his when he played for the Cats, I believe, many years ago. Yeah, no comment. Sorry, he obviously does an outstanding job. I've watched a few of his clips that go around and the documentary from the last World Cup, knowing a few of the boys in there and a few of the guys have coached him, been under him at Munster. He sounds like a very, very interesting man, so I actually look forward to meeting him on Sunday. Sorry if I didn't answer your question well enough. Yeah.
Anyone else?
William, I have one for you. Could you talk about how you've developed your game over the last few years, the kind of player that we're likely to see tomorrow? What do you hope we all see out there tomorrow from you?
Yeah, for me, I pride myself on my kicking, well, first and foremost, goal kicking and also tactical kicking. I'm still learning and growing and getting better over the years come. I've only been in Super Rugby for probably 2 years now, but I've been playing most of it at fullback as well, so it sort of helps me with that running game as well. I don't really think I've shown my running game yet in this competition, so hopefully I can sort of get that going and show that. But yeah, the improvements over the last few years, probably a bit of help from my brother down at the Crusaders. He just gives me little pointers every now and then. Him, specifically him playing at 15. 15 is pretty much like another playmaker at 10, so I've got the same skill sets, but yeah, thanks.
And do you have 10s that you've always enjoyed watching that might impact on your game at the moment?
Yeah, I generally grew up watching Dan Carter back home, so there's also a left footer as well, Dan Carter, and when I was coming through school, a bit of Richie Moanga as well, so probably those two probably watched a little bit, and from the European sides, I remember watching guys like Freddie Michalak and stuff like that from France. They ran the ball well and steered their teams around well in that 2007 World Cup. So yeah.
Anybody else? No? Great, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Am I in your way?
Okay.
Well, South Africa going through their final preparations here at the Stade de France. Behind me, Ireland's captain's run took place a little earlier this morning. All the players looking very focused ahead of tomorrow's big game. The Stade de France, of course, will be over 30,000 Irish fans here to cheer them on. That's something that Josh van der Flier says the players are very much looking forward to experiencing.
Quatro mana na fronteira, tá de matur. Diz lá de Missouri, pouco seria pouco seria Diz capitano,
Island at 33, yeah.
Tá que tu não leva fora, o que sei, vai tapar ali 15 minutos.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Mark and this is the preview for South Africa versus Tonga, a Pool B clash and South Africa's last pool match, of course, of the tournament. And they'll be looking to secure a bonus point victory to give them the best chances of winning this group, obviously depending on Ireland and Scotland's result next week. But, of course, they've still got to get past Tonga first. So let's go through the teams and all the facts and everything for this game, for which I will be doing the watch along. I will be doing it live for you all, commentating through the game. And of course, that will be tomorrow on Sunday. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the evening, both French Standard Time and South African Standard Time. So this is only the third meeting between South Africa and Tonga. It's the third time ever they've played against each other. So really not much to go on. The first pool stage of the 2007 Rugby World Cup, also held in France, was the last time they played against each other when South Africa emerged victorious by a margin of only 5 points. They won 30 points to 25. And that was, of course, in the Rugby World Cup that we won. And yet it was a really, really tough match. South Africa lost their most recent Rugby World Cup pool stage, of course, against Ireland. However, the Springboks have never lost 2 pool stage matches in an edition of the tournament and hold the distinction of being the only nation to lift the Webb Ellis Cup after losing a pool fixture. Of course, that was in 2019 when we famously beat England. Tonga have won just one of their last 8 matches in the Rugby World Cup after winning 3 and 4 previously. Tonga's only win during that period came despite trailing at halftime 31 points to 19 versus USA in 2019, which they won 31 points to 19, and halftime they were losing 7 points to 12. So the teams leading at halftime has gone on to win 23 of South Africa's last 24 Rugby World Cup pool stage matches, excluding games tied at halftime, with the only exception during that run coming in 2015 when South Africa were defeated by Japan 32 points to 34, despite leading by 2 points at the interval. So yes, let us go and look at the teams that have been announced for today. The big news, of course, for South Africa is the fact that Pollard will be starting in attendance, his first appearance in this World Cup since coming in for Malcolm Martin, replacing him in the squad. We've also seen that Dwayne Vermeulen will be playing at the number 7 role, which is, of course, not usual for him. But let's go through the South African team, shall we? Of course, we've got Oxenchair, Deon Fourie and Vincent Koch in the front row. Deon Fourie will also have lots of eyes on him in that hooker role. Of course, that's where South Africa feel they're lacking a little bit in that department as a result of Malcolm Martin's injury. We look at our locks. We've got Etzebeth and Ori. So we've named very strong and experienced lock alongside relatively new lock in the Springbok setup. Then we've got Siya Kolisi, captain, of course, Dwayne Vermeulen in 7, and Kobus Wiese in number 8. We then look at the 9, which is Kobus Reinach. We're looking to try and build upon his hat-trick from the previous time he played in the World Cup, that he started in the World Cup. And Pollard, of course, as I alluded to, in number 10. All eyes on him and his kicking performances, and will he be able to get back to the sort of form we saw in 2019 as quickly as possible. Our centre pairings for today is Esther Hazen and Canan Moody. Very excited to see what happens there with that centre pairing. Canan Moody surely going to be looking to step his way through and score a few tries today in the match, of course. Mapimpi and Williams in number 11 and number 14. And number 15 will be Leroux, of course. So Mapimpi will be looking to try and get some more tries to his name. And Williams is starting on the wing again. We look at the bench of the Springboks. We've got Van Staden, Kitsop, Nyakane as the front row substitutes. Franco Mostert and Kwagga Smith make up the rest of the forwards. We've gone for a rare 5-3 split with Jaden Hendrickse, Marnie Lebok and Jesse Creel, of course, making up the rest of the squads in numbers 21, 22 and 23. Now, looking ahead to the opposition, Tonga's team have named a very physical side, as they always are from these island nations, and they're going to be hoping to try and do something and just scare the Springboks a little bit, and I think they'll be looking to hurt them as well. So it's big and crucial that the Springboks do not get any injuries from this match. We cannot afford it. So looking at the Tonga team, going from the front, Fisi Ihori, Ngaumano, Amo, and Tania Funa will be making up the front row. Then Fifita and Lucy in the lock positions. Havili, I said these names perfectly earlier, but nonetheless, Halaifa, Fonua, and Paia in the loose trio. Then our number 9 is Pulu, number 10 is Havili. Our centre pairings for Tonga is Aki and Fekitoa. Our wingers are Tui Tavuki and Inisi, and in our fullback position we've got Piutau. We then look at their bench. We've got Molly, Koloamatangi, Apikutoa, and then we look at the rest of them: Coleman, Vailanu, Takulua, and Pellegrini, and then Taumaupeau. So, very long name there, number 23. But nonetheless, that is what's going to be happening for those two sides. Let me know in the comments, of course, what you think is going to happen. Are South Africa going to get a whitewash victory here with bonus points and many, many points? Of course, New Zealand managed to get a huge victory over Italy to bounce back in this World Cup and make their statement. Will South Africa look to try and do the same thing? Because, of course, at the moment, we look at what could possibly happen in the quarterfinals. It's looking very likely that France will win the group in Pool A. Pool B will be led by Ireland, which means that Ireland should be playing All Blacks and South Africa will be playing France in the quarterfinals. But that could all change, of course, depending on whether Scotland can manage to beat Ireland with a bonus point and also avoid Ireland getting a bonus point in their game next week. Very unlikely, but that would then allow South Africa to win the group as well as Ireland then going home, which means South Africa would then play New Zealand. And let me know in the comments as well, who would you actually rather prefer? Would you rather Ireland play against the All Blacks in the quarterfinals, or would you rather the Springboks play against them? Let me know in the comments, of course. So be sure to go check out our sponsors as well, Boyle Sports and Bitdefender in the comments, in the description of the video. And myself is Mark, and of course I'll be doing the watch along for you guys in this last clash for South Africa in the pool stages before we look to the quarterfinals. Yeah, let's be sure to go and subscribe to the video, subscribe to the channel and like the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again in the next one. Cheerio.
Hello and welcome everyone to our coverage of Tonga versus South Africa. Thank you so much for tuning in. We already have a number of people involved. First of all, this is our pre-show build-up. We talk all things that is about to happen in this game. We have a little bit of a chat, a bit of a discussion, interact with you guys, see how it's all going. And please, this is your time to shine, your time to send us questions. Let us know how it's all going. My name is Reza. You can find me on Instagram at Reza the Rumbler. Send me some comments there. I will try to get to the YouTube comments as well and deal with as many as I possibly can. And send us some more ahead of halftime as well. We'll deal with it then. Today, I'm joined by a very special panel. Of course, block time. We try to get as many of our voices involved. I'm joined by Carl. Carl, how are you doing?
Surviving off the back of surgery, but you know, we keep moving.
Man's committed to the cause, you know, a couple of hours out of surgery and here he is. But we wish you well, Carl. We hope you recover well. I know knee injury is never much fun. Speak to Sia Khaleesi and Andre Polo, they'll tell you the same. And of course, by now you must all know him, the prettiest face on the channel. Welcome to Wesley Hoffman as well.
Stop. Yeah, absolutely. Stop. But I was going to say, Kel, so just out of surgery, so probably still some meds, so you can't really trust anything you say, right? Probably not thinking too straight there. When have you ever been able to trust anything I can say?
Well, to be honest, mate, you triple captained Darcy Graham last night for your fantasy team, so I feel like I might just have to start paying you a small fee to tell me what I should pick in my fantasy. That must have been a massive call.
Almost 600 points.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, really upsetting. Yeah, I seem to. I think I'm doing well, and then I check the standing on our Super Brew group, and I seem to keep falling each week. But you know, it is what it is, and I hope that whoever wins it, they're gonna have a really cool prize in store. So if you haven't already joined our Super Brew Fantasy League and Predictor, please do join. It's stand a chance to win something really cool. Right, well, we'll start right into the comments. I see Marco Gonzalez says Reza is Pollard coming back. Marco Gonzalez, you are a little bit behind, my friend. Pollard is back. He's not just back, he's in the starting lineup. The silent assassin has made his way back. And of course, it'll be a huge talking point for us today. But we have a lot to get around, right, guys? We have a chance to out and out secure a spot in the quarterfinals tonight for South Africa, should they win with the bonus points. Now, a lot of talk has been had, especially in the media, by Jacques Nienaber and, of course, by the Tongans as well, that they haven't really thought too much about what to expect from one another. Tonga and South Africa have only played twice in men's Test rugby ever. And the last time we played them, we almost lost it. In fact, some would argue that we should have lost it. 2007 pool stages, we won 30-25 against them, and there was a slightly dodgy call by, well, for once, in our favor by Wayne Barnes.
What do you mean for once?
Hey,
Kel, you're outnumbered here, but so you're going to get muted very quickly.
you just keep your Italy shirt on and be happy, okay? But Wes, I think that the first question that comes to mind is what is there to be expected from Tonga? I mean, the last time we played them was so long ago.
Yeah, you know what? I think you can't look at previous performance from a South Africa Tonga perspective. You've got to look at the current performance of both teams. We know what South Africa brings to the table. We know what we're looking like, but it's what Tonga's looking like, right? And they will be out for blood. They've not had the best performance against Ireland. They've not had the best performance against Scotland. So they will be looking to neaten things up. Now, we might look at that and go, okay, this should be not a walk in the park, but we should be able to get through and make some ground here. But I think you've always got to go in respecting these any side, especially these Pacific Nation Island sides. Your Tongan sides really can hurt you from anywhere on the field. And given the quality of players they've got, as well as some former Wallaby and ex All Blacks, we're going to have to be on our toes defensively tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carl, we had talked quite a lot about the fact that this Tongan side has a lot of big names in it that, quite frankly, no one really paid quite a lot of attention. When you look at this side, it is stacked. And just to mention a few names off the top of my head, and I'm sure you can perhaps go into a little deeper for us. But Charles Piertal, Malachi Fikitoa, and Augustine Pulu, as well as a former Wallaby All Black and Adam Coleman coming off the bench. Ben Tamafuna, there's some really quality names out here, and I guess my question to you is, why haven't they performed when that caliber of player has been introduced to the Tongan side?
I suppose it's something that World Rugby is struggling to get right at the moment, and that's they need these tier 2 teams playing fairly consistent rugby against tier 1 nations, and the announcement of the tournament coming in, I think it's 2026, has a potential to make that even worse and even more unlikely, with stars like Maro Itoje coming out and saying, look, this might not be the right way to go, because how has this helped anyone? But I suppose we should use the correct name. I know Charles Piertal now wants to use his Tongan name, Selesi Piertal.
So I didn't know that, but thank you for correcting me.
They've mentioned it in every single game. So yeah, we should probably call him by his birth name, I suppose. But yeah, you're right. Look, it's a team that's stacked. I know they've lost by Fafita, an ex-All Black, which will be a big loss for them. But they've got some hella players in there. Tamifuna has played for the Chiefs for God knows how many years, and I still remember how he absolutely folded Michael Hooper, and that's never going to go away. But their backline, I mean, Havili is playing at 10, hasn't missed a kick so far. Peter Aki's been playing decently. Fekitoa, Tuisivaki. I mean, it's a very good backline if they can actually get it moving.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of potential here, Wes. But Wes, just to throw some stats your way and to our viewers, of course, Tonga have won just one of their last 8 matches at Rugby World Cup time, which is, yeah, I suppose that's I'm sorry, I should say after winning 3 in the previous 4. So their current run is quite poor, unfortunately. But surprisingly enough, in this group, which is so strange, mathematically speaking, they actually still have a chance of getting through to quarters. Weirdly enough to say, that would involve a bonus point from against us and as well as against Romania, and other results would have to go their way as well. So Scotland would of course have to lose to Ireland and not take away a bonus point from there. But it's quite a tight group. It's created a lot of discussion, a lot of opinions as well. But to go back to the South African side now, what is the main goal out of today? Do you think they're thinking about this bonus point win?
Yeah, I think that you break it up into first objective is win the game, and that's then you break down into smaller parts: win your scrums, win your lineouts, win the tackles. So you compartmentalize it into those small parts. They all lead to this bigger part. So the first thing is to be dominant in the tackles, win our set phases, enforce our game plan on them. If you do those things, you then should get the win. Should is a big word here. So you should get the win. And if you are doing those things well and consistently, then you should get a bonus point win. So I think if you try look too far, if you go, right, how do we get to the finish line without taking the first step or two, you can stumble and fall and not necessarily get there. So I think the Boks will be smart and they'll look to make the correct decisions. It'll be very interesting with Pollard on the field. We turned down the opportunity to go to the line, against Ireland last week, and we went for the points, which maybe didn't work out in our favor. What do we do this time? If it's a cool position, do we go for the line or do we take the points? It'll be very interesting. Pollard's been brought on for a reason, and lots of people in the chat here saying, pressure on Pollard to perform. People saying, he'll be able to just come in, no problem. But it's been a long time since he's played with the Boks, and especially this new Springbok flavor that Manie Libbok's been able to bring, and activate in the backline. So it'd be very interesting to see. But I think back to your question, Reese, win your set phases, win your dominant tackles, you then win the game, and then you get the bonus point. That's the ultimate goal, but you break it down first.
Yep, absolutely. So as a reminder to ourselves and to everyone watching, of course, we've got going from 1 all the way to 15, South Africa with a starting lineup of Oxenchair, Dion Fourie, Vincent Koch, Eberets with Marvin Ori, Sia Khaleesi, Dwayne Vermeulen, Jasper Wiese, Kobus Reinach, Andre Pollard, Makazole Mapimpi, Andre Estes, and Kanan Moody, Grant Williams, and Billy LaRue. So to expand on that just a little bit, something that I wanted to pick your brain on, Carl, is of course Kanan Moody back at 13. The last time he was at 13 was against that Romanian team where everyone kind of expected him to flourish as he has been. And we don't have a very big pool of statistics to take from him because he is quite a recent addition to the Springbok squad. But he was quiet, wasn't he, in that Romania game? And now against opposition that are slightly stronger, well, not, I wouldn't even say slightly, I would say they're a good deal stronger than that Romanian team. Do we expect him to get back to the form that he was showing before that?
I think yes. I mean, his first outing at 13 wasn't it against the All Blacks, and you absolutely monstered them. So I think I would argue that the Romania game probably it didn't really suit the midfield kind of style. I mean, you got the scrum half scoring all the tries, your wingers scoring all the tries. I wouldn't say he was terrible. I would say he was there. He had a good break, but then made the wrong decision. But I mean, I think you need to get him settled there, and I think you should try and play him as a 13 as often as possible because I think that's his future. He's one hell of a talented player, and I actually prefer him at 13 to winger because you've just got the best wings in the world, basically.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's such a class act. And one quiet game in a game where everybody was shining is perhaps not the best way to evaluate form and so on. Unfortunately, maybe the chances just didn't fall his way. Like you said, he didn't really have a terrible game. It just seemed that for some reason he seemed to be out of it quite a lot. I expect to see him want to get involved more today. Right. So just a quick one. I'll head to these comments quickly. I see HD Schmidt. Thank you for the comments. It says, if the ball can play a tight game, don't give away loads of penalties. Use their power and move the ball. Then it will be a win-win for them, no matter the score. And I think ways that leads a lot into what you were saying is that there's a sense of get your basics right. Play that tight game that we are very used to, that domination up front. And then we earn the right to play wide. In the most cases, of course, when you have the opportunity close to the line, we've got set pieces, we allow the forwards to do their thing because that is what they are damn good at. And then, of course, what happens is that they suck in all of those defenders and then we earn the right to go out wide. So H.G. Smith, I would 100% agree with you. Now, thank you guys for the comments as well. Thank you. Please do to like and subscribe to the channel ahead of our coverage of the game. Please also consider becoming a channel member and taking a look at of course, our sponsors in BOYLESPORTS and Bitdefender. Bitdefender being one of the global leaders in cybersecurity. If all of your cybersecurity needs, they are the people to go to. There is a link in the description. BOYLESPORTS as well. We are very fortunate to have a resident betting expert on the channel in Chris. If you haven't already, go check out the Crow Tips show where he gives us all the best odds from BOYLESPORTS. Sign up with them. They will match your first deposit up to R1,000. And he is up. And he always has been up. I can't remember a time he's ever been down. So he will make you some money in a safe and responsible way, I'm sure of it. Right. To head back to a couple of really fascinating stats. Of course, we already know this is only the third ever meeting between South Africa and Tonga. What was the other one that I wanted to bring to you? Apologies. Give me 1 second. The team leading at halftime has gone on to win 23 of South Africa's last 24 World Cup pool stages. Okay, so what that means in effect is that when South Africa plays, the team that is leading against them, whether it is South Africa or whether it is their opposition, have gone on to win. So does that mean that we should have perhaps considered going out with what might have been considered our strongest team, get this game done by half time, and then bring on the guys that we would consider second stringers, the guys that need game time, and so on?
I mean, potentially. I think there's. I can appreciate looking back at history and using that data to maybe predict trends or whatever. But just because it's happened in the past doesn't mean it'll happen in the future. And so I'm always nervous to think, well,
do we just call the game at halftime? Do you know what I mean? Like, no matter who's winning, do we just say, right, that's the game? But no, of course, we don't, because there's a possibility that something different happens. But I hear your point. I think with the selection, they've gone for quite an exciting combinations of players there who I'm excited to see take the field. And I think they have faith in those players to get the job done. And whether that means by halftime or by the 80 minutes, it doesn't really matter at halftime. It matters at the 80 minutes what the score is. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing the Boks go out and do their thing. And I think there's massive, support for the Boks in the chat here. So fantastic to see all your messages of encouragement, guys, out to the Boks here. Got Carolyn saying, go Boks, go. Durian saying the same message. Ella saying the same thing. So fantastic to have all that support there in the chat. So we appreciate your support there for the Boks, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We love engaging with you guys. We love talking to you. And please do send through, of course, all the comments that you're asking. I see already one, Mariska Jabir right now. It said, who do you support? Mariska, we are pundits. We do try to be as objective as possible, but this channel is 100% South African 100% of the time. Just because Carl has an accent and he lives in Scotland and he will claim to be an England supporter, please ignore him. He is 100% a South African supporter as well.
And wearing an Italian shirt. So he's just confused. It's those meds.
So Carl, please don't fight me on that, or we will withhold your payment this month. Right. So, Carl, what I would ask you, this is just a question. I already know the answer. Perhaps you do too. But would you be surprised if I told you that Tonga had one of the worst tackle dominance rates amongst all the teams at this year's World Cup?
I mean, yes, but considering who they've played, maybe not. But yeah, that's a bit weird.
Yeah, the question is tackle dominance, right? Which, as you know, tackle dominance means that you are able to stop them on the at the point of contact, or you're able to drive them back past the point of contact. Right, South Africa, only Fiji have a higher percentage of tackle dominance at 15.6%, and South Africa has 14.5%. Now that is huge. I mean, the 14.5% of the time that the Boks are pushing guys back, right? And where's Tonga have a dominant success rate of 5.1%? It's quite poor, and everyone kind of thinks of Tonga as these kind of hard men, the ability to push you back in a tackle. I mean, it's actually quite shocking.
Yeah, I think that's one part of it is that physical presence and size and strength. But the other part of it, and probably maybe just as important, if not more important, is being in the correct position first. So you can be the biggest oak on the field, and if you're out of position, you can come up as fast as you want, but you're going to miss that tackle every time. So I think potentially it might be looking at the Tongan structure, defensive structure. Where are they lining up? Are they lining up on the inside outside shoulder? Where they are, how close are they to their fellow Tongan? So small things like that could contribute to that negative, or not negative, but that poor percentage in dominance tackle. So I hear what you're saying. Intuitively you think, hey, big boys, big tackles, strong dominance rate. But I think what the Springboks and the Fijians have done, have brought their size and strength along with good discipline. They've made sure to be in the correct place. They're hitting their tackles correctly. They're hitting them low. They're doing all the basics right. So surprising on one hand, but then potentially there might be underlying reasons for that low percentage.
Yeah, and I mean to carry on with that stat, of course, what we've got is that they are also just one of 3 sides to have a tackle success rate below 80%. So I know you had said that perhaps they would be a different method of tackling, like you said, going low and therefore not getting a dominant tackle. But their tackle success rate in general has just been absolutely poor. And so it's perhaps they've lost that Tongan identity of those hard hitters. Maybe they are trying to evolve, and maybe it just hasn't quite clicked yet. But needless to say, defense is what wins you a World Cup. And we as Springbok supporters have been saying that for years and years and years when we get accused of playing boring rugby. But if the other team doesn't score points against you, you win. That's just how it works, right? Right, so another step.
If you score more points than them.
Yeah. Well, what is this saying? It's like, the most obvious thing in the world. Just be better than the other team and you will win.
Yeah,
right?
or just score more points. It's a very simple game. Just score more points.
Yeah. Right, so Carl, I will also let you know, right, that South Africa are the only team in the entire World Cup to have conceded fewer than 20 points throughout the World Cup. So far, we've only conceded 16 points in the entire World Cup through 3 games. So it's not a lot of games, but that's pretty impressive, right? And Tonga are one of just 4 sides at this World Cup, the others being Chile, Romania, and Namibia, to have conceded over 100 points. So if we go in stats, and I know Wes hates this, Carl, but if we go on the stats, it should be a dominant performance, plenty of points for the Boks. There shouldn't be any excuses. But we've seen this before against Japan in 2015. We are haunted by those demons. But we can't help, but we should be confident, right?
I think yes, but I Tonga in previous World Cups have been a bit of a dark horse. I mean, remember when they beat France? And they tend to have at least one very good performance per World Cup. This could very well be it, which will not be great for South Africans. I think even with a very good performance, though, South Africa would win. But that will then, will South Africa get a bonus point if Tonga are on fire? Don't know, but for me, it's like I suppose bringing in so much talent that hasn't been around in the country for so long seems to have taken them back a few pegs in terms of like it feels like their forward pack isn't just not playing as a forward pack. It's not gelling as well as say South Africa or certainly Ireland, and that's gonna a little penalty here and there, and suddenly you're staring down the barrel of a huge defeat just because you can't score. And then they pile pressure on themselves. Yes, they may have stacked names, but if they're not performing as a team, it means nothing.
Yep.
Yeah. To build up that, sorry, Reece. Yeah, absolutely. And we've something we've spoken about all the time, right? Is just this: how do we get emerging rugby nations more time? Because yes, you can have all the stars, come back to their home country, but as you said, if they're not playing together consistently, regularly, if they're not gelling with each other, and again, that point kind of leads into why I'm a bit nervous about Pollard. We know he's a quality player, but it's that gelling, it's that combination-wise. Can they all fit seamlessly together? So we'll have to see. I agree with you, Carl. I think it's great that the opportunity there for players to return back to their sort of home nations or a country of origin or whatever the technical term is. That's fantastic for them. But is it doing it more harm than good when you're not playing as many games as other nations, right? Like, let's say, like Jean Klein, for example, could come back to South Africa and knew he had a number of Springbok games to get back into the side and gel. Whereas, like Selesi Pietau, for example, how many Tongan games was he a part of? And just as an example, but no, I'm with you 100%.
Right. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Wes. I'm glad you brought up the Pollard points. We'll get to them in a couple of seconds, though. But just quickly, I'd like to read some comments here. I said George says there's no Japan 2015 this year. We tried different styles of play at the time. That's why we got caught with our pants down. Yeah, 100%. I do think that this team is not South Africa 2015. Let's just be very clear about that. But of course, these kind of makes us worry. The things that are in the back of your mind when these World Cups come around. But to talk about the elephant in the room, the big topic of discussion is of course Handré Pollard, the return of Handré Pollard. And I guess we've talked about it in the week. I'm not going to repeat everything we've said. He's back. It is what it is. Starting, of course. I guess they're testing him out. They want to see how he's going. No one knows whether they intend to ever start with Pollard going into the rest of the tournament. Or perhaps they just like him as a backup option, or perhaps they are looking at him as a potential starting option. We don't know. That is the honest truth. We don't know. So let's not speculate on it. But what I will ask you is, in your opinion, if Pollard shows up today and gets a number of kicking opportunities, and it looks like he's doing really well off the boot, and in particular, it looks like his fitness is up to scratch. In your opinion, do you think that he deserves another look going into the quarters and the rest of the playoffs, hopefully?
It's such a tough one. And I really love Manie Libbok and what he's brought to the South African side. And I think he's made it exciting and he's activated them in a different way. And it's unfortunate that it all sits on his shoulders, because there can be kickers in the team that don't have to be the 10, right? We see other teams do that. Perfetti for Argentina, for example. So it is unfortunate that, Marnie's head might have to roll because no one in the squad can kick. But that being said, if Pollard shows up and he gels well and he kicks well and he, looks like a Sia Kolisi return, right? Where Sia came back into that game and you thought, fuck, where's this been playing? Like, that's amazing. So I do think into the knockouts, you probably have to go with Pollard, just because we know that it might come down to a 3-point game, a 2-point game, or whatever, a 1-point game, and to have that consistency. Now, that's not to say he makes the kick, because hey, he might miss that kick, and then then we look silly. But I think just that's my personal opinion. As much as it pains me, because I love to see what Marnie brings, and I love the Boks when they have Marnie in the squad. But I think if your goal is to win a Rugby World Cup, it might be the smarter choice.
Okay. So to run quickly through of course, our bench as well, we've got Marco van Staden, who is the other big talking point. He looks like he will be making his Springbok debut at hooker, which is going to be really exciting to see. Stephen Kitsoff, Trevor Nyakani, Franco Mostert, Kwaka Smith, Jaden Hendrickson, Jesse Creel, and of course, Marnie Liebach, the topic of discussion right now. To run through the Tongan side quickly, and again, I apologize very much for my pronunciation. Siegfried Fisiohoi, Paulo Ingoamao, Ben Tamafuna, Hala Levela Fafita, Sam Losi, Tangi Noah Halafanua, Sione Talitui, Simisi Peya, Augustine Pulu, William Mabili, Angelo Tui Tavuki, Peter Aki, Malika Fikitoa, Fine Nisi, and you said it was Selesi Pietau? Selesi Pietau. Right. Okay. So, Carl, the same question goes out to you, with the caveat that I think that, to be very honest, I'd like to see Marnie backed. And I think that if the kicking is a concern for him going forward, I don't really understand why we aren't looking at making Faf kick from the beginning. Right. I think that that's a viable option, and it looks like Faf is our starting choice at scrum half. So, yeah, that's my opinion on it. No matter how good Pollard looks, because I think that it's possibly a liability to put him on at this point from an injury and a fitness point of view.
I think there must be a reason why they keep backing Liebach to kick in these games. So he must be kicking perfectly fine during the week, during training, and something just isn't working in the games. And that, I don't know if it's down to pressure. I mean, I used to be a kicker and I actually had the same problem occasionally. It's strange. It's almost like a complete shift in mentality between practice, because there's nothing riding on it if you miss it, to getting into a game. I think you'd probably right. If it's going to keep happening, yes, start someone who you think's more likely to get the kicks over, and then there's no stress on Liebach whatsoever to do his game. He doesn't have to think, oh shit, I've just missed a kick. Right now I've got that to think about, and will I get the next one? And then he's got zero pressure. It's like taking away the captaincy from someone, and then they do better as a player because they don't have to worry about being captain and leading on the field. The only thing is Faf going to kick us any more consistently? I'd say maybe, but then again, he was taking long shots against Ireland, so Or do you let Colby?
No,
I don't know.
It's a possibility. I mean, he was incredibly accurate.
He was good against
in top 14 when he was kicking. And yeah, I tend to agree with you that they must have seen something in Liebach at practice. Going into all of these games, he must have been kicking phenomenally. They would not put him in if they didn't believe that he could do it, right? Right, so we're coming to the end of our show, and of course, the big thing I guess everyone wants to know is, well, let me start off quickly with a comment here from Tevin Sobele. He said, let's take pride and respect for our boys, Roy Siamtanda Kolisi. Of course, Siamtanda, our charismatic leader. We have huge faith in the Springboks today, and having said that, I will put my money where my mouth is and say that the club probably do this by 45. Wes, I will let you have a chance at putting your prediction online for the world to see.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I picked in the Super Brew. I think I did have a dominant Bok performance. I mean, Scotland have put a number of points on them, serve Ireland. So I think I did say Boks by about like 45. If we get rolling, and if the same Tonga side shows up that has over the last 2 weeks, it'll be 45. If, however, they're out to rain on our parade, it can be a bit of a tighter affair. But I think, yeah, I'll back the Boks, and I'll bring that down to a margin of 40. I'll say the Boks by 40.
And Carl, your score prediction as we close out the show?
I said on Super Brew, South Africa by 28.
South Africa by 28. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us. We will be back at halftime. As I said, please leave your comments down below or message me on Instagram on Reason the Rumbler. I'll read them before and hopefully deal with them at our halftime show. But please enjoy the stream. Enjoy half an hour before the start of this game. Enjoy Stevie P's coverage. It is going to be phenomenal and a chance for the Boks to secure their quarterfinal spot. We thank you for your time. Please do like and subscribe to the channel, and we will see you very, very soon. Cheers.
Well, that was Reza and the team there, and did get a little slight error there. It's basically saying the fact that Stevie P will be taking you through it. He's not, actually. He's there live in the stadium, and myself, Mark, will be taking you through today's game. And welcome to the stream. It's very, very exciting, of course, and we are here joined by a whole lot of you watching wherever you are in the world. Please be sure to let me know in the comments right now where you are tuning in from. I would always love to find out. And yeah, welcome to Forever Sports here. Be sure to like the stream. And myself, and let's have a great day. And I'm really, really keen to see how many points the Springboks can score today in this rugby encounter. So we've got a few minutes, of course, to talk about the game, chat about what's going to happen in today's match. We're going to bring all the energy, we're going to bring all the excitement. It's going to be a fantastic match. I cannot wait to get going with it. And of course, South Africa are playing against Tonga here at Stade de Marseille. And the Forever Sports team is on the ground. They're doing fan cams. They are in the media box. They are watching the game live for you. They're going to bring you a whole lot of stuff. Be sure to go check out the live blog as well. The link is in the chat there. You can just reverse back up a bit and go and check it out. So we've got a few Opta facts for us today in this clash. So South Africa versus Tonga. Let's just go through a few of them, shall we? This will be just the third meeting between South Africa and Tonga in men's test rugby, and the first since the pool stages of 2007, which was also held in France, when South Africa emerged victorious by a margin of just 5 points. They won that game 30 points to 25. Another stat here, South Africa lost their most recent Rugby World Cup pool stage match 8-13 versus Ireland. However, the Springboks have never lost two pool stage matches in an edition of the tournament and hold the distinction of being the only nation to lift the Webb Ellis Cup after losing a pool fixture. That was, of course, in the previous World Cup 2019, which we did go on to win. Now, interestingly enough, in this World Cup so far, lots of teams have already lost a game. The only two teams that have yet to, well, few teams that have yet to lose a game and are likely to maybe carry on with that form is France and Ireland. Though we do know a lot of people reckon South Africa should have won that game against Ireland. I am one of those, of course, believing that, yeah, we really messed up there. Our kicks missed. If we got our kicks, we would have been fine. Also, a couple of decision-making moments and just a small decision right at the end of the game with regards to the ref when he decided, whilst we're on the line, about to score a try, that the ball was actually held in. Meanwhile, the ball was available. Nonetheless, we still back ourselves as the Boks to get through. And Tonga, however, we'll be looking to try and stop us from doing exactly that. And Tonga, of course, a very difficult team to play against, though I reckon the Springboks will have the form and will have the means to take out this Tonga team. Going to the comments here, guys. Love to see a whole lot of you joining here. It's absolutely fantastic. A couple of comments here. Neil Kylander here saying Bokke by 41 points. Beth saying she's joining us from Pretoria, South Africa. Mariki van Jaarsveld saying I am watching from Roodepoort, South Africa. Great to have you guys all here. Lots of South Africans, of course. And if keep those comments coming. Tell me where you're tuning in from. I always love to know myself. I am streaming here from Johannesburg, the north. And yeah, we've got a whole lot of fans around the world. It's great to have you all here. And if you are from an interesting part of the world, be sure to go and comment and let us know where you're watching from. Are you an expat? What are you? What's the story, of course? So, yeah, that's all going to come up today. Going to go through a couple of more comments, or rather some facts about the game that's coming up, of course. So, Tonga have won just one of their last 8 matches at the Rugby World Cup after winning 3 in 4 previously, before that. Tonga's only win during that period came despite a trailing at halftime, 31 points to 19 against USA in 2019, where they, of course, won that game, 31 points to 19. They were losing at halftime, 12 points to 7. The team leading at halftime has gone on to win 23 of South Africa's last 24 Rugby World Cup pool stage matches, excluding the games tied at halftime. With the only exception during that run coming in 2015, when South Africa were defeated very famously by Japan, which they lost that game 34 points to 32, despite leading by 2 points at halftime when they were leading 12 points to 10. A very busy second half. I remember watching that game. It was horrible to watch right near the end there, but you almost felt very proud for the Japanese because they were in tears everywhere. But still a very sore day for South Africans at the same time. The rest of the world rejoiced, but they all ate their words and unfortunately had to keep quiet in 2019 when South Africa, of course, went on to beat, especially one of the loudest nations during that time, as it was hosted in 2015 in England, and they defeated England in the final in 2019. So a little bit of revenge, almost it was. But nonetheless, we move on to this game. So only Fiji, with 15.6%, have a higher tackle dominance rate than South Africa, 14.5% in this year's Rugby World Cup, whilst Tonga has 5.1%, has the lowest rate. Also, just one of the 3 sides to have a tackle success rate below 80%, which is currently 78.9%, which is the same as Romania and Namibia. Now, of course, Risa and the lads earlier did allude to those stats, so great to have had them here. I want you guys to let me know in the comments as well. What did you make of that show? Did you guys enjoy it? And I'm hoping you guys are going to really enjoy the show we do have coming up for you today. So going back to the comments, you're just seeing I'm watching from Benoni, South Africa, from Cape Town, from Volksrust, from South Africa, from Suzhou, China. Great to have you there. It's a very, very interesting place to have you from. That's the Penguins saying they're joining us from Suzhou, China, 6 hours ahead in time. Watching from Albania, also very interesting. Watching from Limpopo province in South Africa. Watching from Johannesburg. As an expat, watching from Israel is Sam Washkansky, Lakeside, Cape Town. And then we're also watching from Namibia and then Somerset West in South Africa, says Rian van Rensburg. Keep the comments coming, guys. Love to have it, and be sure to like the stream as well whilst you're at it. So, going to go and talk a little bit about the stats of the previous match for South Africa. Let's go look through that. Of course, it was against the mighty Ireland, which they lost, unfortunately, 13 points to 8. But let's go through some of the stats here that we can look to see what could happen today. So, of course, quite a bit of a different team. The likes of Damian Willemson not playing. He had 12 ball carries, the most out of any player in South Africa in that previous encounter. He was quite brilliant in that previous match. Had 5 kicks and also 3 successful tackles. Total tackles in that previous game for South Africa were 134, with 89 ball carries and 16 kicks. Only 16 kicks, which is not too high, I reckon, actually, for South Africa. So, very interesting there, of course, only getting 1 try scored by Cheslin Colby. We then look at the Tonga's stats here versus Scotland in their previous encounter, which they lost 45 points to 17. They made 151 tackles in that match, 18 kicks, 89 ball carries, the same number as South Africa, and they scored 2 tries, and scoring, of course, 17 points in total. They did also have 2 cards, so discipline was a little bit of an issue there. And, funny enough, whilst we talk about discipline, discipline's been a big thing for this World Cup in general. Lots and lots of red cards. I love a lot of red cards. I didn't think that we would see this many red cards in the World Cup, but lots of head clashes, lots of high tackles, foul play, and otherwise has resulted in such happening. And also, it's a little bit of contention. I quite enjoy it, but some people don't. Is the new card review system. So you'll see a referee give a yellow card, and then he'll go and say for a check. And what that means is that it's immediately a yellow card could be upgraded to a red. And we've seen a lot of the times it has been upgraded to a red. And as a result, a lot of people are saying, oh, no, it's contentious. Otherwise, we don't see the decisions. They're not making decisions together. It's just one man making the decision, being the TMO. And not a lot of people have been very happy with the referee. So let me know in the comments as well what you think of the refereeing standards that we've seen so far. I'm going to go back to the comments here just to see where some more people are tuning in from. Watching here, said Nick B from New Zealand. Alan Robinson from Spain, Juan saying from Centurion, South Africa, watching from Essex, UK, Zunati, Nico Pretorius from Bloemfontein, Benjamin from Cape Town, Manstan Gaming from Pretoria, watching from Germany is Heinz Kowalski, then Coffee Bay, Wild Coast, Eastern Cape, says a couple more, watching from Rome, Italy, visiting from Cape Town, South Africa. Okay, so you're there for a holiday. Why aren't you in France? You may as well pay the money to go and watch the Springboks play. That's exactly what you guys should have done. Also got a comment here from William Diago, of course, one of our channel members. Be sure to go and consider becoming a member of the channel as well. as William here. He says, Pollard has played inside centre before, but I like Esterhuizen more, and Pollard needs to keep his kicking boots safe because his kicking will be valuable going forward. Well, that's the big debate, of course. That's what Riza and the lads were also talking about at the end of their show. They were talking about Marty Libok versus Pollard, of course, for that kicking position. So I think if I give my opinion about it, Pollard could play inside centre. There's no doubt about it, but I think it's too soon to rush it in. And that changes the Springbok tactics dramatically. Because Pollard, of course, playing at 12, he's going to be kicking a lot of the time. That's what he likes to do in the game. It sort of nullifies the point of having Marty Libok there. Pollard's not as strong a ball carrier as some of our inside centres. Damien de Linde will obviously play inside centre and has had Jesse Creel on his outside through most of the matches leading up to this World Cup. So that's the centre pairing that's been working for South Africa. I'm not sure they're going to disrupt it. But would we see an improved Pollard from today, taking the place of Marty Libok come the quarterfinals? Of course, South Africa right now look to be playing against France. Huge match. Massive, massive match. But of course, that could change. But would you have Marty Libok start that game or Pollard? It's an interesting one because kicks will be crucial. And Marty Libok has been missing lots of them. Or will they give the kicks to Faf? Of course, we know Faf is a very good kicker in his own right, as is Cheslin Colby. We've got a few kicking options. None of them, though, are full-time kickers. Of course, Marty Libok should be, but not as good a kicker as he probably could be. Going back to some of the comments still, we're watching Ian Chaplin here from New York City. BZA Rules says from Stellenbosch. Dania saying from Volcom Free State, Centurion, South Africa. I'm watching at home in Mallorca, Spain, says William Diago. Fantastic to see you there. And Luyanda here saying you're watching from East London. I've just said your name, so hopefully you are quite happy with that, Luyanda. Yeah, so that's exactly what's going to happen. Be sure to, guys, like the stream. We're up to almost 150 likes. Let's just get over that marker. It'll be fantastic, of course. We are very close to kickoff, just 19 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, very, very, very keen to see what can happen. So if I give my prediction, they gave their predictions earlier, the lads. I reckon that we could actually win this game by quite a margin, because I do think that South Africa have got quite a lot of form behind the name, of course, and I reckon that's going to help them today. Tonga haven't been brilliant in their first two games. I think that we will probably get quite a bit of dominance in this game. In which case, I'm saying South Africa by at least 65 points. I reckon it's going to be a huge game. We've seen some massive scorelines this weekend. New Zealand versus Italy, huge scoreline. Scotland, of course, massive scoreline again. I think we're going to see the same thing in this game as well. So yeah, you guys let me know your score predictions in the comments as well. As we've crossed 1,300 viewers, great guys. Let's try and get up to 1,500 as quickly as possible as well. A few more people joining us here from various places around the world, missing their routes, joining us from PE. Petrus joining us from South Germany. Very good to have you here. From Stellenbosch is Amira, Saviwe here from Stellenbosch. Jonathan joining us from Honolulu, Hawaii. Very, very interesting to have somebody from Hawaii joining us. Then Marlon van Zel saying, joining us from Pretoria, I assume. Well, Pretoria, I'm going to assume that's Pretoria. So yeah, that's who it is. Neil there saying, joining us from Vuelvale or Vale or Edenvale, maybe, I don't know. Failvale rather, sorry, Failvale, I'm very, very sorry. Ati here joining us from Kabeja. Yeah, did you see that? That was impressive, wasn't it? Might not have said it quite correctly, but nonetheless. Gail from Hartford, UK. Great to have you here as well. So yeah, we are just about 18 minutes, 17 minutes away from the start of this match. And I'm going to go and quickly just go and paste for you the blog. We've got a Forever Rugby live blog for this game, which you guys can go and check out. And over there, it can also tell you where you can watch the game. It's going to be quite useful for some of you. I'm going to go post that in the description right now. I just want to go and get it very, very quickly. Just give me 2 seconds whilst I do that. Here we go, live rugby. There we go, and we've got it there. So let's go and paste that link in the chat here. So guys, go and check out that link over there. It's the live blog for the game. It gives you lots of facts about the game as well, and is also part of the channel, which Stephen will be updating with everybody. So fantastic for that. And yeah, let's be sure to keep liking the stream, guys. Lots and lots of people still joining us from all over the place. Fantastic to have you here. Rihanna here from Cape Town. Leon joining from Fort McMurray, Northern Alberta, Canada. Great to have you here. Stephanie here from Germany. Ola here from, from The Hague Avenue, Cape Town. From Ocean is Lauren. Eden Vales is Neil. Yeah, it was Eden Vale, I thought so. Brad Cooper from Hillcrest, KZN. And Jonathan here is giving a score prediction. It's exactly what I want to see. Let's have some more general comments about the rugby, ladies and gentlemen. Saying Springboks are going to win by 71 points to 17 as a response to the last loss against Ireland. Need many tries to make up the points differential. I do fully agree. Rudy here in the comments, fantastic, saying, Mark, please give a shout out to my lady Bianca. Tell her I say thank you for her patience during this World Cup. Well, yeah, there you go, Rudy. There's your comment read out. Love having you in the comments, of course, as per usual. Jay here saying, go Tonga, go. Oh, there we go. We've got a Tonganese, or Tongan, I like saying that, so it's a joke I have. But we've got a Tongan fan here in the comments, and I'm not so sure that a lot of people will be chuffed with that, but we do have J Mac here, a Tonga fan, or rather somebody supporting Tonga for this evening. Our referee for today is notably Luke Pearce, who of course was born in Wales. He is actually an English ref, though. He is dubbed to be an English ref, though he is born in Wales. He has reffed many a big game, and his assistant referees are Matthew Carley and Christoph Ridley. So those are the referees for today's clash. Let's go to a few more comments before I go and name the South African side here. We've got RPG joining us from Sun City. Quinton here from Sharpley, Quinton from Benoni, rather, sorry. Stan from Johannesburg. Leon saying he reckons the Springboks will win 79 points to 0. That's also fantastic. Petra saying 53 points to 10. And Jason joining us from Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, I think. I've said that more or less correctly. Apologies for that. Atty here saying, what do we need to do in this game in order to qualify without worrying about the Scotland versus Ireland game? Fantastic question from Susan there. Absolutely brilliant question. So let's go and elaborate further on that. South Africa need a bonus point victory at a minimum tonight, as well as getting a high points difference to more or less completely secure themselves secure for the quarterfinals. If Scotland should win next week's match with a bonus point, and we do not win this game with a bonus point, they will go through ahead of us, and then we will not go through. That's quite crucial. At the same time as well, if Ireland do not get a bonus point next week, Scotland do, and they beat Ireland with a bonus point, Ireland do not get a bonus point at all in that game, and South Africa wins this with a bonus point, it will then come down, which is the first time ever, to goal difference, of course, between the three nations, because they've all beaten each other, and it'll come down to just goal difference, as they'll all finish on the same number of points. So that's going to be a very, very interesting one to note as well. But it's likely, though, that Ireland should win that game, in which case, nothing matters right now, because Springboks, if they just win this game, it'll all be pretty much done. It should be in favor of South Africa going through, but that's just elaborating a little bit further about what could happen here. So, guys, I'm now going to very quickly run you through the Springbok starting 15 as well as the bench, our squad 23 for today's match clash here in Stade de Marseille against Tonga, and I'll be back straight after that. And yeah, be sure to go like the stream whilst you do that and ask for some more comments. I'll come back to them as soon as we've done this. Have a look. Good evening, everybody. Right, so that is our Springbok 23 for today. Just want to very quickly shout out Sherilyn van der Walt for joining the FS Members Club. Be sure to go and consider joining as well, everybody else. And thank you so much, Sherilyn, for joining us right there and then. So we've got just 7.5 minutes left until the game. The teams are in the tunnels getting ready to come out for this immense clash. And I've got a very, very cool video for you coming right up now. Just before we get into that video, we're going to do a couple of on-the-ground scenes in Stade de Marseille here from Stevie P, who's gone and interviewed a few fans just before this game. So be sure to go and enjoy this. It's going to be fantastic to watch as well, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll be back straight after this. For every single Springbok match, as you can see, the beer lines are growing, the crowds are coming in. We are less than 2 hours away from kickoff. It is the final Springbok pool game, and what we're going to do basically is we're going to dive into this area over here. We're going to find people to chat to. We're going to get score predictions. We're going to ask them a few questions. We're going to see what players they reckon are going to score tonight, and see what the vibe's been like, which is very cool. So let's go take a walk and let's go and chat to people. So I've got a group right here I want to come to. Hello everybody, how are we?
How are you going?
Yeah, good. Where are we all from?
Oh, England.
England.
Converted. We dressed up properly.
Okay, fair enough. Right, so we've got an import chair, and then you guys from SA?
Yeah, all from South Africa.
Living in the UK. Okay, right. So I need score predictions from you guys.
Score predictions. 40-18.
40-18. Now everyone's getting one in, yeah?
I'm just going to stick with the man over here. He
No,
knows his
that's
stuff.
terrible. Come on, spit something out.
Yeah, come on.
32-7.
There you go, 32-7.
There we go.
42-7.
42-7.
35.
35. 35 what? 35 nil? 35. 30
25.
Okay.
And yours?
Mine, I'm going box, but I reckon box hit 50. I reckon Tonga scores 1 try, so I'm going about
52-7, 52-5.
type thing. That's kind of where I am. Yeah, I actually forgot to put my Super Boot pick in, so I can still lock it in before kickoff. So I might just do a walk around here and then do
Let them know.
and see what happens. Get some feedback and maybe see if anybody here knows something I don't. So in terms of who's scoring tonight, who would you like to see cross the white line?
Well, we know that
Mapimpi.
Mapimpi. And we know that Villy's going to take one over as well. You know, he always gives, but tonight he actually takes one over.
Right, and then the important question: are we winning the cup?
Silly question. So, come on.
Listen, if you're going to try and tell me that England are winning before us,
We're looking for something.
Yeah, okay, cool. So apparently England are going to get revenge on the 2019. But we all over here all reckon we're taking it.
Taking it.
We're bringing
Ireland, we'll just take Ireland with a broomstick and just get them out
and
the way.
just wash them off.
Yeah.
Brilliant, guys. Have a great time.
All
Enjoy
right,
the
dude.
match. We'll see it.
Cheers.
Right, so that was just a little bit of on-the-ground scenes here in Stade de Marseille from Stevie P, who's at the game, of course, with the rest of the Forever Sports team. And fantastic to hear from them. So we are now doing the anthems right before the start of this match. Just 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. The South African anthem currently underway. So fantastic to see that. A few more comments came in, of course. We have now turned on subscriber-only mode for the chat just because the chat was getting a little bit busy. So please be sure to subscribe to the channel and then you can chat as freely as you wish. Not going to be a problem at all. Leon here with Lord's Anointed 15. Nice. I love that. That's the Lord's Anointed 15 being South Africa. 79 points to Tonga's 0. Reese here in the comments saying, great coverage, Mark. Let's go South Africa. Indeed. Lots of South African fans in the comments, as we always usually do. And the anthem being sung right now very passionately. And great to see so many South African fans who have made their way to Stade de Marseille in France for the anthem, which has just finished. And it was quite a rendition here, and the stadium is packed, very, very full here in France, and we cannot wait to get going. Neil just saying, great channel. Thank you so much, Neil, for your comments. We'd love to have you guys stick around and stay. And if you guys do love the channel, and if you guys are willing to give us a little bit of love, be sure to like the video, and even more so, if you really want to subscribe to the channel and consider becoming a member of the channel as well. Comrade Ilhan and AOC joining us from India. Fantastic to have you here. Tonga now doing their anthem, and there are tears flooding from their faces. My word, it's a very, very emotional time for the Tongan team, and it's going to be a big clash for them. They've got lots to play for. A little bit of revenge for 2007, of course, where they lost by just 5 points. A very controversial match, that 2007 match. People reckon that Tonga should have won that match, and if they had, South Africa would have really struggled to have got through to the final and win that World Cup, of course. So lots to play for here for Tonga with a little bit of revenge. Tonga are playing in their white. South Africa are back in their green and gold, as many, many fans will be very happy to see. And the anthems are finished, and now we will have I call it a war dance. I think that's more or less what it is from Tonga first, before we get going with this game. Just 2.5 minutes out, and the Tongan team are now making their way to go and perform for the South Africans who have made their way onto the 10-meter line as well. Great to see so many people in the comments. Absolutely fantastic. Be sure to keep coming with the questions, guys. Let us know where you're watching from. Again, make sure that you subscribe to the channel in order to do so. Shelly saying, make us proud, Bokke. Rango Hope saying, score ratio South Africa 3-1. I'm assuming that for every 1 point Tonga scores, will otherwise score 3. Or otherwise, yeah, maybe that's just the betting odds. Of course, be sure to go check out our channel sponsors, Boyle Sports, if you want to go and have a look at putting some money on the games in this Rugby World Cup. And otherwise, you can also check out our other sponsor, Bitdefender, fantastic cybersecurity and VPN provider. And yeah, go and check them out in the description. We're very grateful for them as they do allow us to bring you this coverage. As Tonga are now currently doing their war dance for the Springboks, quite an aggressive one. And lots of passion being showed on the field here. Yeah, and it's very loud. The fans are also getting involved. It's fantastic. The scenes are set and it ends there. And the crowd cheers nice and loud. And we will now get going with the game. Fantastic as we've just finished up there. And yeah, I do think this is going to be one hell of a game, ladies and gentlemen. Again, let me know your score predictions in the comments. And otherwise, how do you think South Africa will fare in this World Cup? Of course, this is their last pool game. They need to win it with a bonus point, more or less guarantee themselves into the quarterfinal. At this point, they're likely to play against host nation France. Very, very difficult match. If that should all pan out as it's predicted to, but otherwise, it could all completely change. You know, South Africa don't win this match, it suddenly becomes a very, very big chance that Scotland can go through ahead of us. But hopefully that won't happen. So yeah, let's go and see exactly what happens. I'm just trying to pull up the lineups here just so that I've got that on hand in case, of course, because I've tried my best to learn a lot of these names, but I've no ways I'm going to learn all of them completely before the start of this match. So I'm just going to try and get that up for you here, and we are going to get going in just about 25 seconds time. Okay, so there we go. I've got my players up here ready for all of you. And it is going to be a cracker of a match. Again, I'm predicting many, many, many points. And I'm hoping that we will see that from the Springboks as well. People joining us from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and from Strandfontein, from other places, from South Africa, Namibia. Fantastic to have you. Harold has just joined the Forever Sports Members Club. Thank you so much, Harold. You really are much appreciated. And guys, go and give a clap for him in the comments if you wish. For joining the Members Club. And you guys can also consider becoming a Members Club for some exclusive benefits that you receive from the channel. Matthew Pierce, not Luke Pierce. Matthew Pierce, ready to get us going in this game. Tonga will be kicking off from right to left. The fans have all got their phones in the air. They've got a whole lot of lights on. It's a very interesting atmosphere here at Stade de Marseille. And we're just about to get going. Kickoff is underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And Springboks go straight up. And Marvin Ori's missed it. And they're having to try and recover at the back there. And it's a complete disaster start there. Reinach not very happy with the troops in front of them. They've spilt it. I think it's going to be a Tongan line out straight away on the 22-meter line. Very, very poor from the Springboks there. We really did expect a lot more. But seemingly did not happen. Marvin Ori went up for it. Missed it completely. So that's not good. It's not a good start at all for the Springboks. But I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine as they get this line out underway. It will be taken by Ngawamo for Tonga, who's going to put it into the line out. South Africa try to steal it, they don't. And now it comes out to the back. And here come Tonga on the attack on the 22-meter line. Good tackle, early tackle from Andre Pollard. And trying to get involved as early as possible. Now Sia Khaleesi's bounced off big time by the big number 3 of Ben Tamiafuna, who's of course the captain. And it's a penalty to Tonga for offsides. So a good start here for Tonga, getting right underneath the Springbok skin. And Esterhuizen's the one who's penalised for being offsides there. And what do Tonga do here? Do they opt to go for points right in front of the post here? Or do they opt for something different? I think they're going to go for a shot. So it's going to be an early chance for points for Tonga in this game. So a rather poor start for the Springboks. But just a great spur of energy from Tonga as well. Coming straight onto the 22-meter line at pace. And Sia Khaleesi getting completely bounced off by the Tongan captain there, Ben Tamiafuna. Yeah, I mean, Sia Khaleesi's going to be feeding that a little bit in the morning. So yeah, an early missed tackle there already for the Springboks. Tonga looks certainly like they're wanting to play this game today. Troy here saying Moody and Esterhuizen are going to break their backline. Well, I think a lot of South African fans will certainly agree with you and hope that will happen. But meanwhile, we do have William Havili, who's going to be lining up the kick here. Of course, the number 10 for Tonga. So he's got the early opportunity to get Tonga straight into the lead. And yeah, Margie here just saying, so happy we're playing in the green and gold. Indeed, a lot of Springbok fans are, as that penalty is converted there by Havili. And Tonga lead this game 3-0. Springbok's going to have to restart this game. Troyden here just saying, also Bokke from the Netherlands, great to have you joining us. And Neil saying, my money is on my ginger friend Big Steve for a try. Steven Kitsop for a try. That's who he's backing. And we see a big chase by the Springboks there, and it's charged down by Marvin Ori. And so now the Springboks had come away with Jasper Wiese, who's managed to break 1 but 2 tackles and gets taken down just past the 10-meter line. Advantage to the Springboks for not rolling away from Tonga. Now comes to Pollard, who finds Billy Leroux, who goes to the outside of Makazolo Mapimpi. He has to cut back inside on the 10-meter line. Tries to find a way through. Gets brought down just about 5 meters in front of the 10-meter. Now, Reinach takes it out, passes to Billy Leroux, who tries to dart himself, but gets it out. Manages to get out of the tackle. Now comes to the big Dion Fourie, who chose, of course, in here as a hooker, but they're going to come back for the penalty. Matthew Pierce, has come back for the penalty to the Springboks. Now, what do the Springboks do? Do they go to the corner, or do we go for points? That's going to be the great question, of course. Andre Pollard straight away aims for the 5-meter, and it's going to go out literally on the 5-meter. Brilliant kick from the Springbok fly half, and Springboks with a very early opportunity here to score a try from a maul, or from the line-out at least. And great work from Marvin Ori on the restart. Of course, he was the one who missed the first restart, but the second restart, the Springboks obviously kicked for 2. Tonga managed to get there to charge down the kick, which resulted in Springboks getting possession and the later penalty. Dion Fourie now acting as hooker for Springboks, puts the ball in. Marvin Ori goes up, they take it down, they set up the maul. The maul is starting to get set. The ball comes back to Dion Fourie at the back. And it's advantage to the Springboks for collapsing the maul from Tonga. Reinach arrives at the back of the maul. Now passes through to Esterhuizen, who tries to pass the ball through, but it looks like little bit of a deliberate knock-on, but they're going to come back for the penalty there for collapsing the maul. Matthew Pearce holding his arm up again in favour of the Springboks. As tapped and gone very quickly for Reinach. He goes over in the corner. And there you go. Straight away, 4 minutes in, Springboks have scored the first try of the game. Tongan defence were very fast asleep, and Reinach was very alert to that, spotted it, tapped and went straight to the corner. There was no defenders there at all. Terrible defence from Tonga. And the Springboks lead 5 points to 3 with the kick to come. A really, really, really poor lapse in concentration from the Tongan defence. They just were not awake to it. But brilliant from Reinach. He spotted it, ran very quickly to the ref's mark, tapped and went. Absolutely brilliant. Just watching a replay here. Reinach gets it, notices the fact that nobody's there, taps and goes, and Matthew Pearce allows it, and he goes straight over in the corner. Yeah, very interesting one. I think some of Tonga might not be so happy about it, but quite frankly, they need to be waking up to that. Absolutely brilliant from Reinach, and once again, just solidifying his place here as one of the most important Springbok rotation players in the squad. Kirsty saying, oh, awesome show, great to have you here. Eldon saying, good stuff. Ryan saying, score, Boca go, has been assumed. And the kick from Pollard just sneaks in. So it will be a converted kick here. So 100% kicking success to Andre Pollard in this game so far. Brendan Olivier, yes, indeed, yes. A fantastic try for the Springboks there. Governor saying, watching from Rio and enjoying Fayoida and I don't even know what that is. I do apologize. But yes, we've got a new poll coming up, and who will win this clash poll is over. Springboks dominating it with 94%. How many tries will be scored in this game? Go and let us know in the poll right then and there. Right now, as Visa is underneath this one, Jasper Visa, of course, and he gets underneath it. Solidifies the ball for the Springboks. Reinach now managing the ruck on the edge of the 22 here. He's looking for the box kick, and he's got Dwayne Vermeulen on his inside to act as the defense. There's going to be a chase for Makazole Mapimpi, but the ball has gone out just past South Africa's 10-meter line. It will be a line out to Tonga. Alden here saying, clean kick from Pollard. Indeed, it was very much a clean kick. And the scientists saying, hope the Springboks can beat Tonga. So, at the moment, they are winning. Right, here we go. Tonga now with a second line out. It's a short line out, and he's played it straight away to the midfield check. Here comes Tonga in the middle. Oh, a huge tackle there from Andre Pollard. Big hit there in the middle there. A little bit of a gap out wide, but a great tackle from Reinach to stop there. But now Tonga still letting the ball go in contact, doing very well to just advance forward about 5 meters now in front of that 10-meter line. Comes from the captain, Ben Tamiafuna, and he goes down there. Big tackles here. But Tonga playing a very quick game, a very blitz attack on these Boks here, and they're just struggling a little bit. The Bok defense is very much outnumbered a little bit, but Dwayne Vermeulen tries to get over that ball in the ruck there, but not able to do so. We're now in phase 5 of this passage of play. Tonga now passes again to the big prop of Fisihiuya, or however you say it. It's such a difficult name. I do apologize. The ball now does come out for Tonga, and it's almost seemed like the game had stopped for a second. Tonga thought that something had went wrong. South Africa weren't really aware to it. Makazole Mapimpi now chips through, but I think it's been knocked on by South Africa, unfortunately, so it will be a scrum, the first scrum of the game, just about more or less on the halfway line. Tonga just spilling it a little bit in the back there. Makazole Mapimpi trying to take advantage of it, but he knocks it on, and as a result, just the ref, Matthew Pearce, just going up to one of the Tongan players and just apologizing. I think he gets in the way of him. Just watching that tackle from Andre Pollard. Doesn't wrap his arms, but he does get the shoulder in. So, should be fine. Good tackle from Reinach as well to try and stop the Tongan attack there. Kendall here saying, watching this in the UK on ITV, and it's like a minute behind. You're actually spoiling the game for me. Oh, I do apologize. Maybe just, what you can do is just reverse the YouTube video by about 20, 30 seconds, whatever it is, and then you'll be exactly as it is, and you can use me as commentary. That's exactly what you can do. It's the nice thing about YouTube. You can more or less time it with your live TV there. The scientist saying this must be a win with a bonus point. Brendan O'Fear saying, make us proud, Bokke, indeed. So this first scrum of the game, 8 minutes in. How good is it going to be from the Springboks? The hit is made. Tonga feed into the scrum, and it's not moving, eh? But now Springboks starting to get a little late surge, but Tonga take it out straight away. Passing through the back line. They've got a little bit of a gap on the outside here. And look, it comes to the wing of Tuitavuki, and he gets taken down by Caden Moody just outside the Springbok 22. And it's advantage now for sealing over the ruck there by Jasper Visa. Really stupid by Jasper Visa, if I'm honest. There was a ruck definitely formed. He goes over it and tries to hold on to the ball, interferes there, and as a result, a penalty yet again to Tonga for not rolling away. And Neil just asking a very interesting question. You're saying, is that clean water or a massive vodka? No, that is water. That is water. I could not drink vodka at that sort of rate. Not a chance. B at S refrigeration. Watching from Burundi. Supporting my second home. Go Boca. Make South Africa proud again. Tonga, notably from this penalty on the 22-meter line, have opted for the line out. They've gone for the line. They've kicked it onto the Springbok 5-meter line, and now Springbok's going to have to try and stop a try from being scored here. Tonga really backing themselves to try and score a try against the Springboks here, just about 10 minutes into this game. So, very, very brave call here. The ball is in the hands of Ngawamo, and territory currently sits at 64% to Tonga, but it was a brilliant little line-out move. They really did almost deceive the Springboks, but luckily it was seen by Eben Etzebeth and Dwayne Vermeulen. Now the ball goes down. They're right on the Springbok line here. Can the defenders, Sia Khaleesi and Oxenche, make the tackle on the line here? But Tonga really trying to drive forward. It's going to be a really difficult one for Springboks to defend. Jasper Wiese does well to get low and make a good tackle here. Now it's going to be taken out by Augustin Pulu, who tries to find the forwards. It's been spilt a little bit. I think the Springboks have got the ball back. Indeed, they have. They've stolen the ball. Great defense from the Springboks, and it's right on the try line here. And Reinach eventually arrives at the base of that ruck, and he's going to surely kick this as far forward as possible. And there's a little bit of a late charge, but Oxenche has been driven almost behind his line there, and it is behind his line. Tonga did very well to drive him behind. I don't know why Springboks didn't just straight kick it out. And Oxenche was driven behind the line, even though he had all the support from his Springbok mates. And now it will be a 5-meter scrum to Tonga, which is going to be dangerous because their backline has found space already this game. So this could be a very good opportunity for Tonga to score with the scrum more or less in the middle of the field on the 5-meter line. Yeah, so right now they're going to, of course, the Boks are needing to just find a little more discipline right now because they're just being a little bit stupid at the ruck here, not thinking, and they're just rushing their decisions. I think they just need to take their time here and play the game as they need to. They need to realize they are the dominant team here. They need to just immediately assert the pressure on Tonga. But Tonga doing very well to frighten the Boks early on in this game. And just going to the comments here, just seeing Troya saying, Reinach has such a high rugby IQ. Indeed, he does. And Kevin saying, yeah, Booker, and saying, great start, guys, keep it up. It's not actually been the best of starts. Donovan here joining us from Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. So great to have you joining us. Braylon Franca saying, please shout me out. There you go. You're welcome. So here you go. This scrum is going to get going. Pulu, of course, got the ball in his hands, the number 9 for Tonga. And the scrum is set. The ball goes in. And it's going to be a huge hit from the Springboks, but Tonga take it out straight away. They find it. Makazulu Mpimbi makes a brilliant tackle on the 5-meter line, but Tonga now trying to pick this ball free. And it comes to the big number 5 of Sam Lorusi, and the ball is spilled backwards a little bit by Tonga. The Springboks defense holding up very strong so far. Oxenche does well to roll away from that tackle as well. It's going to be a big shove here from Sia Khaleesi, unable to do so as Tonga slowed down a little bit. Now comes to the middle here for Fifita. And he goes down on the 5-meter line as well. Oh, it was almost an early run there from the Springboks. Luckily, the offsides penalty is not given against them. But Tonga really threatening the Springbok line as it now comes to the back line. Big tackle there on the wing from Caden Moody and Grant Williams, of course. And more tackles coming in, but I don't think there was arms in that tackle. Oxenche goes in with low over the shoulders. There's advantage is played to Tonga, and this is dangerous for the Springboks, of course, because this is in a danger territory. They need to be careful here. I think it was an offside penalty given, though. Dion Farina makes the tackle, also a little bit high, almost head contact. Advantage to Tongans in phase 9. They try to kick in behind, but that's not a good enough kick. Although, my word, Billy LaRue almost missed it. Billy LaRue missed it, and it almost resulted in a try. Springboks really under the cosh here at the moment. So penalty to Tonga now for offside. That's the break in play. The Springboks defense holding up for now, but really under the cosh are the Springboks. Just an injury here for one of the Tongan players. I can't quite see who it is. It looks to be one of the props. I think that's Fisiyihui. It's such, oh my word, I cannot. You know, all the names in the Rugby World Cup, Tonga have got some of the most difficult ones by a country mile. And yeah, my word, Billy LaRue almost gifting Tonga a try there. Went straight through his fingers there, and it was almost a brilliant opportunity there for Inisi, the number 14 for Tonga. He almost got there, but the ball luckily went out of play. Mzwake here just asking, what is the ball possession? Well, currently, Tonga have had the ball pretty much all game. Really is very much in favor of Tonga, the possession. So Sia really need to Springboks really need to wake up. I was going to say Sia, Khaleesi, and the Springboks need to try and wake up here and get into this game. There's a little bit of concern from the bench being shown, and penalty on the 5-meter line again, about 15 meters in. And what do Tonga do? What are they calling for? It looks like they're going to be calling for the. What are we doing? We're waiting for a ball. I think we're going to go for the line though, for Tonga. Indeed, we are going to be kicking for the line. Or is it going to be a tap? Tap and go? No, going to go for the line, yeah. So, very, very big show of intent from Tonga. They're going to go onto the line. And, yeah, let's see what happens here. People panicking a little bit in the comments, I can see, with regards to the Springboks performance so far. Carter Paul saying, our Tambo headed. So, that's a bit of a rough call there. And it's an interesting move again from Tonga, but does not work at all. The ball spills out. It will be a Springbok line out. They tried something interesting there. It came to the captain, Ben Tamiafuna, and he was taken out. The Springbok spotted it very early, and it will be a Springbok line out on their 5-meter line, so they could get away from the line now. So, good early break here. But the territory sits at 78% of the territory spent inside the Springboks half, and a lot of it in the 22-meter line as we're approaching 15 minutes. Goes to the front part. Eben Edsmith goes up, collects the ball, but he's knocked it on. I think he's dropped it. Luckily, the ref says it's gone backwards. Reinach now passes through to another forward packer. Jasper Wiese drives forward. Springboks, lots of small mistakes creeping into their game right now. Now, Reinach is going to be managing at the back of this ruck on the 5-meter line. He takes it to the side. He kicks it. It looks to be a good kick. It's gone out just past the 22, I think, or maybe just in front of the 22. So not enough distance, quite enough for the Springboks yet. So Tonga is still very much on the attack. And people just heading into the comments here. Is Rassi at the game? I'm sure he is. And also our mascot, Rassi, is at the game. Great to have him there as well. Go and check him out if you go check the channel out. We've got a mascot for the World Cup. His name's Rassi. And he is there watching this game from the media box. He's talented like that. The ball goes in from this line out here for Tonga. And now comes to the back line. Let's see what Tonga can do as they approach the 22-meter line. Dre from desperately tries to get over this ball. There's a little bit of numbers out wide, but it comes to Havili, but he goes down on the 22-meter line as well. Now comes to the big forwards of Fifita. He goes down just on the 22 as well. Jasper Wiese with the tackle there. Now comes to the other his other lock. San Louisi gets driven back nicely by the Springboks. Springboks driving Tonga back a little bit more now. Tonga maybe a little bit tired, but now it's got a little bit of a break here for Ngauamo. And he's come onto the line here, but the ball does go out on the 22-meter line. A good tackle from Eben Edsmith and Kubas and Reinach. And I think it's going to be a Springbok line out just past their 22. So now they've properly maybe escaped. Actually, no, it's going to be a Tongan line out still. I think as they tried to keep the ball in, they passed it back, and I think it came off Eben Edsmith's back. So as a result, it will be a Tongan line out just in front of the Springbok 22-meter line. Looking at Faf de Klerk and Cheslin Colby, who are up in the boxes there, of course, not in the squad today, and they're watching from the luxury parts of the stadium rather than on the bench. So Ngauamo now puts the ball in, and it's onto the front pod, and again, very, very quick from Tonga, and Augustin Pulu passes out quickly to his back line. And Tonga really are not playing a slow game. You're really trying to scare the Springboks into quite some pace. And Willie LaRue's almost caught out by defense, but luckily makes the ankle tap. But here come Tonga almost on the 5-meter line. They sprung it over. Willie LaRue came up very quickly, and it went over his head to the winger. And now Tonga have got the advantage on the 5-meter line here. They don't have a penalty advantage, just saying they're on the advantage here. Dwayne Vermeulen with a big challenge, but he needs to roll. I don't think he's going to be able to roll, and the ball is eventually available. The ref says that it's penalty to South Africa. Very, very interesting call here from the ref, saying that they've not allowed Dwayne Vermeulen to roll. That's what the decision is. Very, very interesting. We don't see this very often, but a lot of teams try to do it. So great refereeing here from Matthew Pearce, just indicating Dwayne Vermeulen goes down, attempts to roll out the way, but Tonga do not allow him to roll. You do have to allow the player to roll away. They force him to stay in, and as a result, they've been penalized against. So very, very interesting penalty there, and Springboks get the benefit. Andre Pollard now looks to the line. Springboks eventually escape after not conceding a try. In the end, good defense from the Springboks. It's gone out on the 10-meter line inside their own half, but it will be their line out. What can Springboks do from now? comments here just saying, what's the score? Well, you can see the score right above my face. What's the issue there? Lisa Marie Smith saying, Jelle kan doet het, Bokke. You can do it, Bokke. Yeah, I'm not a great Afrikaans speaker. I do understand it, but yeah, I do apologize for that. I'm reading all these other languages. I'm suddenly forgetting what languages I'm supposed to be speaking as the Springboks set up a maul on the 10-meter line. It is moving forward, but Kobus Reinach is managing at the back here. I think he's going to need to take this ball out as it is not really working this maul. It's going a little bit sideways. It's a little bit disrupted, and Kobus Reinach eventually takes it out. Passes to Esterhuizen to drive up the middle. He does put a big, powerful leg drive in. Gets himself almost to the halfway line. Now comes to Andre Pollard, who puts the up and under in. Willie Leroux and now Williams chasing this ball. Willie Leroux not able to get there. Great take by Tuatavuki, who goes down, but I think the Springboks have won it back. Kanan Moody has won the ball back for the Springboks. Brilliant work from him. Marvin Ori now takes the ball out, passes to Billy Leroux, now to Dwayne from Muirland, who tries to go through, and brilliant from Williams now to get over that ball to prevent them getting through. Oxenchair now, big carry from the man, and it's advantage to the Springboks now, I think, for offsides, and it's now also knocked on from Vincent Koch. Although apparently it's gone backwards and Kanan Moody's going to take the ball and he's going to go straight under the middle. I thought the game had stopped, so did Tonga. The ball would seemingly came forward off Vincent Koch's chest, but apparently came off his elbow, which means that it's not a knock-on. And Kanan Moody pounced upon that ball. Tonga basically gave up upon it, picked it up and ran straight through for the 20 meters and went over. Captain there of Tonga, old Ben Tamiafuna, just asking Matthew Pearce what happened there and just explaining. Came off his shoulder of Vincent Koch. Therefore, it is not a knock-on. And as a result, the Springboks have a second try in this game out of nothing. And just want to make a big shout out to Ian Christian here for joining the Members Club. Absolutely fantastic to have you join. And would love to see some more of you join the Members Club as well. It's such an awesome place to be as Andre Pollard converts the kick for that second try. And looking at the comments, everybody's very chuffed with this. Yeah, indeed. And Neil here saying Moody is so underrated. Well, I don't think he's that underrated. He's very, very young, and everybody knows he's the next best thing that South Africa's got coming up in the youth. So fantastic to see him doing very well and scoring that try. That just capitalizing, watching that again. Comes off the shoulder of Vincent Koch, who's got a very bloody ear. And Kanan Moody just pounces upon it behind the Tongan defense. Great try for the Springboks out of very little. Tonga will be a little bit upset about that. And already Springboks have got 2 tries to the name after 20 minutes. And the crowd is booing a little bit. They're not happy with it after seeing the replay, but I think it is fair to be fair. And now the ball has got in again as Havili kicks it towards the corner there now. This time, much better from Marvin Ori, just in front of his 22. Goes up, secures the ball very, very easily. Kobus Reinach now organizing his forwards so he can get a very easy box kick here from the base of this ruck. He does kick it. There's going to be a chase from Makazulu Mapimpi. It's not the best kick from Kobus Reinach. In fact, it goes out on the full. And it will be now a line out to Tonga, just about 5 meters out. Lots of small errors creeping into the Springboks game. Luckily, they're not being punished for it, but they do need to just wake up a little bit, as I think, a lot of this could be fixed quite easily, and then they will start scoring points a lot more freely as well. So, Tongan line out here, but they're taking a while to get there. Matthew Pearce just telling them to hurry up and get there. And Tonga now got a line out just outside Springboks 22. Still a lot of the game being played in the Springboks half, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, great to see so many comments coming in. Diana saying, no, now we have deaf sign language as official though. Oh, it's a bit of a messy lineup. Sorry, there's a bit of a random comment to just go and read out. I just thought it was interesting to read, as I thought there was something more than that. Tonga now got the ball off that messy lineout on the 10-meter line inside South Africa's half. Driven backwards there by Dwayne Vermeulen and Andre Pollard, but not doing very well to roll away. But eventually the ball does come. Now Tonga on the attack, but these big hits are starting to make an effect on Tonga. They're getting driven back more and more. Sia Khaleesi makes a huge tackle there. Now Havili tries to go in behind, but Willie Leroux spots it easily and passes through to Makazolo Mapimpi, who's now got space to run. He's going to try and spot the gap. He spots one, but he gets taken down very, very easily. And the tackle is made. And Springboks do well to get over as well. Kobus Reinach now getting the ball out of this ruck. Who can he find in the forwards? It looks like Vincent Koch's going to be receiving this ball. It comes to Vincent Koch. He drives forward. Big drive from him. Doesn't really make too much go forward, though. Now comes to Andre Pollard with time. He puts the ball up. And it's going to be a chase from Williams. Will he get there in time for the tackle? It's a little bit of obstruction from... Oh, it's a little bit of obstruction again from Tonga. But luckily, the Springboks managed to get there. Accidental obstruction, as says Matthew Pearce, which means that it will be a scrum to South Africa on the Tongan 10-meter line. Struggling to keep up here with a little bit of what's happening in the game. So it was a little bit of a messy lineup from Tonga earlier. And yeah, unfortunately... As a result, we do see Tonga now have lost possession of the ball. and the ball went up from Andre Pollard for an up and under. Williams tried to get there, but was a little bit obstructed, but it was an accidental obstruction as he turned into his player. And as a result, the ref has said just a scrum here, as we do often see, just a scrum because it's not really gone anywhere. It's not disadvantaged the Springboks too much, nor did Tonga mean for it to happen. So it's going to be a scrum in favour of, I think, the Springboks, though, which means that we could see a big backline move being used here from the Springboks as they're starting to get a little bit more possession in this game, 39% now. Earlier it was sitting a little bit lower than that. Great to have so many people in the comments. Be sure to keep going in the comments. Ask me some questions. I'll try and spot it when there's a break in play as well. And be sure to, again, if you haven't already, let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Great to have so many of you here. More than 250 likes. Also fantastic here. 4 new members so far, guys. Let's try and get 10 new members today. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Really, really great to commentate this game for all of you guys. Again, my name's Mark. Be sure to go and check out my channel, Mark's Box, if you guys are interested in any more content from me or otherwise interested in me. Go and check that out. Otherwise, we've got the scrum getting going here. There's a Mexican wave, disappointingly, going around the stadium. Not great to see. Usually that means the game's not that interesting. The scrum is going to be in favour of South Africa. Big hit from the South Africans. They're motoring forward now. Can they get the advantage? They do get the advantage. Matthew Pearce, I think, says maybe I should take the ball out, as it's going to be a little bit of a backline move here. Williams tries to break free. He's still trying to go, and he's eventually brought down on the 10-metre line here. Kobus Reinach takes the ball out quickly, finds, I think that is Jasper Wiese. It is indeed Jasper Wiese. Now Kobus Reinach again. A little bit of an offsides, almost feel chipped in behind for Kanan Moody to try and get there, but he misses it. And it's also missed again by Tonga, but now here they come forward. They pass the ball backwards. It's all very messy and broken play here. Eventually, the tackle is made by Eben Etzebeth on, I believe, it is Tuitavuki, who gets brought down just inside his 22-metre line. Now Tonga pass it back, and it's going to be a big kick from the fullback, but it's going straight out, more or less on their 10-metre line, just in front of it. So a little bit of an advantage for the Springboks there, but they've got a line out here, and they're urging here, looking at Willie Leroux and Pollard, urging the team to just more or less wake up and urging for some calm and to try and get the Springboks settled, because it's a little bit higgledy-piggledy at the moment for the Bokke. So yeah, Deon Fouet's got the ball in his hand, of course, operating at the hooker position today. Being thrust into that position as a result of Malcolm Marks' injury. Marvin Murray goes up. He's taken down before he gets in there, so it's an advantage to the Springboks of taking the man out in the air. Jasper Wiese managing at the back of this ball, which is moving forward, and Kobus Reinach does decide to take the ball out, though. Now comes to Esterhuizen, who charges into tackle. And yeah, very, very well taken by there. But Matthew Pearce is determined that no advantage has been taken, and he's going to come back for that advantage. And I think we'll see Pollard look for the corner here. Matthew Dixon here. People asking, what is the score? Y'all blind? The scoreboard is above the video. Indeed it is. The scoreboard is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. Right above me. so be sure to go and check that out. You don't need to even comment the score. The score is right there. As well as the time, as well as also stats to, I think, this side. I think I'm pointing to the correct side, or this side. I think it's this side is where the field is, and it tells you more or less what's happening. Great to have you guys joining us here. Usually the Pacific Islanders and the All Blacks finish strongly, so we can't lose focus. That's what Diala says. Springboks have got the line out on the 5-metre underway. Deon Fouet's managing at the back of the maul, which is struggling to move forward right now. Kobus Reinach coming to come and fetch that ball. Although now they've got a little bit more go forward, and now the Tongan defence is starting to struggle a little bit. Kobus Reinach trying to manage the ball at the back of the maul here. Will he be able to get the ball out? Does the ball go straight down? I think it's going to be a scrum. Although, does the ball come freely to Tonga? No, it doesn't. Tonga does well to prevent the Springboks getting that ball out, and it will be a Tongan scrum on the 5-metre line here. So the Springboks should have got the ball out, and they didn't. And Derek here saying the tide is turning as Tonga start to tire. I do think it's exactly that. They had a very, very energetic start to this game, but I think already the Springboks have hit them quite a few times very hard, and now they're a little bit tired. But they did very well there to defend against the Springbok maul. And it will be a 5-metre scrum to Tonga, but the scrum is starting to also fail a little bit. So I think Springboks are starting to get a foothold in this game. Conway here saying, thank you for the info on the game and go Bokke. Well, you're very much welcome. Thank you so much for joining us in the stream. Great to have so many people here watching along with me. Let's try and get up to 300 likes, guys. We're 276 likes right now. Let's try and get to 300. We've got 2,500 of you watching. So it just takes a few of you to go and click that like button, and we'll get to 300. It's really much appreciated. We're in the 27th minute of this game right now, and again, Springboks got 2 tries to the good. Tonga only with 3 points after that very early penalty in pretty much the first or second minute of the game. Now, Big scrum here for Tonga on their 5-meter line. Crucial that they cannot lose it. The scrums have been good from Tonga so far, but it's starting to look like it's tiring as the Springboks are gaining a little bit of an edge. Although they do well this time, the scrum does not move. Comes, oh my word, terrible kick from Tonga. Terrible kick from Havili. And he sliced it straight off the side of his boot. And it's going to be basically straight pressure from the Springboks again. Comes on the side of his boot, which means basically it's a 5-meter line out to the Springboks. So, yeah, really not gone well there for Tonga at all. And the Springboks will have another opportunity here from the line out to score another try. Their third, hopefully, of the day, just outside the 5-meter line. Dion Free puts the ball in. Marvin goes up. They shift the ball across to Dwayne from Muirland. And it's advantage to the Springboks, I think, for offsides. And now they're joining into the maul. Cobus Reinach takes the ball out. He passes to Estays and passes to Pollard. Pollard tries to go himself. Beats one player, but then gets taken down. Now Reinach takes it out to Willie Leroux, who spots the gap. Now passes it backwards to Makazulu Mapimpi. He tries to dance his way through. Unable to do so. Cobus Reinach takes the ball out quickly again to his forwards. Jasper Visa drives forward. And he's got a few players helping him out there. Cobus Reinach once again takes it out. Passes to Vincent Koch, who set up the second pod with Dion Free supporting. Now Reinach takes the ball out. Comes to Oxenshare, who gets spotted quite early there. Matthew Pearce has determined no advantage. They're going to come back for the penalty on the 5-meter line there. And I think Tonga needs to start being careful here, because this is a couple of penalties now on the 5-meter. This time they're aware. They had the penalty last time in almost the same spot where Cobus Reinach very quickly, of course, tapped and went into the corner. This time Tonga were aware. They've learned from their mistake. And so the Springboks opted not to go and do that. My word, guys, thank you so much for hitting that like button. We've crossed straight away to more than 350 likes. Fantastic. Maybe we get to 400 just as quickly. Be sure to go and hit it. As we have a TM overview, ladies and gentlemen. A TM overview. Let's see what this is for. Makazolo Mapimpi goes into the tackle. It's... that's rough, ref. That's fine. Supposedly head contact from Tonga in the tackle on Makazolo Mapimpi. From number 9, that's Augustine Pulu. It's head contact to Makazolo Mapimpi. It's really minimal, if I'm honest. It's not a lot of contact in that. Yes, it is head-to-head contact, but it's not a lot. What is Matthew Pearce saying? For me, this is only a yellow card at most, if there is going to be a card. But I think it will be a card to Tonga, and it will be to their number 9. So really not brilliant. And Matthew Pearce just discussing with the TMO here for this head contact. Okay, so they've made a decision. Penalty. Just a penalty. Just a penalty. And quite frankly, that is the right decision. Because I've seen too many yellow cards and red cards for this sort of thing in the World Cup already that a lot of people say isn't. And quite frankly, it's a very slight bit of head contact. There's nothing dangerous. There wasn't heavy contact, and as a result, just a penalty only against Pulu. Of course, Kia Khaleesi trying to make the argument saying, can I rather come back for the other penalty, because Matthew Pearce went off to the far side, and Kia Khaleesi saying, can we not just have the penalty that side? We prefer that side. Matthew Pearce having a laugh with him and saying yes. But unfortunately, having said all that, for that it shouldn't have been a yellow card, Makazolo Mapimpi has gone off. He is leaving the field, I think, for a head injury assessment as a result of that. And looking at a few of these Springbok players, they really are in the battles. And they've got battle scars right now. Jasper Visa also really struggling. They've got lots of blood in his face there, as does Vincent Koch on his ears. But Dion Free now managing the maul in the base of this ruck. It's offsides, joining the maul incorrectly from Tonga. And let's see what happens here. Dion Free now darts for the line, but he's brought down just as quickly. And I think there's going to be some talking to Tonga here, because that was very deliberate there. Cobus Reinach now takes the ball out after that collapsed maul. Estays and spots a gap, but he's lost the ball forward. There's going to be a penalty against Tonga once again for joining the maul incorrectly in from the side. And so we will have another penalty as we hit the half-hour mark here in this first half in favour of South Africa. Has tapped and gone quickly again from Reinach, but this time the ref has said, no, you can't. Even though he danced his way over, I think it took a little bit too long to get there. Matthew Pearce saying, we're not going to have that. So, yeah. Yeah, indeed. So yeah, I'm just seeing some comments coming in from everybody. Great to have you all here. And we're just going to put someone in timeout. Definitely going to put someone in timeout there. Definitely don't need any of that in our chat. Thank you very much. As we have almost got to 400 likes, guys. We're so close. And I know it sounds like I'm begging for them, but I'm really not. It's just great to see you guys hitting that like button so many times. Great to see you guys enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for joining. And the ball has gone out for another line out in favour of the Springboks on the 5-metre line. Fantastic opportunity for them to score their third try. They're really struggling a little bit here, but I think if there's another penalty in favour of Tonga, they're going to struggle here. Dion Fourie having a big laugh with somebody. I don't quite know whom, but yeah, having a big laugh here. Moments, the Springboks look very much a little bit beaten up. Tonga very much bringing the game to them. Ball goes in. Marvinari takes the ball in, and Dion Fourie goes to go and fetch the ball at the base of it, and he eventually gets the ball clear, and he's still part of that maul. And now the ref has said that you can join and to the line here. The maul's still not really working for South Africa as of yet, but now it's starting to get some go forward. Here we go. Could we see them move forward? Lots of leg drive as the backs ball join in, and here we go. He goes over. Dion Fourie scores the try for the Springboks. From that maul penalty. Fantastic for the Springboks, finally muscling their way over. The third try of the day, and the third try in favour of the Springboks. Dion Fourie is chuffed as anything, so is Andre Pollard. The Springboks are happy. They currently lead now 19 points to 3. Lioness or Leonese tracks, I assume Lioness, because you've got a little lion next to your name. They're saying, great commentary, thank you so much. Well, thank you very much. Mapimpi scores soft tries, apparently, according to Carter Paul. Let me know in the comments, guys, if you believe that. And then, great to see some more people coming here. Guys, be sure to ask me some questions as well about rugby, and I'll be sure to answer them when and if I can. But nonetheless, Springboks have just scored another try. Fantastic to see. And let's continue on here. Dion Fourie scoring that try was brilliant. Now, Andre Pollard has got the chance to put the kick over, and he's lining it up from the near touchline. Not the easiest kick for him. He converted both the earlier ones. Will this go through the middle? Brilliant kick from Andre Pollard. And I think lots of people are going to start making those comments in the comment section and otherwise in the South African fandom in general, saying that Pollard should become our regular number 10 again, because the kicks are sailing through for Springboks right now. 3 kicks from 3 for Andre Pollard. The Springboks now lead 21 points to 3. Fantastic. And we are really wrapping up in viewers here. Great to see so many of you guys joining. We have hit more than 400 likes. Thank you so much. And people asking, where am I from? I am from Johannesburg, South Africa. Anthony's saying that there's going to be 8 tries here tonight. Ven one saying, great commentary. Thank you so much. Plum saying, great work, fella. Keep up the great commentary. Thank you so much. Really great to see so many of you guys enjoying the stream right now. So the restart has happened. Springboks have collected it inside their 22-meter line. Kobus Reinach manages at the back. He gets the box kick away. It's not the best kick from him. It's not going to go out. And is trying to be chased by Kanan Moody. He's not able to get there. Kobus Reinach does chase it. He tries to take Havili out. But Havili completely misses his pass and messes up. And tries to find his winger on the wing there. And he finds out that there's nobody there. Passes straight out on the halfway line. And as a result, there will be a Springbok line out on the halfway line. Xavier Lou saying the best commentary. Thank you so much. Really, really is fantastic. Yeah, lots of people just letting me know about the commentary. Fantastic to have you guys enjoying it. I really do appreciate it. So in the 33rd minute, or 34th minutes, I suppose, of this game, Springboks now starting to very much get a foothold in this game. Tonga starting to have some more mistakes heading their way. It's not been an easy game for the Springboks, but I do think the second half, it's going to be a little bit of a runaway victory for the Springboks, because I think Tonga are already tired. They started the game quite well, but I think the second half, Springboks are really starting to strut their stuff a little bit more. And as a result, Tonga are now 21 points behind, and they've really been beaten up as well. The Springboks have also really struggled. There's quite a few bloody ears and bloody noses around. Makazole Mapimpi, unfortunately, has made his way off the field. I'm not sure if he's back on yet. I don't think he is. So that's quite unfortunate for him. And just seeing some more discussions here amongst the Tongan backline to see what they're going to try and do, even though it's a scrum in favour. Oh no, it is a scrum in favour of the Tongan. So I think it actually was. I do apologise earlier. It was actually knocked on by the Springboks in that back play there. But nonetheless, we're going to see what happens here in the scrum just past the halfway line inside Tonga's half. All right, here we go. Tonga put the ball in, and it's a huge scrum from the Springboks, but Tonga managed to get the ball out. And now they're shifting it across the line, and there's a little bit of a break, but now great tackle by Jesse Creel, who's made his way onto the field, of course, in place of Makazole Mapimpi, which means Kanan Moody moves to the wing, which is a preferred position. And Willie Leroux does brilliantly to steal it. And unfortunately, it was a penalty against the Springboks here for offside, says Matthew Pearce, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. Willie Leroux did very well to actually intercept there, but unfortunately he's offside. So a little bit of handbags there between Willie Leroux and one of the Tongans. A little bit of a laugh there. Great to see. Just a little bit of laughs and otherwise. But yeah, not too bad there at all. So just 4 minutes left of this first half. Tonga have got the penalty. They've kicked for the line. It's a brilliant kick. My word, what a kick there by Havili. Oh my word, that's meme worthy. That is meme worthy. There we go. We've got one of the Springbok coaches there. Has got the binoculars looking straight onto the field. Absolutely beautiful to see. This is going to become very much a meme during the week. Great to see. Tonga here though. Brilliant kick there by Havili. And he kicks straight onto the 5-meter line of the Springboks. And the Springboks, right at the end of this half, need to do some desperate defending once again. As the ball is going to be put in by Ngawamo. And the ball goes up. Stia Khaleesi manages to sack them all straight away. Great work from him. And now, here comes Tonga. Can they try and break over this line? Oh, my word. Massive tackle there from the Springboks. But they shifted in the tackle. Dion tries to get over. But Tonga's still coming at them. And they're getting very close to this try line right now. Can the Springboks hold on right at the end here? And here comes some more forwards. Eben Etzebeth makes the tackle. This time, Dion tries to get over the ball. I think he's managed to get over. Is he over? He's over the ball. It says the ref says the ball needs to come. The ball is available eventually for Tonga. It's right on the line here. And it needs to be very, very careful as to what happens. Can Springboks hold on the line? He tries to dart around the corner. I think it's going to be just on the side there. Well done by the Springboks there just to prevent the ball from going over. But they really are close. And it's going to go over. The captain, Ben Tamiafuna, goes over for Tonga's first try of the game. And just to put the Springboks back into a little bit of doubt. And as a result, Tonga now score a try just before the half here. And the current points are 21 points to 8. Tonga with a late little charge here. So interesting to see. I think they're just checking something, says Matthew Pierce. I just want to confirm if they are. Just watching here, and no, I think it should still stand, this try. So that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, it was very well done by the captain, though, to get over. Springboks defense failing a little bit, not managing to set up quick enough after the first initial drive from the forward pack. And they just went very quickly after that. And as a result, yeah, Tonga have gone over for their first try. And Havili now with the chance to convert and go within 11 points of the Springboks. Springboks still are only one try away from a bonus point, which is crucial, of course, but they want to try and get as many points as possible so that next week's game basically means nothing, and the Springboks will be guaranteed going through. And yeah, that's, of course, going to come up very, very soon. And yeah, let's see what this kick is from Havili. He's got only 5 seconds left. He kicks now, and he's missed it, unfortunately, for Tonga. It's gone to the right of the post, and as a result, it will remain 21 points to 8. And yeah, we've still got a couple of minutes left in this half. Can the Springboks score right before the break? It would certainly help them with a bonus point in the first half. That's quite a thing to try and do. So let's see if that does happen. Ball goes in, and Tonga go and take it just in front of their 22 after that restart. Just 1 minute left to go. Comes to the forwards. It looks like they're playing what I call Bulls rugby, just keeping in the forwards, wasting time until such time as the half is over. And now it will be kicked eventually here from the base of this ruck by Pulu. And he's now kicked it forward. And it's going to be a bit of an odd kick, gone straight out. And this gives a chance right at the end of the half for the Springboks to score another try. Just trying to set up a couple of things in the background, but we do have the line out getting set here. Dion Fourie got the ball in his hands, and it goes in. It's taken down by the Springboks. Kobus Reinach finds Esterhuizen, who charges through. He finds a gap. He's into the 22-meter line. Tia Khaleesi does brilliantly to follow him in. Kobus Reinach now passes to Pollard, who finds Jesse Creel, the substitute, of course. They're right close to the try line here of South Africa. Pollard now dives himself. Not necessarily the best decision. Kobus Reinach passes to Jasper Wiese, who tries to drive forward. They're about 10 meters away from Tonga's try line. Tonga desperately trying to hold on to this ball. Reinach does brilliantly to get the ball out. Passes to Vincent Koch. Now Reinach takes the ball out again. Esterhazen charges up the middle. He did brilliantly to start the move and unfortunately went backwards a little bit there. Kubus Reinach now tries to go himself. He's brought down. He passes quickly to Dion Farid. Great little pass there. And now Kane and Moody at the base of this ruck. Kubus Reinach now supporting him as well. It's gone over the top. Springboks weren't expecting that at all from Reinach. Dwayne Vermeulen eventually reacts to it. Vincent Koch now moves forward in the middle of the field. Now comes to Kubus Reinach again, who tries to find, once again, I think that is Jesse Creel. He makes good ground. They're almost onto the 5-meter line of the Springboks here. Now, it's Eben Etzebeth goes down on more or less the 5-meter line. And now comes to Oxenche, who drives very well. Just 2 meters out of the Springboks. They're so close to scoring a try. And their bonus point comes to Jesse Creel. Breaks one. And it's intercepted from Tonga. Unfortunately, right on the line there. Don't know why the Springboks weren't patient, but it was intercepted right on the line there. Now, will Tonga take this ball out? I think they will. So that's going to be upsetting for the Springboks. And the ball does, in fact, go out. So that's very upsetting. And that's an end to the half. They could have scored right at the end there, but not able to do so. And, of course, that will bring us to the end of this half. I do see our halftime panel are coming into the stream here. They're not quite with us yet, but I will be bringing them very shortly. Guys, that is the end of the half. What did you make of that half? Let me know in the comments, of course, and let us know in that poll if we are still going to score 8+ points in this game. I think our halftime panel is almost ready to get going. We do just have a couple of things just to finish finish putting up. And yeah, otherwise, guys, thank you so much for that half. So much. Just going back to some of the comments here. Tonga need a Pollard apparently for the kicking. Yes, they did miss that kick. Yeah, I think people are more or less happy with the score there. They should have scored right on the stroke of halftime, their Springboks. But otherwise, been a tough game. Tonga really came at them that first part, but now Springboks coming back at them. Tonga looking a little bit tired, although that late try doing brilliantly. Now, I do have the panel ready for you guys, so I'm going to take you across to our halftime panel to take you through, and I will join you for the second half, of course. Until then, guys, be sure to ask them some comments as well. Ask them some questions, rather, in the comment section. And you've got Rudy, you've got Wes, and you've got Risa for the halftime show. Till then.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for that introduction, Mark. What an exciting half of rugby, and probably a lot closer than everyone was quite expecting. But I really hope you enjoyed our coverage so far. Please remember to always give us a like and subscribe. And obviously just keep tuning into the channel. We've got a really exciting second half. This game is not done. Rudy, I'll go to you first, and welcome of course to the halftime show. Ruth, we had talked in our pre-show build-up, which you weren't with us, but we had said that I had said that we should probably be aiming to close this game out by halftime. We're certainly not there, are we?
I think, yeah, obviously it's wonderful to be part of the halftime show. and I think for the Springboks, it's a little bit frenetic at the moment, I guess, also due to the combinations. I mean, we played a tough game last week against Ireland. We lost, and we've made a few changes, and we've seen that sort of rhythm lacking a little bit. So I don't want to read too much into it other than say we have 3 tries. We just need the bonus point. And then I think we need to seriously just consider our players staying fit and healthy, because the quarterfinals will be looming then.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about just how close this has turned out to be. Were you expecting such a strong performance from Tonga in that first half?
No, I think, hats off to Tonga for showing up and actually playing some really structured rugby that we know that they're capable of playing, but we haven't seen yet. They haven't shown up in Ireland, they haven't shown up for Scotland, and they always decide to show up for the Springboks for some reason. So, not taking nothing away from them. I also think, though, the Boks have just not really shown up. That early mistake, first play of the game, Marvin Ory going up way too early, letting the ball go over his head, and we just never really seemed to settle. We scored that quick try thanks to Kobus with his quick thinking, but it hasn't really looked like much of a convincing Bok performance. But yeah, there's a second minute or second half to go, so 40 more minutes to change that and turn it around.
Yep, absolutely. Ruth, was there an argument after seeing that? Obviously, the guys look a little bit rusty. They are still winning by a good margin. Let's not forget this. The Springbok team are phenomenal as individuals, and perhaps this unit in particular have not had time to gel as a unit. But I mean, really, was there an argument to be made that we perhaps should have started with a stronger lineup? You muted, Roots. You muted, Roots. You gotta unmute yourself there, buddy.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, man. I think a lot of it had to do with the impact bringing Andre Pollard back into the team in terms of how the bench shaped up as well. We see Dwayne Vermeulen playing on the blind side. We've got Dion Fourie starting. I think for the most part, again, the management would want to have seen a little bit more assertiveness from the box, but there is still a second half, and the bench is very strong. I'm sure they'll be lamenting that try, though, towards the end of the first half there of Tonga, because as I understand it, we are the team with the least points conceded. And that one we wouldn't take lying down lightly. So the second half, we're going to show some more intent, I'm sure.
To our technical team, someone who's got their TV on or some background noise there, if you could please turn it down. Whoever's got a TV on in the background there, please. Right, so I'm just going through a couple of these comments, and they are phenomenal. I can tell you guys are very upset. Please, guys, just remember, this is the Springbok team. We are Springbok supporters. Let's try and get behind the boys, but I understand the frustration a little bit. Not a good performance. I see Bongi Klop was saying not a good performance for the home team. Oliver Klein saying Creel not an X-factor player, not by a long way. Takola Damon says always this, let's just get through altitude. I can't repeat the words that he said after that, but it's not very positive. I understand your frustration there, buddy. Again, need a 36-point win to be safe, currently only 13 points. Matthew Dixon saying, man, the comment section is unhinged tonight. Again, Takola Damon saying, what is Vinny still doing in this team? The fumbles before we realize, how many fumbles before we realize he is done? Yeah, it's not great. Rock on Rockall says no passion today, just dead team. A lot of things to take into account there, right, Wes? I mean, obviously as Springbok supporters, the guys seem quite upset by the performance that's been turned out. Is it warranted?
Yeah, Reese, I think I got what you said there. But yeah, it's there's clearly lots to work on, and especially for me, one of the big things was defense, our defensive structure. You know, we do like to press up hard and try, shut that pass down early. But the Tongans recognizing this excellently on their side of things and getting that long pass in behind our backs. And a couple of times, Willie LaRue and the wingers were caught out and they made some ground. So they'll definitely look to tighten things up in the second half. But I definitely agree with the commenter who said that the Springboks just looking a bit flat. It almost just seems like this is just a tick box exercise. It just needs to get done. We need to get through the 80 minutes. There's no real willingness to kind of get through it. But we'll see. Hopefully a second better 40.
Yeah, a second better 40 is certainly needed, but not a lot of initiative being shown back by the box, and they seem to be out of sorts to quite an extent. The boys don't seem to be able to get that cohesion together, and that was my worry when this team was named, is that there was just far too much going on. But yeah, guys, look, it's not great. I can't even keep up with all these comments because the guys are upset. But I do think that there is a possibility here that the top will get gassed. I don't know what's going on in the background. I do apologize, guys. I hope it will be sorted soon, but sometimes technical issues do take their parts when it comes to online content. But we do apologize for that. Guys, let's have a look at this though from a realistic perspective. The Boks put 20 points on Tonga in the second half. We've done our job. We've got our bonus point. We move on to the next round. Roots, let's get over this point, right? Let's get behind the boys. I think I backed them to make 20 points in this half and get the requisite bonus point. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think for the most part, yeah, we're definitely going to turn up the intensity in the second half. I don't think Tonga have the bench to compete with us. And as we mentioned, South Africa do have a strong bench, and we do have faith in Rassie and them. And a special mention, obviously, it will be interesting to see the likes of Lebok coming off the bench and potentially playing with Andre Pollard, who's been on song, So it's not that Pollard is now the saving grace. It's just how can we accommodate everyone get to that common goal. Just a special mention or reference to the referee towards the end of that first half with the Mapimpi incident with the head-on-head contact. I think the issue that we're dealing with on that one quickly is just consistency, because the referee perhaps didn't make the wrong call in saying penalty only, but in games earlier on, we saw it was yellow card bunker review. So we need to have a little bit more consistency, and we hope that something like that doesn't come into play in this game, let alone the knockouts.
I mean, I hold a different view to it. I think that was a fair call in my shot. I do think that doesn't warrant, but everyone's upset with the inconsistency that's been happening throughout the tournament. Wes, I want to give you a chance to comment on Andre Pollard at the moment. Of course, having converted kicks, and all of them quite different. You know, what do we make from it?
Reese, can I just ask you to repeat the second half of your question there, please? It sounded like the world exploded. Just no worries. Just what? Sorry, say again.
So with the Andre Pollard, of course, in the picture, he's made 3 conversions from a pretty tight angle, and he looks to be running a relatively decent line. He looks to be quite physical. He looks a bit sharp. Comment for him in the meantime?
Yeah, I think Pollard is out. Oh, okay. I think Pollard's out there doing what he should be doing. I think he's obviously been brought in to kick well, and I think he's kicked excellently. And then in terms of his distributing and his ball playing, I think the back line as a whole, actually the whole Springbok squad has struggled to kind of get on the front foot. So can't really blame too much on there. But I think he's looking good. I think as much as we could ask for him, the first 40 minutes with the Boks, and keen to see what he does in the second half with them. And if Mani comes on, I think it is important for Mani to get on the field, still keep that form. We know he's a confidence player. So I'd really like to see Mani Lebok come on. And who knows, maybe a cheeky Pollard appearance at 12.
How much time, Roots, do you think that Andre gets now in the second half, if any time at all? Do you expect to see some changes? Roots? Roots. Right, okay. Well, Roots seems to have left us. He's unable to comment. So, Wes, what do you think then? Do you think that we see those changes rung in pretty early?
Yeah, I think so. I think they'd like to look at getting the guys as many minutes as they can in their legs. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, it's quite a classic thing for the Springboks to come out in the second half and then within a minute or two already start making some changes. So yeah, let's see what the magicians upstairs have up their sleeves for us.
Okay, well, we see there. Roots, I don't know if you're back. If you can hear me, give me a little wave there and so on. Right, Roots. Of course, who are you most looking forward to seeing coming on? Personally, for me, I'd like to see Marco van Staden come on. I know we've got a game at hand, but right, that would be absolutely fantastic to see something different. Right. Anyway, well, that's we've been left there again.
Sorry, brother, I'm back. So for me, it's definitely Mani Lebok. Again, it's the contentious issue around how we can accommodate him into the team, because he obviously brings a new dynamic. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the Marco van Staden coming off and playing at hooker and actually throwing in at the line-out. So those two definitely. But for the Springboks, I think just the confidence, getting the bonus point and securing that position to qualify for the knockout stages, tick the box. And then from the knockout stages, we know that South Africa seem to know what they're doing. So we just got to get there and just be patient and have faith. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we're ready to hand back over to Mark for the rest of the coverage of this game. Of course, 21-8 to South Africa. We hope that they put in a better performance. Let's secure that quarterfinal spot. From all of us here on the panel at Forever Sports, until next time, cheers.
Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. And I do apologize. I actually left my microphone on when they were having to try and do that whilst I was making a little bit of noise. And otherwise, they were brilliant to get through that. And yeah, so guys, we have got the second half coming up very, very shortly for you. So very keen to see what happens in it. And I see a whole lot of comments coming in for that first half. And yeah, people giving some suggestions as to what the Springboks could do. And yeah, that's exactly what we could try and see in the future. We're seeing William Diago saying Marnie at fly half and Pollard at inside center. That has been something that's been dubbed quite a lot of times. Not sure we're going to see it though. So try not to think that that's certainly going to happen. But it is a solution that could bring both of them into it. I doubt it though. That's unfortunately what is going to happen. So lots of guys enjoying the halftime show. Great to see that as well. And I think we are going to get ready for the second half as both Tonga and the Springboks have made their way out. And yeah, so we're watching here. The Springboks don't seem to have made any changes. Of course, in the first half, Jesse Creel did come on for Makazole Pimpi, who had a big shiner to his cheek there and had a little bit of an injury there. And is unfortunately going to come off, has come off the field rather, as a result of that injury. Kanan Moody has moved to the wing as a result, and Jesse Creel's moved to the outside center position. Guys, we are also 21 likes away from 500 likes. Be sure to go and smash that like button right now. The second half's about to get going with Andre Pollard looming over the kick. And it should be quite a crack of a second half. Springboks need one more try to get a bonus point. And Tonga, of course, scoring the try near the end of the first half means that they're not out of it yet. And the ball has been kicked by Andre Pollard deep into the 22 of Tonga. And immediately there's a charge down. And Tonga got right on the back foot. And Kanan Moody now is going to have to try and defend against two people. Though Tonga have done very well to try and exit. And it comes to the right there. And the ball has gone out of play. No, still on the line. And then bounced out. A brilliant kick from Tonga. All the way up there from Fine Inisi. And what a kick it was. Almost onto the Springbok 10-meter line. That's an absolutely brilliant kick there from Inisi. And Tonga have escaped that early little charge there from the Springboks, who managed to charge down the kick there of Havili. Yeah, and William just asking, what's my name? My name's Mark, everybody. You can see it right over here. That is my name. So be sure to chuck me some questions if you guys are keen. And otherwise, I'm keen to see you guys in a few more games in the future. So the Springboks have set up a maul from that line out. It's working quite well. Dion Fourie at the back of it. And it's moving forward here quite at a little bit of, I'd say rapid pace, but not quite as much as I was hoping it would. It was starting to gain traction, but then just as quickly managed to get off. Reinach eventually manages to get this ball free. And the ball comes now to Jasper Wiese, who tries to fight his way through, unable to do so. Kobus Reinach now at the base of this ruck gets it to Vincent Koch on the 10-meter line inside the Springboks half. I think he's going to be opting for the up and under now as Dwayne Vermeulen comes alongside him in that number 7 shirt, of course. Now, Eben Netsmith and Kanan Moody chasing this very, very hard. Kanan Moody makes the tackle, makes the spill in the tackle. Eben Netsmith also quick to get on top of the ball and force Tonga back a little bit there, just about almost on their 10-meter line here are Tonga. Now, going to be fielding at the base of this ruck. And Eben Netsmith doing very, very well, as he always does. Intelligent player, getting there quickly. And a jumping player there from, I don't know who that was from Tonga, but yeah, unfortunately, Sia Khaleesi getting in the way. Then now, they're almost in the wing here from Tonga, and it's gone straight out from the grubber kick from Inesi. They almost broke away their Tonga, but the ball has gone out more or less on the halfway line. The Springboks will have another go from the line out. Relatable, they're just making a little bit of a funny joke. They're saying, what's your name, Mark? I do enjoy that comment. A little bit of a funny one. Nonetheless. We continue on here. Now, Dion Fourie takes it out from the base of that maul. He finds Esterhuizen, and it goes through. And Dion Fourie is chasing him up as well. It's on the 10-meter line. Brilliantly done. Now, Kobus Reinach finds nobody. Well, he actually tries to find a runner, but then chooses not to utilize him. They're on the 10-meter line here, the Springboks in Tonga's half. Vincent Koch takes it in. Oxenchair supporting him well, pushing him forward, although the maul seems to be almost set up as they do manage to take it down just in time for a tackle. Reinach now takes it out. Billy LaRue tries to dart around. He finds the looping ball over to Williams on the far wing here. What can Williams do is he tries to dart through the middle, almost finds a gap, but closed down quite quickly from Tonga as well. Now comes to Oxenchair with Eben Etzebeth on his back. He charges into the 22-meter line. Good carry there from Oxenchair. Now Andre Pollard passes it out to Vincent Koch as well. And the ball is being stolen by Tonga. Brilliant steal, but I think just as quickly been stolen by Kobus Reinach. Also absolutely exceptional from him. And now, eventually, Jesse Creel arrives to pass the ball through to Vincent Koch, who's going to drive forward inside the Tongan 22, and chased also by Jesse Creel. Very well done there by the Springboks to win that ball back after losing it. Marvin Ori now with the carry. Kobus Reinach passes it off to his forwards again,
And I think it's now, Dion Fourie. Now it comes to Andre Paulo, who pops the inside ball to Jasper Wiese, who doesn't manage to get much ground. And the Springboks still trying to get this last try they need for this bonus point. It comes to Esterhuizen, close to the near side wing, but he's going to be dragged out. Great defense from Tonga. It was both Vekitoa and Inisi who makes the tackle on Esterhuizen, who drive him out of the field. And it will be a line out to Tonga just in front of their 5-meter line. Just watching here the replay of that from the Springboks. Grant Williams managing to find a small gap there, almost pretty much created by Jesse Creel, obstructing a little bit of the view there. So not necessarily the best thing for Tonga there. Almost not really getting a favourable position from the ref. But brilliant from Tonga though in the end to take Esterhuizen out just on the 5-meter line pretty much in front of their try line. Now it's got a line out coming up soon. But there's an injury in back play here. There's going to be a substitute for South Africa. Oxenchair is making his way off, was a number 3. I think both Oxenchair and Vincent Koch are making their way off the field. I think there are some substitutions coming for the Springboks early on in this half here. It looks to be, or maybe they're calling for HIA assessments. I don't know what's quite happening. Matthew Pearce telling the players to get off. Indeed, Trevor Nyakane has got the water all over his face in his number 18 shirt, and Stephen Kitsoff have both made their way on. The replacement props for Springboks have made their way on. That's Stephen Kitsoff, Trevor Nyakane on for Vincent Koch and Oxenchair. So here comes the power from the Springboks as they come into this line out. So I think it's a little bit of a deliberate move here. And I think the one is a HIA. Indeed, it is an HIA for Oxenchair, says Matthew Pearce. So that's actually not a tactical substitution. It is a head injury assessment substitution. So Springboks can bring him back on if they should find that his head injury assessment is fine. It might actually be a little bit of underhand from the Springboks. They're pretty much just trying to... as well, stolen from Marvin Ori in the line-out. So just had to make note of that. Now Dion Fourie comes away with the ball and is almost on the 5-meter line here. Kobus Reinach finds Eben Etzebeth, who charges up through the middle. Reinach now, again with the ball, finds Jasper Wiese, who's well supported by Marvin Ori as well. Reinach now to... it's dropped. It's knocked on. It's knocked on by the Springboks. I think Jasper Wiese rather knocked it on as he went to ground. So unfortunately for the Springboks, they're going to have another go, and it's going to be a scrum here. But I think that sports the Springboks quite well because they've got 2 brand new props on, well fresh and ready to go and hit this Tongan scrum quite hard. So the scrum is now being set up. And I think Tonga should be relatively comfortable in the scrum, but I do also fear that this new Springbok subs could do something as they try to get a little bit go forward. They do, and it's offside from Kobus Reinach. They're going too early to try and get the Tongan number 8 there of Samisi Paia. And yeah, he is offsides at the base of that scrum. And as a result, penalty to Tonga, and Havili has the ball in his hands. So that's William Havili. And he will look to kick for the line to get Tonga out of the danger zone. So disappointing from the Springboks, disappointing from Kobus Reinach. And I don't know why I'm still wearing these. I don't need these on. Yeah, so Havili now kicks for the line. It'll go out more or less just around about the 10-meter line, just in front of it, inside Tonga's half. 46 minutes have gone in this game. Still quite a lot of time left, of course, for the Springboks to get that last try they need for the bonus point. And they do need to try and start now making a little bit of ground so that they can get a good points difference if next week for Ireland and Scotland doesn't go quite according to how the Springboks would like. They want to try and get as many points on the board as possible so that does not become a problem. Tonga takes the line up very quickly, passes through to the back line now, and they found space out on the wing again. It's Inisi who kicks it forward, but straight down the center of the field, and it looks like it's been bouncing for a while here. I think it's Caden Moody who's back to support, or is it Grant Williams? I think it's actually Grant Williams, but let's see some stepping here from Grant Williams. Indeed it is. Now comes to Billy LaRue, tries to step himself. He's brought down inside the 22-meter line. And Grant Williams here, ready for the ball. Kobus Reinach now takes the ball out for Stephen Kitsoff, who's now onto the field. He's well supported by Trevor Nyakane as well. Now, Reinach now, I think, going to get ready for the box kick here as Dion Fourie makes his way to go and cover that box kick for him. The boxer goes up. Eben Etzebeth chasing, as is Grant Williams. Grant Williams looks like he could get there. He does get there on the tackle, as does Sia Khaleesi. Eben Etzebeth tries to drive over, but not able to do so. There's a penalty against Tonga for sealing at the ruck. So, good pressure from the Springboks, forcing a mistake from Inisi there. And as a result, they will have a penalty more or less on the 10-meter line in their own half. Able to kick it deep into the Tongan territory. And they will then have a good chance at trying to score yet another try. Again, looking for that bonus point are the Springboks. Going back to some of the comments here. The Olivia Klein here saying, stop the pick and go and send it wide, saying they need to spread it. I actually fully agree with that. I do think the Springboks are keeping it tight a bit too much. They should probably back the backs a little bit more. And they could probably have a bit more success in trying to get over. And yeah, just trying to see. Kendall also saying, put on the big boys, indeed, with the likes of the new props coming on. Marvin Ari goes up. Trevor Nyakane receives it from the back. Kobus Reinach now finds Pollard, who finds the inside of Kanan Moody. It was almost a brilliant little piece of play from the Springboks, but it didn't quite work in the end. The gap was rather closed quite quickly from Tonga. Kobus Reinach takes the ball out of the ruck to find his forwards. Now, comes to Jasper Visu, spots a gap, now passes it off to Trevor Nyakane in the tackle. He's on the 5-meter line. Kobus Reinach finds, I think that's Dion Fourie, who's gone down. And now they're just trying to seal the ball over. Reinach now finds Jasper Visu, almost dives to the try line there. And Dion Fourie now takes the ball out, passes through to, I think that's Andre Pollard, who goes down. Now, Jesse Creel takes the ball out. He dives himself. He goes over. My word, there you go. The 4th try, the bonus point try for the Springboks. Jesse Creel gets over the line. Springboks move to 26 points to 8 in favour of Tonga. So, 26 points now. Kwagga Smith comes on as a result of that. Springboks have the bonus point try. Is this the start of some more tries being scored by the Bokke? But yeah, Tonga's defense failing in the end there. And what happened there is exactly what we said in the comments. They spread it out wide a little bit quicker. They made use of the line quite a lot quicker. Great little line-out move that almost worked. The inside ball to Kanan Moody was spotted though. Good tackle from Tonga. But at the end, they then spread the ball a little bit quicker, the Springboks. And as a result, they went over for another try. The bonus point try. Look at all the celebrations in the comments. Great to see. Brilliant there for the Springboks. They do get over. And yeah, Andre Pollard has now his 4th conversion attempt. Again, it's another difficult kick. It's not been easy for him today. 3 kicks now coming from the far right-hand side here. Andre Pollard aims for the post. It sails once again straight through the middle. And his kicking boots are certainly good. And they are working tonight as we hit 50 minutes. Springboks now lead 28 points to 8. Happy Bruce saying Khaleesi and Eben needs to be replaced now. And we do see some more substitutions as Marnie Libok and Jaden Hendrickson make their way onto the field. Andre Pollard is coming off straight away and 50 minutes in. Is that an early telltale about what's going to happen? I doubt it, because Springboks, of course, do have a week break. But Andre Pollard has had a 50-minute show and tell there for the Springboks. Did very well, getting all his kicks over. And he's now replaced by Marnie Libok. And let's see what the replacements can do. Also, Jaden Hendrickson has come on for Kobus Reinach. So we've got some new, fresh faces on the field. Let's see what the Springboks can do now with a little bit more energy. Kobus Reinach also had quite a good game there, scoring the first try. Very, very clever, of course, catching Tonga out. And Marvin Ari goes up for the restart. Good restart from the Springboks there because it was a short restart from Tonga. And Jaden Hendrickson now at the base of this ruck waiting for the ball to eventually appear here. The ball does appear now. He's going to box kick it out. And it will be chased by the likes of Grant Williams, or rather Kanan Moody on the wing here. Kanan Moody chases well. Let's see if he can get in there and challenge for the ball. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to. Eben Etzebeth makes the tackle. It's, I don't know what the ref's stopping the game for. The ref suddenly had a big panic there. I don't quite know why. I mean, the ref very much suddenly thought there was a big HIA needed here for some reason. There was a little bit of head contact on the shoulder of Eben Etzebeth. Not a problem at all. And Matthew Pearce here not just having to have a discussion with Sia Khaleesi, I think it is, or maybe they're just waiting on a few things happening in backplay here. Matthew Pearce is chatting with the TMO, but based on the earlier decision, this shouldn't be any penalty or card, quite frankly. Matthew Pearce here going to the TMO, which is going to review that incident, I think it is. But based off of the earlier one with Mapimpi, of course, This shouldn't result in any cards for Eben Etzebeth. It would be exceptionally harsh if it does. Just having a TMO decision on going in the air there. Eben Etzebeth going there. There's no harm done at all. There's no head-to-head contact. It's just the shoulder to the head by mistake. It's not any purpose there. It's not really that sore, if we're quite frank. And quite frankly, this TMO's having a time here talking about some very minor things. And I do think this is just going to be a penalty. And if it's anything more than that, quite frankly, it's unjust given Mapimpi's earlier challenge. Let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Just a penalty and consistency in the game being kept. Very good for Matthew Pearce here. He's actually having a very good game. Very good consistency here, saying it's not a yellow card. Just be careful. Keep it down, please, ladies and gentlemen. Just a penalty against the Springboks there. And as I say, very much a good decision based off the fact that the earlier one in the first half was also not a yellow card, which I think some people, especially in halftime analysis there, did have a bit of a chat about that, saying that it should have been a yellow card based off consistency in the World Cup so far, but it wasn't, which is more or less actually what we agree with. Second half here, very similar incident, and also not a yellow card. So good consistency from Matthew Pearce in this game. It is a penalty, however, to Tonga. They've kicked it out just inside now, Springboks 22, and Eben Etzebeth just giving the thumbs up to Matthew Pearce. They're just saying, yeah, no problem there. Didn't mean that at all. People not very happy in the comments to see that Libbok has come onto the field. I think people must just relax. Libbok's a great player. It's just his kicking boots need to be found again. Tonga once again with a very interesting line-out move, and Jaden Hendricks are getting absolutely flattened by the Tongan captain, Ben Tamiafuna. But it has gone down. Eventually tackle's made. So they're on the 5-meter line here. Are Tonga to South Africa once again defending on their try line. Can Tonga this time get over as they did in the first half, right towards the end of it? It comes to the captain once again, who's really been great and making up some more momentum again. Now here comes to Fiji. I keep wanting to say Fiji, Tonga, and they're really trying to motor through. Almost gone through. Great tackle from Kwagga Smith, but I think Dwayne Vermeulen's gone over this ball. I think he might have got this ball. No, he's not managed to get it. Now, can Tonga get over? They're trying right from the base of this rack here. It's going to be a difficult one to defend for the Springboks. I think they've managed to really force the ball back quite a lot here. Eventually, it comes back to the captain and still going down. Springboks, desperate defense here. Oh, it might have been offsides to the Springboks there. No, not says Matthew Pearce. They're still on the try line here. Now they're trying to spread the ball a little bit. Comes in back play. Now Springboks make a good tackle on the 5-meter line, forcing them a little bit further back. Little bit of argy-bargy there. And it comes to the wing there. Terrible defense from Billy Leroux. What the hell is he doing? Billy Leroux completely out of position, allows Inisi an easy try. Havili spots him quite easily and lots of space, makes the pass out wide. Billy Leroux, an absolute no man's land, for some reason cutting in and leaving his man out wide completely, and as a result, Inisi goes over for one of the easiest tries he'll ever score. Tonga are in for their second try of the game. It's now currently 28 points to 13. So yeah, unfortunately, a try scored against the Springboks. They're not great to see. The defense crumbling a little bit there. And I think it's also, again, what happened there is Tonga just, for once, decided to pass out wide, which is what we've said the Springboks should do. And Tonga decided to do it for the first time on the line. And it works very much in their favor. Springboks falling asleep there. Billy Leroux very much, I think, at fault. Or maybe at least even Kanan Moody. But there were definitely 3 players covering the inside channel and nobody on the outside channel. And as a result, very easy for Nice to go through. And Havili kicks and he misses. The only good thing for Springboks is the fact that the kicking boots are not on the opposite number 10. William Havili misses a second kick of the game. He's only got one. And as a result, the Springboks still lead this game 28 points to 13. Siaklisi also just pretty much rolling his eyes about that try. Really not a great try to concede there for the Springboks. But they still have the bonus point. They'll be happy about that. We enter the 55th minute. Ben Tamiafuna just wants to have a chat with Matthew Pearce about something just before we start the second half here. I think he's going off. He has had a hell of a game as the Tonga captain. A brilliant game. But he's going off, and the crowd give him a huge ovation. He has been brilliant today. And yeah, he has made his way off. Look at a standing ovation from the crowd. My word, he has been seriously impressive. Of course, scored the first try for Tonga as well. And yeah, look at the ovation from the stands there. As now, Springboks restart this game right on the edge of the 22. Eben Etzebeth does brilliantly to win the ball back for the Springboks. And now Etzebeth has the ball just on the edge of the 22-meter here. Jaden Hendrickson managing here. Will the Springboks be able to get over very quickly? Billy LaRue finds Dwayne Vermeulen on the nearest touchline, on the far touchline rather. Dwayne Vermeulen's picked up and manhandled basically. Jaden Hendrickson now finds Marvin Ori, who drives up, taken down very easily by the substitute prop there of Tonga. Marty Libok finds Quacha Smith, who drives quickly, as we do know, the little bullet of Quacha Smith. Now comes to Eben Etzebeth, who drives himself, gets taken down quite easily there. Jaden Henderson now finds Billy LaRue, who tries to spot a gap. He gets taken down, but Jesse Creel supporting well. Advantage to the Springboks now is being shown, and the penalty is called from Matthew Pearce for tackling the man without the ball, I think it is. Marty Libok very quickly looking for the corner here. He finds the corner, and it will be a line out to the Springboks on the 5-meter of Tonga's try line here. And just being told to keep it down a little bit. I think it was actually a high tackle is what was called against Tonga here. But Springboks now with a very early opportunity after conceding that try to score yet another one. The ball goes up and it's spilt there by Marvin Ori, and Tonga have managed to get the ball back and it's knocked on. So Springboks, after having a good opportunity here, has knocked it on from Marvin Ori in the line out. Tonga doing very well to disrupt, and it will be now a 5-meter scrum to Tonga. And they're giving lots of credit there to Sam, I think it's to Sam Loisi. No, it's actually the substitute here, Adam Coleman, who's come on, of course. He was the one who went up, disrupted the ball, and as a result, it will be a scrum to Tonga. Now, looking at Hanjay Pollard, looking also at the handling errors today. 6 handling errors on the Springboks to only 1 from Tonga. Again, mistakes creeping into the Springboks game today has not been great. But, you know, it's been a very physical, hard game. It's not the usual starting lineup for the Springboks. So, not to be unexpected, I suppose. But you would expect them a little bit more. As it stands, the Springboks are winning this pool by 1 point. Of course, Ireland still have 1 more game to play. This is Springboks' last game in the pool stage this year. Currently still on 15 points. Of course, that is what they will finish on. Of course, if this game finishes as it is. As long as they win this game, they will finish on 15 points. They've already got the bonus point victory. They're trying to get as many points as possible so that next week does not matter. Scotland, if they beat Ireland, suddenly makes that a bit questionable as to what happens with the Springboks. But we do still expect Ireland to win that game. So really not too stressful, I think, for the Springbok fans. We should be through. They should be through to the quarterfinals, and it's absolutely fine. I still don't understand why everybody is going after Marty Libok. It really is quite a bizarre thing. He missed a couple of kicks, but the rest of his game has worked very, very well. And people, and Springbok fans especially, are exceptionally harsh and overly harsh, I think, on players sometimes. Marty Libok, don't get me wrong, should be getting some of these kicks, but that's the only weak part of his game. The rest of it, he's quite good. Defensively, he's fine. His game kicking is very good. His management and defense is also very good. And speaking of defense here, Springboks have managed to win the ball back here. And Canan Moody finds Billy LaRue. He's going to go into the corner. Billy LaRue tries to step in. He beats one. He goes over into the corner. Billy LaRue redeems himself for letting the earlier try go through. He goes in the corner. Great counter-attacking rugby from the Springboks. Tonga tried to take it out quickly from the scrum there. And a great tackle, I think it was by Sia Khaleesi, forced the ball to be knocked on and very quickly pounced upon by the Springboks. They passed it very quickly out to Canan Moody, who then found Billy LaRue as well. Great back-of-the-hand pass, catch basically by Billy LaRue. Then charges for the corner, then steps inside, beats one, and then dives over in the corner. Great for the Springboks, immediately getting back there. And the Springboks now got another try to their name. Yeah, it was actually a tackle by... Who are we talking about? Marty Libok makes a brilliant tackle, forcing a mistake from Tonga, knocks it on, and as a result, we score a try. So to all of you who are going after Libok in the comments, there you go. Just literally won us the game there, and the game with a try. Brilliant try from Marty Libok. That's all I'm saying. And you guys can take that how you feel. Now he's got a chance, again, to redeem his kicking. Let's see if he can get the kick over, though. I might eat my words a little bit. He's got the chance to get the kick over. Everyone's going to be watching this with eyes peeled as Marty Libok lines this up. If he gets this over, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see in the comments. If he doesn't, it'll be even more interesting in the comments. He's got 22 seconds to take this. All eyes on him. The crowd are very much on him. Everyone knows this is a huge kick because it's him versus Andre Pollard now that he's back in the squad. He's got 12 seconds left. He's lining it up. Will he have the Chias? It's sailing straight through the middle. It's a beautiful kick from Marnie Libok. The crowd goes wild. They know how big that is for him. And there you go, everybody. Marnie Libok gets the kick straight through the middle, just as Andre Pollard was doing. No issues whatsoever from Marnie Libok. And yeah, he's done himself well so far since he's coming on. Mzwaka here saying he's redeeming himself indeed. Yeah, and I think people are having a laugh in the comments. It's quite interesting. Yeah, I'm having very much a laugh here. I was just enjoying the fact that we're talking about Marnie Libok, and then he goes and does a brilliant little passage of play for the Springboks there. Quite a bit of a messy restart here from Tonga. It is an accidental offsides against Tonga, so the penalty will go in favor of the Springboks. He's actually said no, it's an accidental one, which means it'll be only a scrum in favor of the Springboks inside their own half, just in front of their 10-meter line. Loving the comments. It is very, very funny as we're laughing about Libok's little contribution there. Mustard here saying awesome commentary booth. Thank you so much. And Jan saying great kick under pressure. It is actually a brilliant kick. Of course, he knows that he's feeling the pressure with his kicks, and it was a fantastic kick, curling into the middle. It was beautiful to watch. Not an easy kick at all, and nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. So Springboks currently lead, as you say, 35 points to 13. Do we expect them to get over that 50-point mark? We've still got another 20 minutes left in this game. 15 points away from that. Can the Springboks break 50 points? Jaden Hendrickson now puts the ball into the scrum, but Tonga have got quite a big hit, but so does Springboks. Springboks, I think... No, Springboks get penalised against Tonga's scrum. Does brilliantly. And unfortunately, Stephen Kitsoff is penalised there for walking around, says Matthew Pierce. Apparently, Stephen Kitsoff walked around and collapsed the scrum, and as a result, penalty goes in favour of Tonga now, and they're going to be kicking for the line, and Springboks going to have to do some more defence yet again. Havili kicks. It's not been his best kick. He's had a lot of good kicks tonight, but it's not been his best one. It's about 15 metres out of the try line. Let's see if Tonga can score another try. They have got through a couple of times. They've got through more times than Ireland could. Of course, against the Springboks, it's a very different Springbok team, I grant. But Tonga really putting up a bit of a fight here. Springboks very firmly in the lead, but not making it easy for them at all. So the substitute for Tonga, Sam Molly, will put the ball into the lineup here as we see another substitution. Marvin Ori makes his way off the field, and Franco Mostert makes his way on. So the crowd do like that substitution. They would like to see Mostert come on. Of course, Mostert's usually in the starting lineup. He has come on now in place of Marvin Ori. The ball goes up from Tonga. They go to the front pod. They set up the maul. The maul is moving very interestingly. It's collapsed by Tonga. So not a problem there by the Springboks. They did well to defend against it. The substitute for Tonga, Sonate Takulua, takes the ball out, of course, acting in that scrum half role. I think the ball has been stolen by the Springboks. A brilliant steal there by the Springboks. And I think it was Kwagga Smith. It was indeed Kwagga Smith, as he usually does. Great steal from him there. Not releasing the ball. Penalised against Tonga. Penalty to Springboks. Marty Libok kicks very quickly towards the line. A good kick as well. Almost onto the halfway line for the Springboks. So... good exit for the Springboks, and I think they've tried to find a little bit more of a foothold again in this game to just try and get some more points on the board. Let's get those points, that point difference up, of course, in the current pool. Is it Pool B? We are on Pool B, aren't we? Yeah, but Pool B table. So yeah, that's going well, guys. Thank you so much for joining me on the stream as well tonight. Of course, we do have a player rating show at the end of this, so don't go anywhere at the end of it. I'm going to do a quick review once we're done the game, and then I'll do the player rating show. So be sure to join me for that as well. Yeah, very keen to see your guys' thoughts about some of the player ratings here. Jaden Hendrickson trying to get the ball out the base of this maul. It's been working its way forward slowly but surely. Comes to Esterhuizen. Now comes to Kwagga Smith, who's got a gap in the midfield. He now finds Jesse Creel. Brilliant pass from him. Jesse Creel beats one pass. He gets taken down on the 22-meter line. Jaden Hendrickson there very quickly to support. He gets the ball out to Marty Libok, who finds Billy Leroux, who finds Caden Moody, who's going to find himself over the try line. Not quite, brought down just before the try line. Jaden Hendrickson gets the ball from the floor. Now a brilliant push there and stretch, and a great try for the Springboks there from Marco van Staden, who's acting as hooker, of course. He goes over. Good pick up there left on the floor. Kayla Moody passed it backwards to Jaden Henderson, who found Marco van Staden, who goes over in the corner. Great little counter-attacking rugby there from Springboks. Well, not necessarily counter-attacking rugby, but great piece of play from the back of that maul there. And just seeing, again, get that ball out wide, utilize the fullbacks and the back line, and you'll see what happens. We can play. And a great piece of play by Quagga Smith, finding the gap and finding the pass as well brilliantly to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel also does well to manage to get up to the 22-meter line, and then Marco van Staden drives through, breaks one, makes the dive for the line, gets over, and once again another try to the Springboks. So Marnie Libbok's got another kick, and this is an even more difficult kick. So all eyes on Marnie again. What happens here? Ooh, it's going to be an interesting one. Springboks currently lead 40 points to 13. Can Marnie Libbok increase that points margin to 42? Let's see what happens. It's going to be a big kick here. It's not an easy kick. That's an even more difficult kick than the first one. So let's see what happens here. The ball is facing an odd angle for me. I think he's going to try and hope for a whip back in. He's got 12 seconds left here. Here we go. Is this going to sail through the middle for Marnie Libbok? It is going to sail through the middle for Marnie Libbok. Another good kick for him. And the crowd again giving him the ovation he deserves. Good kicks from Marnie Libbok so far. Certainly just silencing the critics a little bit. So great things to see there. And also a lot of people talking about Ken Moody. Indeed, what a boykie. He is going to be a great player for the Springboks. Cannot wait to see what he does. And yeah, great start to the week, says Mzwake here. Indeed it is, of course, a Sunday night match here in France. Stade de Marseille is seeing a lot of tries being scored by the Springboks now. 42 points to 13. Can they get over that 50-point marker? I've already asked that. I think they are going to be able to. And the ball is now restarted. Franco Masters underneath this. He spilt it backwards, luckily. And Dwayne from Vermeulen picks it up and gets through. So actually it's Marco van Staden, I think it is, who picks it up and gets through. So not too bad there. Just trying to see the substitutions that have actually been made. I think that's Dion Fourie who's still on as well. Marnie Libbok puts the ball up into the air for a chase. It's a great kick. It's very winnable. And it has been won. It's been spilled forward by Tonga. And Kane Moody took it, I think. And Marnie Libbok now chips the ball through for Kane Moody to jump onto. And Kane Moody not able to get there. And now comes to the full back for Tonga. It is Piwatau who finds, of course, his further back line. Now they've kicked it forward into the 22-meter line. There's a big chase. And Willie Leroux takes that ball out. And I think he's crashed into the advertising boards. Unfortunately for him, I think that's going to be a little bit sore. Seems to be okay. But yeah, a little bit sore crashing into those advertising boards. We just had to take the ball out. They're very dangerous there. So Willie kicked it very cleverly into the 22 where nobody was home. And it was a bit of a foot race there. And Willie Leroux luckily getting there and just forcing the ball out. Yeah, Willie Leroux actually does quite well. There's not much more you can do in the corner there. So it's going to be a line out to Tonga inside Springboks 22-meter line, about 5 meters in. And the Springbok fans are certainly making their voices heard here in the stadium. And it comes to Tonga. They get the ball out of the line out. Now it comes to their back line. And Havili finds a long looping pass to Anisi, who's got space. He tries to dive in, but Willie Leroux and Kane Moody between them make the tackle. And now it comes to the substitute, Sonatane Takulua, who gets the ball out. Of course, the acting scrum half now on the field. Now comes to the massive Sione Vialanu, who goes down. That's a penalty to the Springboks. Another steal, a brilliant steal from, I think, this time, Dwayne from Vermeulen. Great steal there and on the ground. And Springboks are certainly playing with their tails up. Marnie Libbok now again looking for the line very early on. He likes to kick as quickly as possible to try and catch Tonga out. And he kicks straight away towards the line. It'll go out just on the halfway line, pretty much, for the Springboks. And they scored last time they got a line out here. So can they do it again, ladies and gentlemen? Can they do it again? That poll is now over. For how many tries will the Springboks score? 31% of you saying they'll score 6+, 8+ getting 29%, 4+ saying 27%, 2+ saying 11%. Well, 6+ right now, you're winning. 8+, you're almost there. Not quite, but you're almost there. I think the Springboks can do it. Let's see if they can. 67 minutes gone, 13 minutes left. Marco van Staden, the acting hooker, now puts the ball into this line out. Franco Mostert spills it backwards to Jaden Hendrickson, but they do still get the ball out as Dion Fourie is pushed into the tackle there. So Dion Fourie is still on. I think he's acting now as a loose forward, or maybe still acting as the... as now comes to Williams in the wing here from Willie Leroux, but I think it was a forward pass by Willie Leroux there. So they're going to have to come back for a scrum, as I was saying. I was just thinking suddenly we stopped playing. So Willie Leroux got out, the ball got out to him eventually. And he passed the ball forward to Williams. And as a result, we're going to have a scrum more or less on the halfway line in favour of Tonga. But Springboks, I think, have woken up when we started using the back line more. You can just see. Yeah, definitely a forward pass by Willie Leroux there. So he smiles and asks what, and he doesn't think it is, but it's definitely a forward pass. So, yeah. It's a beautiful stadium, just might I add as a side comment here, the Stade de Marseille. Absolutely stunning. If you guys ever get the chance, if you're ever in France, be sure to go and check it out. Substitutions being made here for Tonga. The number 13, Fekitoa, makes his way off. And on in his place is the number 23, Afusipa Taumau. Such a long name, I can't even get there. Taumaupua, I think it is, takes his place. Guys, give me strength here. These names are not easy to say. I've tried my best. So, scrum, set. We saw that last time we had a scrum, the Tonga actually won it. Will we see the same thing again? Springboks now getting some huge go forward ball. And the go forward is a penalty to the Springboks. Great scrummaging there in the end from Steven Kitsoff and Marco van Staden, who is actually playing in that hooker position. So, I did think he was. I was just trying to see what was happening because Dion Fourie is still on the pitch, but he is now playing as a loose forward. Very interesting. Marnie Libok now kicks for the line. It's gone out just past the 22-meter line. So, Springboks with a very good attacking opportunity here. Gail here saying, thanks, Mark, for this channel. Saved me a trip to the pub and being around drunk Brits. Well, you're very much welcome. Very much appreciate the comments as well, guys. Yeah, if you guys do enjoy it, please do be sure to let me know. And hopefully I'll see you guys again very soon. Again, we've got a player rating show after this, so don't go anywhere, and we'll go through that. And be sure to go and rate the players. We'll have a poll up for that, of course. We've got a maul set up here from the Springboks. Matthew Pearce just telling Jaden Hendrickson that he's used it once already, so Jaden Hendrickson needs to take the ball out. He passes through to Esther Hazen, who drives through. It's actually Jesse Creel, who's unfortunately got up without releasing the ball, so it's going to be a penalty to Tonga. He went down, he wasn't held, but he had to release the ball before getting back up again. It was Esther Hazen, sorry. Unfortunately, he's going to have to concede the penalty there. Penalty to Tonga, they're very lucky there. Springboks would have been through if Esther Hazen just let go of the ball. It would have been another try, but unfortunately not. Havili will now kick for the line for Tonga. 10 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. The ball goes out. It's a good kick from Havili, just about on the halfway line. And we can see here the dedicated water boy and pretty much on-field coach is Bongi Mbonambi today. He's got the earpiece and the water bottles, and he's getting all the information from his coaching staff upstairs about what needs to happen. So he is acting on-field water boy and coach, as we do see from the Springboks very, very often. And here we go. Tonga goes up. They take the ball straight out of the line out, and they're trying to motor it through there, but a great tackle by Marnie Libok there. Takes out the big play, but Jaden Hendrickson almost gets the intercept. Now makes the tackle on the wing there. Stephen Kitsoff also does very well to get across and make the tackle on Tuitavuki. And now comes the big number 17, Koloa Matangari. And he gets taken down just past the 10-meter line. He did make some meters, though. And a huge hit there from the Springboks. I think it's Esther Hazen made that hit. Great hit there now. Kwaka Smith tries to get in there. Now, look at this one. Chevin Yakane trying to ruck over, but not able to do so. It's taking on 4 players, though. Shame. And a big hit here from Franco Mostert on the halfway line. Tonga are going backwards here, it seems. And some big tackles being made by the Springboks. Jesse Creel makes another one here. And advantage is now being shown to Tonga for not rolling away, unfortunately. This is a good steal from Dion Fourie, although apparently not an advantage. It wasn't an advantage at all. I don't know what Matthew Pearce was saying. And Springboks have stolen it. Brilliant steal by Dion Fourie. Now comes to Billy Leroux, who finds Marty Libok, who goes out to Jaden Hendrickson, who's now running forward. He grabs it straight up the middle of the field. That's definitely not what he meant to do. And very, very easy there for Piu Tau to kick straight into the 22 there. But luckily, Springboks saw it early, and Marty Libok got back to go and cover. And Marty Libok now runs up the wing. He gets past one. Now he passes to Grant Williams. He sports him. It goes to the inside, but they both miss it, unfortunately. It's a knock-on advantage to Tonga, but now Tonga chip it in behind. They've got space. It's a foot race. Who gets there first? Oh, my word. Tonga going through. Tonga going there. He's going to go over, my word. Ah, dear. Number 22 for Tonga. Patrick Pellegrini goes over and gets the try and broken play there. I don't know what happened for the Springboks there. Marnie Libbok passed it off to Grant Williams. Grant Williams tried to pass it back, but it went to no man's land for Mullen, and Marnie Libbok could not see where the pass went. Tonga picked it up, chipped it in behind. It was a foot race. The ball bounced kindly for Tonga, and Patrick Pellegrini picked it up, and Marco van Staden could not catch him, and he goes over for Tonga's third try of the day. The pass from Williams, unfortunately, just a little bit loose. And a brilliant kick, though, from Pellegrini. And he chases it well as well. And gets the ball. And, Marco van Staden just not quick enough to catch him. He gets his hand onto his pants, but not in time. Pellegrini goes over, scores the try. And the Tongans are quite happy about that try. It was quite a good one, to be fair. Good counter-attack. But, unfortunately, Springboks have conceded another one with 7 minutes to go. And now the substitute, Pellegrini, again, will also now have a chance to convert his own try. Just to clarify some of the comments as well, some people are just a little bit confused about what's happening in Pool B. Springboks are not guaranteed through, even with this bonus point victory. If Scotland should beat Ireland next week with a bonus point, it'll then come down to points difference between some of the teams as well, and otherwise it's going to be very, very close. If Ireland win next week, though, it doesn't matter. Springboks will definitely be through, regardless of how Ireland win. They'll definitely be through. If Scotland win without a bonus point, I think Springboks are still through, but if Scotland win with a bonus point, then suddenly the question is asked. So, Tonga now having to receive the ball from the restart, and the Springboks are now going to try and take it down on the 22. It is taken down on the 22. Stephen Kitzel tries to get over, but unable to do so. And now it comes to, oh my word, tries to make a big tackle, does Jesse Creel, but now there's a bit of space on the outside here. Kena Moody does well to block it, but now Tonga coming at numbers, and they've got space on the outside here. It's handling it in the air. Now comes to Inisi, who grabs it through to the middle, but well picked up by Jesse Creel, who tries to break one pass, but goes down. But Jesse Creel does well to cover right on his 5-meter line, picks it up from the grubber kick there. Tonga almost through yet again. Springboks just need to wake up here a little bit. Trevor Nyakane now takes the ball and just slows it down for the Springboks. Jaden Hendrickson waiting for this ruck to be set up so they can get the box kick and get the Springboks out of danger here. So a little bit of nerves here creeping in from the Springboks here. They do need to wake up a little bit. Jaden Hendrickson kicks it up. It's not the worst, not the best, necessarily not the best kick. It's not even out past the 22-meter line. So Springboks still having to defend here. And Tonga have another opportunity to attack. Yeah, as Immortal says, the head-to-head does come before the points. But what I mean is the fact that if Scotland should win with a bonus point, if I believe, I just want to bring it up actually. If Tonga win with a bonus, if Scotland win with a bonus point, it means that South Africa, Scotland, and Ireland will all finish on the same number of points. And because each team beat the other, it then does come down to points difference. So it's actually a very interesting thing that could happen. But this is all again relying on Scotland winning, which is still relatively unlikely. So that's all that could happen. It's all very interesting. It's Tonga now still attacking Springboks line from that line out. They're on the 5-meter line here. It comes to the big number 4 of Halaleva Fafita, who's done very well so far today. Can Tonga score another try? And rather poor pass there to Taumapua, who goes down about 10 meters away. It was well driven back by the Springboks. Stephen Kitsoff now makes the tackle on Fafita, and he goes down. Tonga still with the ball in hand. Takulua takes the ball out, and a huge tackle made by Kwagga Smith. And Tonga just be forced back a little bit. What can Tonga do? And Springboks trying to get over this, but unable to do so. Now, they're trying to spread it through. Comes to Havili, not Havili, the substitute, rather Pellegrini, who's trying to find his way through, but doesn't manage to do anything. Tonga just waiting on someone to go and manage as the scrum half. Eventually, we're going to have somebody take it. They've slowed it down quite a lot. Trevor Nyakane with the tackle. Tonga just slowing it down right down just so they can see what happens here. And now, and a penalty to the Springboks for in from the side there. Coming in from the side to Tonga to try and defend that ruck there. And the Springboks get away with it. This crowd not happy. They're booing. But the Springboks do get a penalty for the in from the side. Marnie Libbok kicks for the line. And it will be a brilliant kick from Marnie Libbok. Goes out inside the 10-meter line of Tonga's half. A fantastic kick from Marnie Libbok. He's played quite well since he's come on, if you're honest, guys. So Springboks really struggling here a little bit in terms of trying to get a good, they've struggled today. I think there's a few mistakes have really come into their game. As we see now, a misplaced line out from the Springboks. Luckily, they do still have the ball. Now, Jesse Creel has the ball in hand. He's trying to step his way through. He spots a gap, doesn't manage to make his way through. Drops the ball, picks it back up again. Jaden Hendrickson now passes through to Eben Etzebeth, who finds Marty Libok, who tries the long swinging pass to Kanan Moody on the outside. Kanan Moody chips it in behind. He's trying to get there, but I think he was deliberately taken out, quite frankly. Pellegrini, I think, stepped out before he kicked it. So it will be a line out to the Springboks on the 22-meter line in Tonga's half here. But I fear that Kanan Moody was actually taken out very deliberately from his chip in behind. He could have probably got in. It was almost brilliant by Kanan Moody, but unable to do so in the end. So, but it will still be a Springbok line out just inside the 22-meter line of Tonga. Can they score a try right at the end here? Just 2 minutes left of this game. They're not going to get 50 points, it seems, but they're going to get ever so close if they can get a try right towards the end. Franco Master goes up the front post, and once again, they've missed it. And I think what we're seeing here is the problems with the new hookers. Marco van Staden still needs to practice his throwing in, because his throwing's not been brilliant at all. They need to get to grips with this as quickly as possible. Marco van Staden being drawn into the hooker role, which is not usual, his usual position, of course, filling in as Malcolm Marx is injured and Andre Pollard came in as his replacement. And the lineout's just going very much askew with Marco van Staden. So it just shows Springboks need to be very reliant on Dion Fourie and Bongi Mbonambi as our hookers for the rest of this World Cup, if we should, of course, play on, because it seems Marco van Staden's throwing in is not so brilliant at the moment. So a scrum to Tonga again on their 22-meter line. Springboks won the previous scrum with a penalty. Can they do the same thing here? Actually, it's a Springbok scrum. I do apologize. Why is it a Springbok scrum? Oh, I think it was knocked on by Tonga when it was spilt by South Africa. So nonetheless, Springbok scrum. I do apologize about that. Jaden Henderson takes it out. He passes to Esther Hazen, who's had quite a good game today as well. Now Jaden Henderson again takes the ball out. He can't find a player. He doesn't decide to pass to Marnie Libok, even though I think he probably should have. Jaden Henderson now passes to Stephen Kitsoff, who tries to drive it up as well. Gets some good support. Springboks here not really committing too many numbers out wide. Pretty much committing the forwards to the play here. Now comes to Eben Etzebeth, who drives his way forward. He makes about a meter or two. Jaden Henderson now finds Marco van Staden. And let's see how far he can go ahead. Not that far, pretty much on the line there. Jaden Henderson now takes the ball out. Passes to Dion Fourie. Oh my word, Dion Fourie forced backwards. I think he's just hit a wall there. A bullet train. My word, he got absolutely wasted there. Eben Etzebeth this time, though, does make his way forward. He's got good go forward for the Springboks there. Can they just pass it out wide here? Now comes to Trevor Nyakane. What can he do? Also pretty much stopped on the spot. Springboks just playing some phases here, waiting out the game, I think. Stephen Kitsoff now makes a little bit of a dive there forward and well cleared. And now comes to Esther Hazen, who's going to go himself. He's managed to get break free, but he's brought down just on the try line. Jaden Henderson now finds Franco Mostert. He's brought down pretty much on the same line there. And now it's going to be brought out by Jaden Henderson. Again, he finds Stephen Kitsoff, who tries to, well, he's more or less a standing start. Didn't really want the ball, I don't feel. Now comes to Eben Etzebeth. Everyone's very tired as the 80th minute has passed. Jaden Henderson now passes to Franco Mostert, who's going to dive for the line. He drops short. Jaden Hendrickson now. Will he find the try line? There goes Kwagga Smith over under the middle of the post for the last try and the last piece of this game. He goes over for the last try for the Springboks. Springboks go up to 47 points with a very easy kick from Marnie Libok. It will end 49 points to 18. The Springboks do win that game very comfortably in the end. Lots of mistakes though, quite error-driven, but nonetheless a good game for them. Getting all the points they needed. They needed to do well in this game. Of course, still waiting on Scotland and Ireland to play next week to determine who goes through. So Kwagga Smith has done very well since he's come on. Marnie Libok just going to end off the game here with this kick right at the end. Let's see how he fares. He kicks it straight through the middle, as easy as that. So everybody, that is the end of this game. And of course, I'm going to just quickly share with you a link in the description here. I'm going to put it in. Be sure to go and vote for your player of the match. Go to that article. Go and, well, not vote for your player of the match, but go and participate in that article. You can go and rate all the players today. I'm going to do a player rating show in just a little bit. I'm going to be gone for about 5 minutes to do a review, and then we'll be back. You'll be redirected to that stream, and then we will do a player rating show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to discuss the game, of course, in that live stream right now. I'm going to do a short break, And thank you guys so much for watching me on the channel. I've been Mark. This has been Forever Sports. Thank you to our channel sponsors, BOYLESPORTS and Bitdefender. And thank you so much to all of you who have joined me for today's match. Springboks win, 49 points. Tonga, only 80. Cheerio.